That day, portals suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sky, gates leading straight into the dungeons. Behind each gate lay an entirely different world teeming with countless terrifying monsters of every shape and size. And those monsters came pouring out in endless waves. The only ones who could stop them were the people who had awakened magical abilities, fighting together with their awakened powers to defeat the invading beasts. In that brutal battle, amid swarms of close combat monsters and flying creatures filling the sky, a team of heroes stood shoulder to shoulder, Team Golden Seekers. Ingolf von Dietz, Claudia Burjo. Each of them possessed unique abilities, one who could control fire, Nathaniel Cavell, another who commanded wind to battle the flying monsters, Iwako Heidke, and there was also a girl whose face stayed cold and expressionless, wielding a lightning spear with fierce valor. After a fierce clash, as the five of them held the line together, a monster suddenly leaped toward an ordinary civilian without any magic. The person collapsed on the ground screaming in terror, "Someone help." Dietz glanced at Burjo and shouted for her to go save the civilian. "Hey, go help those people in trouble." But Burjo just lazily propped her cheek on her hand and drawled, "But there are so many." While the others were still hesitating and passing the buck, the green-skinned monster raised its claws toward the trembling civilian curled up on the ground, clutching their head in fear. Just when it seemed the monster was about to crush the person, a foot came flying out of nowhere and slammed into its face with devastating force, caving in one entire side of the creature's skull. Caught off guard by the blow, the monster flew backward and smashed into the wall with a thunderous crash, sending debris exploding outward. A tall man in a sharp suit and long coat appeared, tilting his head slightly as he looked back at the kneeling civilian with a gentle smile. "Is everyone all right?" Full of confidence, he turned to his teammates. "I'll handle this, Misato Kawakairo." In a flash, Kawakairo leaped high off the ground. He gathered power into his right hand, aiming straight at the dense swarm of monsters below. A cold glint flashed in Kawakairo's eyes. He unleashed a barrage of precise strikes, hitting vital points, and wiped out every monster in front of him with a single devastating move. His teammate Heike stared in awe at the scene and murmured, "He's insane taking on that many monsters all by himself," while Cavell stood silently behind, observing without a word. The girl in the tight red outfit wasn't surprised at all as she glanced toward the gate with time attribute magic. He can see the future, he already knows what the monsters will do next. They all reached the same chilling conclusion as they watched Kawakairo charge toward a fire-breathing dragon-like monster, still wearing that confident smile. He will win, that person is no longer human anymore. The battle paused momentarily once all the monsters that had emerged from the gates were slaughtered. Their corpses littered the ruined city streets. Kawakairo led Golden Seekers, standing before a massive serpent-like monster right in front of the gate. He spoke to his teammates behind him. "All right." With a decisive swing, he severed the monster's head in one clean stroke. "This is the last one, right?" Kawakairo stood tall, full of confidence. "With this power, I can finally protect everyone's peace." He reached out and touched the open gate leading into the dungeon. "Now, I'll seal this gate." But the moment the words left his mouth, some immense force blasted him straight through the gate. Kawakairo's eyes widened in shock. He dropped to one knee, planting a hand on the ground to brace himself, but still slid back a long distance. When he looked up, he saw his trusted teammates on the other side of the now sealed gate. Kawakairo frowned, still not understanding what happened. "What is this?" Shock filled his eyes. "I've never seen a future like this before." Kawakairo rushed to the sealed exit, staring at his former comrades. "Did you all conspire together? Why would you do this?" Cavell grinned with pure delight. "Why, you ask?" At that moment, he and the others no longer hid their greedy, cruel smiles. Cavell shoved his hands in his pockets, standing among the five with utter contempt. "Because you never knew, that's exactly why you got betrayed like this." Kawakairo fought to stay calm. "What do you mean?" The girl in tight red glanced at him arrogantly. "You're a level 100 monster who can use time attribute magic." Burjo smirked, adding, "We just wanted to make money safely." Dietz ground his teeth in fury. "Yet you always insisted on helping people." Heidke pointed accusingly at him, "Dragging us into dangerous situations like this." And Cavell finished with a triumphant laugh. "But today will be the last time." He raised his hand in mock farewell to the people who were once his teammates, turning away with arrogant glee. "See you around." On this side of the gate, Kawakairo pounded relentlessly against the barrier, watching their retreating backs, still clinging to a sliver of hope. "You're serious, right? Let me out of here." Kawakairo asked in anguish. "Just for those reasons you betrayed me." He recalled the days they fought side by side, all six of them so cheerful and united. "As the leader of Golden Seekers, I did everything I could to protect the world from monsters and keep everyone safe. He always charged to the front lines, and yet." Kawakairo gritted his teeth, punching the seal, non-stop rage blazing in his eyes. "Why?" Before he could find an answer, the horde of monsters behind him surged forward like starving wolves. Kawakairo spun and killed one with a single strike. But then he realized in horror. Behind him was an endless sea of monsters swarming like flies. He activated his power, eyes glowing as he peered into the future. "I can escape this. My future is." The future he saw shattered him completely, death torn apart by the claws and fangs of those monsters. Kaiwakairo laughed bitterly. It's gone, isn't it? That future no longer exists. Alone, he faced the endless tide of monsters. They charged at him in frenzy. He clenched his teeth, pouring all his fury into his fist. Kaiwakairo leaped into the air, ready to slam down a strike on the entire swarm, but they kept coming wave after wave like ants. After relentless fighting, Kaiwakairo dropped to his knees, covered in wounds, head bowed, arms limp, blood pouring from every cut, forming a large puddle beneath him. I couldn't change the future. He lifted his head, eyes ice cold, looks like there's no other choice. Kaiwakairo stared at the unrelenting monsters besides accepting death. They swarmed over him, tearing into his battered body, blood spraying everywhere. But Kaiwakairo refused to die quietly. He kicked the nearest monster skyward, even as countless others surrounded him. I won't die meaninglessly like this. Kaiwakairo's hand gripped a monster's head using his magic. I will reincarnate and become stronger. He raged on, fighting like a madman, then reached the absolute peak of power. I will definitely take revenge. This rage, I will carve it into my soul. Kaiwakairo swung his fist into empty air. Until the day I can avenge myself and wash away my regrets. Powerful energy surged around his body, erupting from his palms skyward, blasting the surrounding monsters back temporarily. His entire body convulsed in agony, blood pouring from every orifice. The light stretched on, gathering into a blinding glow. Cutting to another place, someone slowly opened their eyes. The person wearing hospital clothes sat up, slipped on slippers, and tried to stand. He looked at himself in the mirror. A somewhat pale young boy was reflected in the glass. He touched the surface, eyes flickering with cold joy. Looks like the reincarnation succeeded after all. So this boy in hospital clothes was Kaiwakairo's new body. Only then did he take in his surroundings. This is a hospital, huh? These machines look so strange. How many years have passed? If it's been 100 years, I won't be able to take revenge on them anymore. His eyes burned with hatred, remembering the smiling faces that had betrayed him. Kaiwakairo spotted something. What's this? He picked it up. The student's ID card. Student ID number 1,200,002. Name Asai Kaiosuk. Attribute void. The card confirmed. Looks like only 20 years have passed since then. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Kaiwakairo stared at the attribute line of the body's previous owner. This is attribute void. He immediately broke into a smug grin. Hee. Then the smile gradually lost all humanity. Kaiwakairo laughed like a maniac. He recalled in his previous life his teammates feared him because he was the strongest thanks to time attribute, but later on I realized I could never grow stronger. Even peering into the future, I couldn't see the true depths of the void attribute's power. I couldn't measure the strength of someone with void attribute using my abilities. Kaiwakairo looked down at the new body's hand. Poor kid. Without a doubt, void attribute is the strongest. It's like an undefined, boundless void without order, but in my previous life no one possessed it. Because it's so rare, nobody knew how to train it. He looked back at the card. That's why he was still only level 1. Kaiwakairo gazed at the innocent student photo on the card, thinking he was probably mocked countless times for having no attribute. He pressed the card to his heart. Don't worry, kid. I'll make your name echo across the world as the strongest explorer alive. Thanks to seeing the future, I know how to train the void attribute. You can rely on past life knowledge to peer into energy flows and nurture them into full power. He channeled power through this new body. A brilliant light enveloped him, illuminating the entire room. With this strength, I'll become the absolute strongest. And I'll make those traitors clench his fist with a sinister smile, regret ever betraying me and pushing me to death. Remember Cavel's smiling face back then, and those who were once his closest comrades in the previous life, along with their gleeful grins as they betrayed the guy who always trusted them. To get revenge on them, I need to level up first. From this moment on, the Kaiwakairo of the past is dead. You'll be Kaiosu. He lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The entire space was pitch black like ink, the attribute of void, just like its name, tied to conditional magic, the void. Its essence lay in the ability to freely turn imagination into reality. He squeezed his eyes shut, focusing his mind as magical energy began to stir. Everyone can imagine things just like an artist can picture the perfect image in their head, but when they try to put it on paper stroke by stroke, it never quite matches the vision. Turning it into actual reality is the real challenge. Luckily, this body was still badly injured, with Kaiosuk's torso still wrapped in layers of white bandages around the stomach area. If I overlay the image in my mind onto this body, he grimaced, forcing himself to concentrate as he visualized it. The stream of magical energy he was struggling to control flowed out in a shimmering, mystical glow. He pictured every cell being healed by magic, letting it spread through each one in Kaiosuk's body and use its power to mend the damage. The wound on his arm gradually became enveloped in that beautiful golden light, the energy sparkling like the glow of the Milky Way. The injury on Kaiosuk's arm healed rapidly, and the magical energy slowly faded away. He shot upright in excitement, looking down at the spot on his arm where the wound had been moments ago, now completely smooth and flawless. Yes, it worked. Success. Kaiosuk pressed his thumb against the skin on his right wrist. Since this was still basic magic, the recovery speed wasn't great and the internal damage hadn't fully healed yet. He thought that if he used it repeatedly, the skill level would rise. By repeating the visualization process to heal the wounds over and over, he'd recover completely in no time. The ability to turn imagination into reality would improve too. The magical energy of the void attribute was vast and boundless, encompassing a huge variety of different elements fused together, and it could expand the scope of what could be made real. Thanks to that, he could create and master countless types of magic all by himself, from wind, water, earth, and fire to lightning, and eventually the images in his mind would materialize exactly as he pictured them in the real world. That mirror-like barrier would no longer hold him back. It would shatter, giving the void attribute the space it needed to grow, expanding as vast as the endless universe itself. Kyosuke smiled. Right then, a middle-aged doctor holding his chart stood stunned at the door. "You finally woke up," and Kyosuke turned his head to look at him. The doctor hurried over to check. "Don't move too fast. You were supposed to be critically injured after that monster attack." He lifted the blanket and lay back down on the bed. "So that's what happened to this kid." The doctor looked at him with a bright smile. "Even so, while you were in critical condition, you still woke up, like the Saintess herself bestowed a miracle on you." Kyosuke lifted his head curiously. "What did you just say, Saintess? What's that about?" The doctor looked surprised. "You don't know," and Kyosuke honestly shook his head. The doctor's face flushed with reverence as he thought of her, the Saintess of the 5 holy stars. Kyosuke's expression went blank. "I have no idea what the 5 holy stars even are." The doctor adjusted his glasses and frowned as he glanced back at the chart. "Right, you just woke up. It's understandable to be confused." He gave some instructions and left the room. "Never mind, I'll do a full checkup on you now. I'm going to prepare the equipment. Just stay put here, okay?" As soon as the doctor left, Kyosuke threw off the blanket and sat up. The Saintess, the 5 holy stars, are they some famous adventurer clan or party that rose up in the last 20 years or something? He walked over to the TV remote sitting on the table. Leveling up is absolutely necessary. But I also need to figure out the current situation. He picked up the remote and pressed the power button. The TV came on. Today's special report is about the level 555 dungeon disaster from 20 years ago. The screen showed footage of monsters flooding the streets back then. Perfect. A special report on the exact event where I got betrayed. Kyosuke focused intently on the news. The culprit was. The screen displayed an image of himself from his previous life, the leader of the Gold Seekers Party, a level 100 time attribute user named Misato Kawakiro. Kyosuke jolted in shock. What the hell? He couldn't believe it, staring fixedly at the screen. "I'm the culprit. What the fuck is going on here?" The screen replayed scenes of monsters pouring out from the gate, devastating the city in flames and chaos. He had foreseen the disaster but told no one, plotting to use the turmoil to take over the world. The remaining members of the Gold Seekers stopped him. They are the great heroes known as the 5 holy stars. The footage shifted to his 5 former teammates. After a fierce battle, Misato Kawakiro was defeated and the dungeon was successfully sealed. The news anchor's voice echoed on that legendary feat everyone knows about. Even now, the 5 holy stars continue to lead the world in various fields. Kyosuke stood frozen in front of the TV. "Today we'll be inviting experts too." He snapped the TV off. His own reflection stared back with his head bowed. He covered his mouth and laughed, the sound gradually turning into wild, manic cackles. He sank into rage. "Not only did they betray me, they smeared my name too. They sacrificed me." The image of his blood-soaked face flashed in his mind. While they got celebrated like celebrities, hailed as true heroes, shamelessly stealing the glory and getting worshipped by the whole world as saviors. Kyosuke's hand trembled with fury around the remote. "I won't forgive them. Never in a million years." He clenched his teeth hard. His eyes burned with hatred. "All of them. I'll send every single one straight to hell." The hospital room fell deathly silent. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Kyosuke turned toward the bedside table. "But I have to be careful. I can't let them catch wind of me." He set the TV remote down on the table. Then he reached for the phone. Right. The teenager stared at the phone screen. The school this kid attended was. He grinned with interest. The phone screen lit up. "Exactly as I thought. Principal of Takugo Adventure Training Academy, one of the 5 holy stars, Iwako Hideki." Kyosuke gripped the phone. He woke up and already knew exactly where he was. Talk about lucky. He sat on the bed, resting his chin in thought. But Iwako is an extremely cautious guy. He won't show his weaknesses easily. Just then his gaze flicked to the student ID card placed at the head of the bed. The card displayed his current identity and level. "The level gap right now is way too big. I can't beat him like this." Kyosuke flopped back onto the bed. He spread his hand open and stared intently at it. "At level 1, I can't do anything. From now on I'll focus on leveling up and then go after him." He clenched his fist, eyes resolute. "Just you wait, you're my first target, Iwako." A few weeks later, bright sunlight poured into the room. Kyosuke stood in front of the mirror, twisting and stretching his body. "Perfect. Now I can move without any issues." He slipped on his jacket. The doctor behind him couldn't believe it. "No way, it's unbelievable. In just a few weeks you've fully recovered." The doctor happily thought of his idol. Could this really be a blessing from the Saintess? Kyosuke was tying his tie with his back to the doctor. Nope, doctor. His face went cold. Everything was thanks to my own power. Kyosuke walked out coldly, raising a hand at the door. Alright, thanks for taking care of me. The doctor watched him go. Ah, sure, take care of yourself too. He stepped out of the hospital under the clear blue sky. Alright then, I've got all the basics ready. He slipped the ID card into his pocket. Current level should be enough now. Time to warm up a bit and then hit the dungeon. He flashed a confident grin. Sounds good, right? Kyosuke recalled the conversation with the doctor back at the hospital, the doctor sighing as he explained the current state of this body. I already heard it from the doctor. Apparently Kyosuke's entire family perished in an accident. He slipped both hands into the pockets of his jacket and walked alone down the busy main street. The guy muttered to the original owner of this body, I feel pretty bad for Kyosuke back then too. Then he closed his eyes and thought, but for me, that's actually a good thing because it means I can do whatever the hell I want. Kyosuke took a step forward. Right across the street ahead of him stood a gate. He curiously pulled out his phone to check the map. Is this the spot? After sizing everything up, Kyosuke pulled his hood and face mask up, his eyes resolute to level up and get stronger. I want to test myself here. He walked over to the security post and placed an ID card on the counter. The guard immediately grabbed his wrist to stop him and barked, hey, you there. Kyosuke yanked his hand back and shot the guy a cold glare. What's up? The security guard tensed under that stare. He'd seen the info on Kyosuke's card. You're only level 27. This area is for adventurers who are at least level 30 to form parties and enter. And you're planning to go in solo? That's basically suicide. Turns out the guard was just worried about his safety and reacted so urgently. He grabbed Kyosuke's wrist again. To Chinese letter him, but Kyosuke stayed completely calm and said, I think that's true for normal cases. But our main character brushed the kind guard's hand off. He held his card up high so the guy could see clearly. I'm a student at Takugo Adventurer Training Academy. As long as I sign the consent form, it'll be fine, right? Kyosuke had done his homework before coming here. He stood there staring at the guard. I already looked into this thoroughly while I was still in the hospital. The guard hesitated awkwardly. Yeah, that's true, but while the two of them were still arguing without reaching a resolution, a voice rang out from behind Kyosuke, making his eyes widen. Come on now. He turned around to look. Right at the base of a tree across the street, 3 guys were standing there watching him. The one leaning against the tree spoke up. That's enough already. The orange-haired one smirked. Hey, the guy's just worried about you. Another one looked at him with mocking eyes and chimed in. Aren't you just a newbie? You should know your place better. Kyosuke glanced at them but didn't bother arguing back. He turned back to the gate guard, pointing at the tablet screen on the counter. I just need to sign here, right? Without waiting for an answer, Kyosuke grabbed the pen and decisively signed his name under the I agree line on the screen. The guard still tried to stop him. Wait a sec. But Kyosuke ignored him. After signing, he tossed the pen back onto the counter and walked off coldly under the worried gaze of the security staff. No issues now, huh? He headed alone toward the gate, waving casually back at the guard who was still trying to stop him. Anyway, thanks for the concern. Appreciate it. Seeing him just walk off like that, the guard quickly turned and pointed at the 3 guys huddled under the tree. Hey, you 3, sorry to bother, but please keep an eye on that kid for me. The kind-hearted guard really was a good guy. He told the 3, letting him go in alone like this is basically pushing him to his death. The shortest one with the split bangs smirked in annoyance. Ha. He stepped forward aggressively. Why the hell do we have to babysit that punk? But before he could finish, the purple-haired guy with glasses who'd stayed quiet until now laughed and patted his teammate's shoulder. Actually, this could work out nicely. The glasses guy said, if no one's watching. The other 2 stared at him in surprise. The guy had a sleazy grin, his eyes dark and malicious as he looked at them. Whatever happens to him, it won't matter, right? The 3 of them instantly got on the same wavelength, grinning wickedly as they hurried toward the gate. A cocky little brat like that still needs 100 more years of training. The good-natured guard, completely unaware he'd just asked the wrong people for help, cheerfully waved them off. Sorry for the trouble. I'm counting on you guys. The 3 followed Kyosuke through the gate. On the other side was a long tunnel lit by torches along the walls, but the endless path showed no sign of our main character anywhere. The glasses guy said excitedly, alright, same routine as always. The orange-haired one laughed along with his buddy. Kill the kid, then blame it on the monsters. The 3 recalled the people they'd killed in dungeons before, a young guy's body covered in wounds, blood splattered on the walls and floor. They stood there with hands in pockets, admiring their handiwork, all thanks to these idiots. And our wallets keep getting fatter. They murdered solo adventurers who entered after them, looting everything from cash to rare gems. Thinking about the killing and profit ahead, the 3 eagerly rushed deeper inside. 10 minutes later, they were still sprinting hard. The glasses guy, starting to tire, asked the orange-haired one, this tunnel's been dead straight the whole time, right? The orange-haired one panted heavily. Yeah, but we still haven't caught up to that kid. Suddenly they stopped. The orange-haired one pointed ahead like he'd spotted something. Look there. Up ahead, Kyosuke was facing off against a huge swarm of dungeon monsters. finally caught up. A surge of energy radiated from his whole body, Kyosuke's eyes ice cold. He swept his hand in one motion, unleashing a roaring blaze straight toward them. Kyosuke raised his hand level with his head, summoning a swirling vortex of magic that spun relentlessly around his right palm. Then he thrust it forward. The tornado and flames surged ahead together with overwhelming force. Kyosuke's fire was so intense that as it swept through the monsters, they were incinerated instantly, no chance to flee. In mere moments, the massive horde from before had been reduced to ash, leaving the tunnel clear once more. The three who tailed him stood frozen in shock behind him. The glasses guy gaped wide-eyed. No way. The short one couldn't believe his eyes either. He took out a Class D monster all by himself. The orange-haired guy's stiff lips twitched into a grin. He pointed at Kyosuke, but more importantly, "Isn't that rare loot dropping?" Right in front of them, a glowing pouch overflowing with gem-like items sparkled, and more precious stones were scattered across the ground around it. The three scumbags' eyes lit up at the sight of that loot bag. Their mouths hung open. If we sell that, we could live easy for 6 months straight. They'd been watching, and Kyosuke was still crouched there, intently picking up the gems, showing no reaction to their presence. So they started scheming. "He still hasn't noticed us. What an idiot, that rare loot is ours now. Just kill him." No sooner said than done. The three sprang into their dirty little plan. One leaped forward. The orange-haired guy had already clung to the tunnel ceiling. The glasses guy looked up at his teammate's position and smirked. The short one was in place too. The glasses guy glanced over, nodding to confirm once more. The three robbers simultaneously unleashed their magic, attacking toward Kyosuke. "Right now, kill him." Our main character pulled his mask down and cursed under his breath, "Fucking hell." He activated his magic, spinning around in fury to shout at the pathetic cowards, "You think pulling this crap makes you clever or something?" Kyosuke used his ability to effortlessly dodge their water and wind-based attacks, no matter the era. Without wasting any effort, he slipped right through the blades of wind and pillars of water from the two of them. There's always trash like you trying to steal what belongs to others. The orange-haired guy and the split bangs one jumped down in panic, staring at Kyosuke. What, he dodged the attack? No way does he have eyes in the back of his head. The glasses guy refused to believe it. He summoned a fireball, leaped behind our main, and sneered, "Must have just gotten lucky, die." Kyosuke didn't dodge. Instead, he turned and channeled power into his fist. A direct punch slammed straight into the glasses guy's stomach, instantly snuffing out the fireball in his hand. Blood sprayed from the guy's mouth right away. The main's punch was so powerful it sent him flying back, his tall body crashing hard into the tunnel wall. Dust cleared, revealing a shattered section of the tunnel. The glasses guy lay sprawled against the dungeon wall unconscious, while Kyosuke casually continued his hunt. He spoke to the knocked-out scum, "For trash like you, I'll crush you without a shred of mercy." The two remaining teammates froze in terror, not daring to make a sound. Kyosuke stomped his foot on the ground. "I'm not above using you guys as stepping stones either." He looked like the Grim Reaper incarnate, eyes blazing with hatred as he glared at them. "For the grudge I'm carrying, it officially starts right now." The sky outside the gate remained just as clear and peaceful as ever. Right then, another person stepped into the dungeon. A handsome man in a cloak stood with arms crossed, exuding arrogance, subordinate of Iwako, Yoichi Tsudai. "I came here after hearing a student from the academy went into the dungeon alone." He looked at the three corpses lying on the ground. "But why are there newbie explorers dead here?" Iwako stared at the scene and wondered what the hell had actually happened. Cutting back to the outside world, it was already deep into the night, lights still on in one apartment building. Kyosuke sat in his room staring at the ID card in his hand. "In that Class D dungeon, I could have leveled up already and tested out void magic too." He focused on the info displayed on the card. His new skill was information concealment. Kyosuke grinned wickedly, "But it's not just faking levels. I can even erase dungeon entry records. Pretty damn useful, huh?" He flopped onto the bed, raised his phone to check the news. "Alright then, tomorrow's my first day at the academy, huh?" The phone screen showed a notification from the day before. "Pay up already. Wake up, you attribute-less loser." He frowned in annoyance as it clicked. "So that's how it is." The next morning, students were on their way to school. Kyosuke was slinging his backpack over his shoulder heading to class when someone called his name. "Kyosuke." He turned to look. A bubbly, energetic, super cute girl waved at him. His classmate, Asahi Karin. "Good morning, feeling better now?" Kyosuke replied politely, "Thanks, I'm fine." She looked really worried about him, and when he said he was okay, she let out a relieved sigh. "Phew, I was so worried about you." Kyosuke's gaze softened as he looked at the friend in front of him. So even Kyosuke had someone who cared. Just then, another voice cut into their conversation. Well, look who it is." Kyosuke tilted his head to see. The guy kept talking in a mocking tone. This the attribute-less punk who barely survived. Kyosuke looked over and saw three guys with green and red hair strutting toward him with sneering attitudes. "Since I had to protect a weak level 1 weakling like you, I deserve some compensation, right?" The leader strutted cockily. "You brought it with you, didn't you? I'm a little short on cash right now, so." Hearing that, he immediately remembered the message from last night. Yep, these assholes. Karin stepped forward to shield Kyosuke. She looked a bit scared but still bravely stood up for her friend. Stop it. Kyosuke just got out of the hospital. Her action surprised him quite a bit. He noticed her hand gripping the strap of her bag trembling nonstop. Kyosuke looked at Karin. He stepped in front of her. Thanks, but I'm good. The two lackeys behind burst out laughing like it was the funniest thing ever. Holy shit. Listen to this attribute-less shrimp talking tough. Don't act all hard just cause there's a girl watching. The leader cracked his knuckles with a smug attitude. Let me remind you, you're useless. You can't even use magic properly. You're the ones who need reminding of your place, Kyosuke shot back bluntly. The three stopped laughing instantly, looking like they couldn't believe he'd say that. What? Our main character stood before these bullies who'd tormented the old Kyosuke and reminded himself, unlike trash like you guys, don't worry kid. I'll make your name known across the world as the strongest adventurer. He raised his hand. I'm a man of my word. Kyosuke's action pissed the leader off big time. He summoned a fireball right above his head, losing control as he yelled at the main. What the hell are you babbling about? Karin saw it and anxiously warned, no way, using magic outside the dungeon breaks school rules. But the guy ignored her and snapped, shut up. This attribute-less trash is the one who's wrong for defying me. He hurled the fireball at Kyosuke. Take this. Kyosuke stood tall without flinching. Kyosuke furrowed his brow. His right hand also gathered fire magic. With a casual flick, his own fireball shot forward. Kyosuke's fireball was 3 times bigger than the other guys. The two spheres hurtled toward each other. A loud explosion rang out as the fireballs collided, scattering countless sparks between them. The two lackeys gaped in shock. No way, isn't that the same type of magic? Since when could he use that? The leader panicked too, unable to believe his eyes. What the? Kyosuke stared coldly at the bully. Is that all you've got? His words felt like a slap in the face to the thug. He gritted his teeth and hissed, damn you. The leader immediately turned to his goons. Hey, you idiots, stop standing there and take him out already. The two underlings followed orders and unleashed their magic at the main. Yes, sir, taste this. The same wind and water combo as those failed robbers in the dungeon. Our main didn't even drop his backpack. He raised one hand and simultaneously used water and wind magic. A single sweep of his hand sent magic clashing head-on with their attacks. The 3 bullies were genuinely terrified now. What the hell? How many types of magic can this guy even use? I've never heard of anything like this. While they were still freaking out, Kyosuke asked a short question that froze all 3 in place. Satisfied yet? Kyosuke snapped his fingers. Now it's my turn. A massive surge of mana erupted behind him, swirling like a storm. Kyosuke advanced step by step with clenched fists. Don't worry, I won't kill you guys at least. The 3 bullies finally panicked and bolted. Shit. The main's voice sounded like a demon from hell. Kyosuke, didn't you beg these guys for help? He grabbed the leader by the shoulder. So what did you do back then? His eyes now held zero emotion, cold and mechanical like a killing machine's. Whatever, I don't need to hear the answer anymore. He clamped one hand over the leader's mouth, making him sweat in terror. Scum like you guys, the leader desperately grabbed Kyosuke's arm with both hands but couldn't resist the overwhelming strength. Kyosuke coldly judged him, always spouting the same crap. The guy was already crying in fear, and because of that, no matter what you say, I won't stop this fist until it comes down. The main's hateful gaze locked onto the bully. His fist gathered power from countless different attributes. Without hesitation, he slammed a straight punch into the leader's face. Blood sprayed from the guy's nose instantly, and he blacked out. His whole body rocketed backward like it had a rocket strapped to it before finally stopping. The leader lay sprawled on the main road, smoking and completely motionless. Karin covered her mouth in horror. Asahi Kyosuke. The 2 lackeys frantically dragged their unconscious leader up. No one will look down on you anymore from now on. Kyosuke flashed a sinister grin. Let's walk this path together toward becoming the strongest adventurers. Apologies echoed throughout the school grounds. We're sorry, we're really sorry. The 2 lackeys were dragging their leader, who could barely walk anymore. We're sorry, okay, we're sorry. Once they'd gotten far enough away from our main character, the leader gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, damn it. Ever since he got out of the hospital, he's completely changed. Kyosuke closed his eyes and spoke softly. In the end, the guy really isn't anything special, while Karin peeked her head in curiously, still staying quiet. The 2 of them walked side by side down the hallway, every classmate watching them with unfriendly stares. Everyone gave them wary glances, then turned to whisper and gossip among themselves. Kyosuke noticed the strange attitude from his classmates. Am I drawing too much attention or something? Just as our main character and his classmate were about to step into the classroom, someone grabbed the shoulder of a male student behind them and spoke up. Hold on a second. The guy asked, you're Asahi Kyosuke, right? Kyosuke glanced back at whoever had spoken. A handsome, cold-faced guy tilted his head politely. You got a minute? Kyosuke wondered, who the hell is this? His eyes narrowed in suspicion, raising his guard. He looks like some noble type headache incoming. Should I just ignore him? Once he'd thought it through, he raised his hand with an awkward smile and turned down the guy behind him. Sorry, class is about to start, so. The other guy cut him off before he could finish. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. He stood tall right in the middle of the hallway. I'm Yoichi Tsudai, leader of the Gnawing Cats. Karin froze in surprise when she heard that and stared at him. Gnawing Cats. Kyosuke's face went ice cold. The club founded by Principal Iwako, right? Kyosuke's hand froze on the doorknob. Tsudai continued. I'll ask again, Asai. He gave a dark smile. Can you spare me a little time? Kyosuke stayed silent. Then he turned his head and smiled. If that's the case, looks like I don't have much choice. Scene shift to an empty classroom. Tsudai looked at him seriously. I'll get straight to the point. Were you the one who took down those adventurers found dead in the Class D dungeon last night? Kyosuke acted completely nonchalant, like it had nothing to do with him. What are you talking about? But inside his mind was racing with questions. That info should have been kept under wraps. How the hell does he know? Kyosuke's face turned cold as he stared at the guy in front of him. Tsudai kept pressing. I was told a student had entered the dungeon, so I went to investigate. Inside the dungeon, I found a notorious group of criminals who specialize in hunting newbies, but when I got there, they were just corpses on the ground. And more than that, Tsudai grimly described what he'd seen when Kyosuke used magic. This morning, you even used multi-attribute magic, right? Deep down, Kyosuke smirked to himself, so he doesn't know the specifics of my magic yet. Tsudai's tone grew sharper as he waved his hand. Now tell the truth, were you the one who beat them? Kyosuke turned and rummaged in his pocket. Since I got ambushed this morning, I honestly don't remember much of what happened. He pulled out his ID card with a helpless laugh. I'm only level 1, how could I possibly do something like that? Tsudai looked surprised at the card Kyosuke showed him. The info on it was crystal clear. The student ID really said level 1, and even listed the attribute as void. He stared at Kyosuke's harmless smiling face, inwardly looking down on him. Just some nobody wasting my time. Tsudai gritted his teeth in frustration. Then he turned, pushed the door open, and left. Before exiting the classroom, he tossed out, sorry for dragging you here. He paused at the door, turned back, and warned, don't do anything suspicious again. It'll be a real pain if I have to step in more. Kyosuke stood in the hallway watching Tsudai's back as he walked away. He thought to himself, that Tsudai guy. Looks like I can use him. Thinking that far, Kyosuke broke into a sly, treacherous smile. He can get close to Iwako without raising alarms. Is there a way to turn him into my pawn? He wondered, while picturing contact with the gullible Tsudai. Wait, isn't this the perfect moment to test that magic? Kyosuke's lips curled into a calculating grin. Scene shift to an office. Tsudai stood at attention, reporting what he'd investigated to a man sitting with his back turned toward the bookshelf. My report on last night's events in the Class D dungeon ends here. The man crossed his legs, propped his cheek on his hand while lounging in the chair. You made a mistake, huh? Heike, with his slick back, shiny hair and hands glittering with jewelry, frowned in reprimand. I told you to be careful when picking people to use, didn't I? Principal of Takugo Adventure Training Academy, one of the 5 holy stars, Iwako Heike. Tsudai bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry, I'll smooth things over right away. Heike stood up. Of course you will. He walked right up to Tsudai, who was still bowed low. If your involvement with the newbie hunting gets exposed, I'll get criticized too. Heike grabbed Tsudai's face and yanked it up to meet his gaze. His demonic expression terrified Tsudai. Don't forget that if anything goes wrong, even you get thrown out on the spot. Tsudai bowed even lower and shouted, I understand, Principal Iwako. In a corner where Heike couldn't see, Tsudai gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, why do I have to clean up this trash? If I'd known it'd turn out like this, I would have squeezed way more hush money out of those bastards. Turns out, he wasn't any better either. He'd been taking bribes from the robbers Kyosuke had run into earlier. He clenched his jaw hard, calming his rage after getting scolded. Heike had already returned to his desk anyway. There's still one thing I don't get. Tsudai looked up curiously. What is it, sir? He picked up his tablet. According to your report, the student in question would have to be at least a 3rd year. But no 3rd year entered the dungeon last night. The tablet screen clearly showed that. Heike set the tablet back on its stand. So then, they must have been killed by monsters while hunting newbies, and you're lying to cover it up. He clasped his hands behind his back, walked past Tsudai, and stated it matter-of-factly, making the guy's face go pale. He stopped at the window, hands still clasped behind him, gazing out at the clear blue sky. It's more realistic than thinking one of my students single-handedly beat a group of newbie hunters. Tsudai seemed to get it, so that's how it is. Heike didn't turn around exactly. Unless something extremely unusual happened. Tsudai's eyes widened in surprise at that. Huh. Tsudai recalled what Heike meant by unusual. Maybe the unusual part is Kyosuke's student ID showing void attribute and level 1. He quickly spoke up. Principal Iwako, is it possible this has something to do with a special attribute? Heike rested his hand on his chin, tilted his head in thought. A special attribute, huh? That's definitely possible. Hearing that, Tsudai looked like he just realized something interesting and smirked. Tsudai placed a hand on his chest, brimming with confidence. Principal Iwako, please let me handle this. His target shifted right back to our main character Kyosuke. I'll take care of it quickly. Sudai grinned wickedly with malicious eyes, making his promise. I'll resolve this problem completely. On the wall, a single torch blazed, wildly scattering bright red embers into the air. A few guys in matching outfits unleashed massive surges of power, all aimed in the same direction. Spotting the frenzied monkey in front of them, one guy hurriedly shouted, I saw it run that way. Suddenly, the monkey swelled to enormous size. It let out a terrifying roar, its blood-red eyes glaring like it wanted to devour everything around it. Right then, someone focused a torrent of power into their palm, forming a swirling vortex-like circle. That blast of energy shot straight into the rampaging monkey, making it scream in agony. The students watched in terror as the monkey slowly collapsed in front of them, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Studai was the one who'd just taken down the beast. He raised his voice to the others. Students, stay in formation, don't break ranks. The trainees who'd witnessed his display looked at him with pure admiration, all murmuring in unison. Yoichi's amazing. After all, he was handpicked by Principal Iwako. Maybe I should join the gnawing cats too. Studai stood silently gazing at the pile of monster corpses. He spoke softly. All right, I've cleared out every monster in this area. The group behind him shouted in unison, nice work, Yoichi. Hearing that, he turned and walked away, leaving instructions. I'm leaving the rest to you guys. The students replied, got it. Now then, time to do what I actually came here for, Studai muttered to himself, slipping one hand inside his coat to grab something. Studai pulled out a small chain with a strange surface on one end and gently placed it in his palm. Reveal the location of Asai Kyosuke. With those words, he hurled the chain forward, channeling a mystical green energy into it. The chain stretched out at incredible speed. The hand holding the other end felt a strong pull guiding him. Studai thought to himself, just as I figured, he's way farther from the other students. Following the chain's lead, Studai quickened his pace, not sure what he's planning, but that works in my favor. Studai started imagining things, his thoughts growing darker. If that's the case, then no one will suspect his death is anything but a tragic accident. I just happened to stumble upon Asai, that's all. Stuff like this happens all the time in dungeons anyway. Thinking that, Studai broke into a sly, wicked grin. As if remembering something, he pondered. First, there was that incident with the trainee hunters. Then all the trouble starting from the moment he got discharged from the hospital. He recalled the scene he'd witnessed from above. Plus, I'm really curious about what they were talking about. Studai remembered the time in the classroom. Back then, he'd asked in annoyance, is that for real? A group of young guys knelt trembling before him, some with bandaged faces. One red-haired guy rushed to explain. It's true, trust me, that attributeless freak attacked us using the exact same magic we do. Not only that, the bastard created a massive flame we'd never seen before. The blonde guy's voice shook like he was reliving pure terror. In the blonde guy's memory, Kyosuke walked forward with a colossal flame, towering dozens of times larger than his body, roaring behind him. Studai stared at them in disbelief. I can't believe this. Suddenly, he stood up and said calmly, all right, I've heard everything I needed to. The group panicked, trembling as they asked, so then? Studai, who had started to leave, paused and said coldly, hey, educate these losers properly. I don't need weak trash who lose to a nobody like that. No, that's not what you promised. The red-haired one screamed, reaching out to chase after him, but was held back by the others. A green-haired guy covered in facial wounds suddenly spoke up, that guy. That guy has, the words made Studai stop just as he was about to walk away. He's not human anymore, saying that. The guy's face twisted in horror like he'd seen a demon, his eyes vacant and lifeless. Now guided by the chain, Studai arrived at a vast open area, footsteps echoing everywhere. As he walked, he thought about that guy's terrified expression, that fear wasn't normal. Studai told himself, to be sure, I put him through the gnawing cat special class, but he only showed extremely strong illusions. He kept walking. Behind him lay scattered defeated monster corpses. He must have used some artifact or something. I'm pretty sure he took out those trainee hunters with dirty tricks. Thinking that, he smirked smugly. Studai looked down at the path ahead, spotting a goblin corpse riddled with wounds lying on the ground. Another monster corpse. Did Asai Kyosuke do this too? He wondered, feeling puzzled. He examined the blood on the creature, analyzing it himself. Just a single ordinary strike. Looks like what they said wasn't complete nonsense after all. But this power, nothing scary about it, he said, his face brimming with arrogance. Studai thought of Hideki, the principal of Takugo Academy, inwardly judging. Even Iwako, the one kicked out of the 5 holy stars, could do this much. His thoughts filled with certainty. Right now, I have no choice but to follow his orders, but one day I'll surpass him. And I'll take his place at the head of the 5 holy stars ruling the world. Studai indulged in wild fantasies. A smug smile spread across his face, his eyes gazing forward, growing deeper and more ambitious. He calculated silently, but to pull that off, no one can know about my connection to those trainee hunters. As for Asai Kyosuke, the guy who could cause more trouble later, I need to make sure a little unfortunate accident happens to him by chance. He grinned, his mouth stretching ear to ear. The chain kept pulling him forward. Studai muttered, "He's gotta be around here somewhere." Finally, the chain in his hand slowed like it had reached its target. He reeled it in and hid behind a corner to peek out. Alright, what the hell is he doing in a place like this? Studai looked over and his face twisted in horror, eyes widening, cold sweat pouring nonstop, as if he'd seen something terrifying. Right in front of him, Kyosuke sat casually atop a pile of monster corpses. A smug grin spread across his face as he spoke. "You're late, I've been waiting so long I got bored." Studai quickly ducked back behind the wall, his whole body trembling. He thought, my presence should have been completely hidden. Kyosuke smiled calmly, asking, "So you're wondering how I detected you, right, Yoichi?" Studai gritted his teeth, eyes filled with disgust. He thought, can he read my mind or something? At that moment, Studai stepped out angrily, demanding, "What the hell are you anyway?" Hearing that, Kyosuke replied calmly, "I heard Owako picked you, but you're not as impressive as I expected." Kyosuke looked down, his gaze ice cold, his voice dropping low. "The way you hunt newbies and rake in their money, it's exactly like that coward Owako." Studai's face flushed with anger. "What? How do you know about that?" Kyosuke jumped down, speaking slowly. "Yoichi, do you really enjoy tormenting others that much?" Light fell across his back, making his whole figure radiate power. He asked softly, "But you've never understood what it feels like to be the one hunted, right? Now I'll teach you that feeling," Kyosuke declared coldly. "With this kind of magic, I'll make you pay for everything." He said, his face utterly cold as he stared at the guy in front of him, his expression mixing with eager excitement. Seeing Kyosuke's overwhelming presence right now, Studai roared in fury, "You're a dangerous piece of shit." "Way too dangerous," he growled, his eyes burning with even more rage. But the moment the words left his mouth, he summoned his sword, a blinding golden blade, radiating an otherworldly surge of power. "For the sake of my ambition." Studai charged forward, attacking while boldly declaring, "I'll defeat you here no matter what it takes." Kyosuke casually sidestepped the strike, his whole body relaxed, hands still shoved in his pockets like he couldn't be bothered. Kyosuke gathered power in his palm, his voice dripping with mockery. "Is that seriously all you've got? Is this your real strength?" He unleashed the flame from his hand. It roared, massive, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Studai swung his sword, his tone still arrogantly loud. "You really think you can beat me with that level of power?" Right after saying it, Studai looked up only to see a mysterious green bolt of lightning hurtling toward him. On pure reflex, Studai raised his sword to block the incoming attack. A few loose stones tumbled down at his feet. But then a golden aura enveloped them. Surprisingly, the stones lifted off the ground as if ready to strike back. Studai gripped his sword tighter, shifting into a full combat stance. Studai glared at him in fury, gritting his teeth. Damn it, he really can use multi-attribute magic. "What the hell is your void attribute even about?" he started to say, but before he finished, Kyosuke lunged from behind, his eyes razor sharp. Studai's eyes widened like he'd sensed something. He spun around just in time, raising his sword to block the strike in a flash. "You bastard, you're always getting in the way of my plans." Studai spat each word through clenched teeth. After the clash, both were knocked back, sliding across the ground, leaving long trails in the dirt. Kyosuke spoke indifferently, "Your plans, huh?" Studai shot back full of confidence. "Exactly, one day I'll surpass Iwako." He laughed loudly, spilling out his ambition. "Then I'll replace him and become one of the 5 holy stars." Kyosuke asked coldly, staring at the guy in front of him. "Why Iwako? Why him specifically?" "There are other 5 holy stars, aren't there?" Studai narrowed his eyes, smirking slowly. "Because he's the one who got kicked out of the 5 holy stars. If I take that spot, I'll have the right to rule the world," he said like it was the most obvious thing ever. Suddenly he paused, then grinned happily. "So if you think about it, targeting the weakest one makes perfect sense, right?" Kyosuke turned his head, his face twisted in disgust at Studai's filthy scheme. He spat out one word, "Pathetic." Studai heard it and immediately snapped, "What did you just say?" A mystical green light shimmered around Kyosuke. He rested the sword on his shoulder, propping one hand on it as he spoke to Studai. "I was actually worried you'd gotten close to Iwako first. But if your ambitions are this pathetic, then I don't have anything to worry about." Kyosuke looked down, his entire face radiating disgust and contempt for Studai's actions. Hearing those words, Studai, who had been smug, suddenly lost control, his eyes bulging as he stared at Kyosuke standing there. The guy gripped his sword in rage and charged, screaming, "Shut your damn mouth. What's wrong with wanting power? What's wrong with wanting money and women?" He swung his sword furiously, attacking while yelling. He shouted right in Kyosuke's face, trying to justify himself. "True strength is the kind where you can trample over anyone and no one dares say a word. That's the power I want." He roared face to face with Kyosuke, who remained eerily calm. Studai grinned, savagely full of ambition. "If I become one of the 5 holy stars, I can do whatever I want, and once I get that position, I'll find the saintess's weakness and then I'll make that woman mine." Studai voiced his vile, twisted thoughts, the kind that would make anyone who heard them feel utter contempt. The two kept clashing. Kyosuke replied coolly, "Looks like what you're saying isn't even worth listening to. Time to end this." With that, Kyosuke delivered a powerful sword strike, sending his opponent flying back hard. Studai looked up at the cracked, shattered fragments of his own sword, crying out in fear. No way, my sword. Kyosuke tossed his own sword aside thanks to your pointless rambling. I've finished preparing that magic. Upon hearing that, Studai panicked. Don't come any closer, don't. Now let's see how you dance, Kyosuke said coldly, his dark eyes glinting with sharpness. The moment he spoke, Kyosuke closed in and cast a spell on him. Absolute hypnosis. Right after it activated, Studai, who had been struggling, went completely still, his face turning blank and vacant. Then he toppled over like a statue, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Kyosuke gazed down thoughtfully, thinking to himself, this magic requires breaking the target's spirit first, but once it's triggered. Hey, stand up. After Kyosuke's command, Studai's joints started moving stiffly. He rose as if lifted by some invisible force, his body still rigid like a wooden puppet. Studai tilted his head, responding in a lifeless monotone. Yes, sir, I've stood up. Kyosuke smirked, enjoying the sight, thinking, looks like it worked perfectly. He gave the order slowly, for now focus on completing your mission. I'll give further instructions later. Studai replied strangely, yes, I understand. Kyosuke felt a slight annoyance and commanded, go back to speaking normally. After that, the other's eyes lit up, returning to normal, no longer empty like before. Studai turned and walked back the way he came. I'll return to lead the group. Kyosuke watched him walk away slowly, his expression mysterious and unreadable. Suddenly, Kyosuke smiled, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Right then, as Kyosuke stepped out from the dark spot, a sweet voice called out. Karin ran over worried. Kyosuke, where have you been? I was so worried. Kyosuke smiled back, looking a little apologetic. Sorry, I was just talking with Yoichi for a bit. Karin looked surprised. Huh, with Yoichi, what did you two talk about? The guy replied calmly, just a little about turning dreams into reality. Karin smiled. Did you get any good advice then? He thought back to Studai's vacant, hypnotized face and couldn't help feeling a thrill of amusement, but stayed calm. Yeah, I got some really great advice. Thanks to it, one of my dreams is definitely going to come true. Karin said happily, I hope your dream comes true soon. Kyosuke, hearing that, he replied, yeah, I hope so too. Just then someone shouted, the special class is almost over, all students gather immediately. Karin heard the announcement and hurried him. Come on, Kyosuke, we can't get left behind. Watching Karin's back as she walked ahead, Kyosuke thought to himself, I'm really glad I joined this class. Because in the end, I've got my hands on a pawn that Owako would never suspect. He smiled, a smile mixed with genuine amusement and a subtle, hard-to-spot satisfaction. In the principal's office at Takugo Academy, Hideki lounged in his plush principal's chair, swiveling around with an irritated glance at the person in front of him before asking, so what, any progress on that trainee hunter mess? Studai bowed, respectfully handing over a file. Yes, sir, just as predicted, a student with a special ability is involved in the incident. The file belonged to someone we all know well, with the familiar student ID photo attached. The student is Isai Kyosuke, first year with the void attribute. Studai reported seriously to his master. I detained him at the usual spot and interrogated him. He admitted to using multi-attribute magic to defeat the trainee hunters. Hearing that, Hideki suddenly paused, sensing something off. He shot a suspicious look. What multi-attribute magic? What are you talking about? Just as he'd expected, Hideki would be caught off guard by what he'd gathered. Studai smirked wickedly inside. But he didn't fully confess not wanting to blow the plan, so he said, the details aren't clear yet. If you give me more time, I'm confident I'll uncover everything. Then the guy added, oh, by the way, it's been a while since we worked together. Why don't you handle this one personally, principal? His face twisted into a sly, dangerous grin, lips curling like he was plotting something nasty. Hideki didn't suspect a thing. He tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling, thinking for a moment before agreeing, sounds not bad. He cracked his knuckles with pops, his eyes filled with bored hunger for fresh entertainment. It's been ages since I tortured anyone. I'll make sure to repay him properly for all the trouble he's caused both me and you. Studai didn't hesitate, then before he could finish, the phone rang, cutting him off. Hideki frowned at the desk phone ringing, wondering who the hell was calling at this hour. Hideki waved his hand dismissively, signaling the other to leave first. I'll catch up later. Yes, sir, see you then. Studai bowed deeply and backed out. Hideki picked up the receiver. Owako speaking. A sharp feminine voice came through. Oh, isn't this the great principal himself? Thank you so much for choosing our company in yesterday's bidding. Hideki recognized the voice instantly and snapped, cut the act. Lei Ryuoxi on the other end was a stunning woman who looked ultra-sophisticated, clearly some big shot with short hair styled impeccably, radiating wealth. She smiled. Didn't fall for it, huh? Anyway, we're partners sharing those government subsidies, right? She was the CEO of Lei Company, one of the 5 holy stars. Lei Ryuoxi. Hideki leaned back comfortably. You're still the same, huh? I don't have time for games. Since he had to personally handle that other matter, he brushed her off. Sorry, but I'm busy. Let's talk another time. Ryuoxi mocked right back. A guy who rules the academy and pockets cash for himself. What could possibly keep you so busy? Hit right in the sore spot, Hideki snapped. Watch your mouth. But something else demanded his attention more so. His anger cooled. Forget it, Hideki said. I'm investigating a student with the void attribute. Ryuoxi sounded surprised. Void attribute, huh? What can a failure like that even do? Hideki didn't explain much, just brushed it off. Yeah, but still, it's a special attribute. His expression and tone shifted instantly, so anything could happen right. Ryuoxi thought for a moment, her beautiful face taking on a somewhat terrifying expression. She spoke up, "You mean something like Kaiwakiro's time magic." The familiar name made Haiki's face change. He gripped the phone tighter, eyes blazing with hatred. Haiki yelled into the receiver, "Don't mention that name, it makes me sick." To avoid going deaf, Ryuoxi pulled the phone away, chuckling, "You're still as hot-headed as ever, huh?" Her eyes held the same loathing for that name. She sympathized, "But I don't blame you. Ever since he awakened that power, the balance of power among adventurers completely shifted. Ever since he awakened that power, the balance of power among adventurers completely shifted." Her red lips curved into a dangerous smile. She didn't want to interrupt. "All right then, I'll contact you later." "Talk soon." The line went dead with a beep beep. After hanging up, Haiki flipped, instantly slamming the phone down, cursing, "That selfish vixen." But it wasn't just Ryuoxi making him furious, it was also the old friend they'd mentioned. He grumbled, "Even so, hearing that cursed name after all these years still pisses me off." Haiki's face darkened, his eyes scheming something. He growled, "Then isn't right now the perfect time to vent all this rage?" Sometime later, Haiki followed Sudai's lead, heading alone to investigate that special first-year student walking through the woods just a few steps from the factory. As he approached the door, thinking, "Now how should I torture him?" Waterboarding, pulling nails, a parade of horrific punishments flashed through his mind. At the door, a lock appeared. Haiki used his fingerprint to unlock it. His face looked utterly evil. Thrilled at the prospect of indulging his twisted hobby of tormenting others, he grinned wickedly, "I'll unload all the rage I can't take out on Kaiwakiro onto you." The door activated, he said, satisfied. "Good, it's open." Haiki pushed it open, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Sudai." But inside, the factory was empty, not a soul in sight. No Sudai, just old equipment and parts scattered around. Unexpectedly, Haiki was caught off guard. "What the hell, no one's here." While he was distracted, Sudai raised his sword, striking from behind. Haiki sensed it, spun around, seeing the glowing blade coming down. His eyes widened in shock. But with his deep power, he caught the descending blade between just 2 fingers without even turning fully. Haiki's face twisted in rage at the betrayal, gritting his teeth. "Looks like you've underestimated me." "Probably that arrogance from all the praise, right, Sudai?" The guy froze, panic flashing in his eyes, his carefully laid plan crumbling. Haiki erupted in fury, his palm glowing as he prepared a counterattack. "You really thought you could beat me with that?" A long golden chain materialized, writhing, quickly wrapping around Sudai. Haiki's eyes murderous, ready to eliminate him instantly. He yanked hard. In a flash, the chain bound Sudai tightly from head to toe. It even gagged him, hoisting him upside down high in the air. After securing Sudai, he kicked him hard in fury. "No way, a guy like you could ever be my match." Bound and helpless, Sudai couldn't even cry out as the kick sent him crashing painfully. Haiki stepped closer, saying, "You picked the wrong enemy, you piece of shit." Sudai struggled, desperately terrified, watching the footsteps approach. Haiki loomed right in front, gripping his fists in rage. "You destroyed yourself over stupid ambitions, Yoichi Sudai." A voice rang out, "Still as foolish as ever, huh?" Haiki jolted, heart skipping, realizing someone else had been here the whole time unnoticed. He spun around, stammering, Who's there?" From the shadows, Kyosuke stepped out. "Kneel before the strong exploit the weak." He looked at the man in front of him mockingly. "You're still as greedy and idiotic as back then." Haiki's eyes bulged in fury. Someone daring to act bold on his turf. He threatened, "Who the hell are you insulting me? I'm the damn principal." "Still the same old you, always using authority and power to bully others." Kyosuke walked forward, calmly, hands in pockets, self-destructing over foolish ambitions. "Sounds like the perfect self-introduction for you, Iwako." Haiki. Hearing that, Haiki boiled over, face red, veins bulging as blood rushed to his head. He roared, "Who the fuck are you, bastard?" Kyosuke strode out, coolly, hands in pockets in his school uniform. Haiki yelled, "I'll expel you, give me your student ID number." The angrier Haiki got, the more Kyosuke enjoyed it. He smirked soothingly, There, calm down. Finally, we've reached this point, so let's take our time and chat, just the two of us." Kyosuke had waited for this day for so long. The irreconcilable grudge from his past life would be settled slowly. Outside, the sunset was falling, dyeing the treetops in nostalgic gold. It was the perfect scene to settle old scores from the past. Seeing Haiki losing his cool, Kyosuke calmly suggested, "Why don't we have a little chat?" Iwako Haiki, he boldly called the man in front of him by name straight up. He was supposed to be the principal of a major academy, yet this puny student dared address him directly. Haiki ground his teeth. "You mocking me?" His hand glowed again, just like when he'd faced Sudai earlier. Rocks and dirt of all sizes around them rose into the air, controlled by his power. Haiki clenched his fist, eyes blazing with rage, full of confidence. "I'll show you just how vast the gap in strength is between us. Take this advanced earth magic." From the ground, a massive hand rose, mimicking his own, but 100 times bigger, made entirely of rock and soil. The gigantic hand soared high. It clenched into a colossal fist, hurtling forward like a punch. Haiki's pupils glowed gold as he channeled his earth power, his own fist mirroring the giant one, clenching tight. His lips curled in contempt. "A student like you can't possibly dodge this." He thrust his powerful fist toward Kyosuke, roaring, "Die!" Instantly, instead of moving himself, the giant fist flew straight at Kyosuke under his control. Kyosuke stood there unflinching and defiant even as the fist loomed right in front of him. A tremendous collision erupted, dirt and debris flying everywhere, thick clouds of dust swallowing everything. Hideki threw his head back, laughing in deep satisfaction. This is what you get for a mediocre student daring to defy me. In the smoke after the attack, the factory's silhouette flickered, half collapsed, the ground cracked from the sheer force, no sign of anyone inside anymore. With power like that, an ordinary student would be pulverized or at least dying. Hideki smirked smugly. Guess I went a bit overboard, huh? Maybe I need to find another spot for some real torture. Still, I don't even know who you are, but I'll stick around to watch you die. The explosion's dust had speckled his face with mud, so he reached into his coat for a handkerchief to wipe it. Hideki wiped his face, slowly walking toward the collapsed factory to witness Kyosuke's end, grumbling. What a damn hassle. Then he froze, staring ahead in shock. As the smoke cleared, a figure still stood tall and untouched right in the same spot at the heart of the ruins, like nothing had happened. Hideki halted. What? Kyosuke walked slowly toward him. Though he'd initially suggested peace, the other guy had rudely started the fight first, so Kyosuke furrowed his brow calmly. I said I just wanted to talk a bit. He wasn't scratched, not even dirty. Hideki was utterly stunned. What, you're completely unharmed after my advanced magic? No student has ever done that. He pointed furiously, demanding, who the hell are you? Spit out your name. Kyosuke smiled, rubbing his chin provocatively. Who am I, huh? You still don't know who I am? His face darkened, eyes flashing with accusation right back. Of course, reincarnation was beyond anything he could imagine, so he snapped. What, I don't know some bastard like you? Quit screwing around, tell me your name. Kyosuke rubbed the back of his neck, smirking softly. I'm honestly pretty heartbroken, Ikawo. Have you really forgotten me already? The way he looked right now was exactly like Kawakiro, his old friend from the past who'd once spoken to him in that same tone. Hideki's face drained of color, his mouth trembling. No, you can't be. He was utterly horrified, legs buckling slightly, turning his face away, refusing to accept it. Impossible. Hideki couldn't believe his eyes, clutching his head desperately. That guy was clearly. His eyes lit up, remembering something, the fear vanishing from his face. That damn bastard. Stop with the cheap act. You watched the news about the past, right? He glared at Kyosuke with utter contempt. He gritted his teeth. That guy Masato Kawakiro. He raised his hand, channeling a vivid green power. Hideki roared in fury. He's dead already. A massive tornado swirled with countless rocks and dirt spiraling around it. Kyosuke closed his eyes, sighing, looking at his old friend. He stepped closer slowly. You've always been like this, only believing what suits you, ignoring anything you don't like. Hideki lost all composure, panic raging inside, but outside he snarled viciously. Shut your mouth, come any closer and I'll crush you. Kyosuke smirked. So that's how it is. You've been swayed by the sweet words of those around you. As he spoke, he gathered magic, a small golden orb forming and growing in his palm, unnoticed by Hideki, who was too panicked by the words. Kyosuke questioned sharply, and that's exactly why you betrayed me, Masato Kawakiro, right? His gaze pierced straight through Hideki's soul, the deepest hatred not from outsiders but from his closest friend. Hit right in the heart, Hideki bellowed, shut up, and hurled his attack with full fury. But since he'd chosen to step out openly, Kyosuke had already planned for it. Eyes blazing, he raised his hand, gathering power. As Hideki's strike flew in, Kyosuke unleashed his magic. A golden beam sliced right through the green earth attack. Hideki's strike was nullified, instantly disintegrating before his stunned eyes. He gaped in shock, muttering, that magic. It's exactly what Kawakiro used back then. In his memory, that old friend had used a similar move to wipe out monsters. The redirected attack slammed into the nearby ground with a massive boom, kicking up thick smoke. The two men faced each other like strangers and old acquaintances at once, trees whipping wildly from the explosion's force. Hideki dropped to his knees. No way. He couldn't believe his eyes. We definitely sealed him in the dungeon. Looking at his broken old friend, Kyosuke walked over, explaining, I was imprisoned. And thrown into the depths of despair, Kyosuke bowed his head, staring at the despicable Hideki in front of him, eyes glowing with hatred from his past life. Hideki stammered, you really are Masato Kawakiro. Kyosuke knelt on one knee. Took quite a while, huh? He broke into a bright, genuine smile. Long time no see, I'm really glad you still remember me, Owako. Hideki knelt on the ground, looking up in a daze, hesitantly asking, you're Masato Kawakiro. Suddenly he shot to his feet with firm determination. He waved his hand, shouting, don't take me for an idiot, that would mean he's dead, and came back to this world. Stubbornly clinging to his own belief, Hideki once again channeled his skill without hesitation. He declared decisively, full of murderous intent, if you're a ghost, then stay quiet in the afterlife. This time not just one but 5 attacks launched simultaneously straight at Kyosuke. Kyosuke lightly shifted his footing. He effortlessly dodged every single one of Hideki's moves without even using his hands, keeping them tucked casually casually in his pockets. Kyosuke looked up high. The earth fist controlled by Heidki immediately slammed down hard from above straight toward the ground. He dodged it with perfect rhythm once more. Heidki clicked his tongue in irritation, cursing, "Arrogant little punk." He calculated inwardly, but I have to seize the upper hand. Even back when we were the Gold Seekers, I never joined the fights, so even now the other holy stars still mock me for it. Rage boiled inside Heidki. He clenched his fist hard, gritting his teeth. But that doesn't mean I'm weak. Right away, Heidki spun lightly like a conductor, directing the rocks and dirt around him into a raging storm, green-blue power shimmering through it all. Heidki declared proudly, "This is my ultimate technique, perfected over 20 years earth and wind dual magic." Countless rocks, big and small, were swept up by the whirlwind, charging forward like a hailstorm. He opened his mouth, roaring, "Take this." The stones hurtled at blinding speed like streaks of light. Wind currents carrying the debris rushed and leaving trails of powerful green-blue light. The stone rain crashed straight down on Kyosuke's position with devastating force. Under such relentless assault, the ground exploded, dirt and rocks scattering everywhere. Exhausted from combining multiple powers, Heidki dropped to one knee, panting but still smug. "How's that? This is my strongest spell." He peered carefully through the explosion smoke and flying leaves, thick black dust everywhere. Staring at the dark smoke ahead, unlike the previous attack this time, Kyosuke hadn't countered with magic. He thought inwardly, he's not fighting back. Heidki's face lit up with joy. He let out a soft chuckle. Then he threw his head back, screaming in ecstasy, "I did it, I really did it." His face twisted with greed, evil, and malice fueled by ambition. He roared open-mouthed, "I defeated that bastard Misato Kawakairo." Heidki raised his fist in triumph, finally achieving what he'd failed at in the past, mocking, "You thought after all these years I'd still be the same idiot no matter how strong your time attribute was. It's all in the past now. How many years do you think have passed? 20 years, 20 damn years. The me you knew back then isn't the me of today anymore." With the accomplishment of defeating Kawakairo, he could probably brag about it for life, partly restoring his confidence and proving his current strength. Heidki said, satisfied, "Don't underestimate me." The guy grinned wickedly. 20 years have passed, my level has skyrocketed, it's only natural, I'm stronger now. Heidki breathed a sigh of relief, having eliminated his enemy, while feeling pleased with the outcome. He narrowed his eyes, thinking of his rivals. "Finally, I took down Kawakairo, now they won't look down on me anymore. The truly strongest among the 5 holy stars is me." Heidki descended into complete madness, his face twisted with every vile thought inside him. A voice rang out, "All done." Heidki's face darkened, pupils shrinking in terror. He panicked. Kyosuke stood perfectly unharmed, calmly brushing dust off his clothes. Heidki's face fell, pointing and yelling, How is this possible? You took all those hits and still." Kyosuke smiled in admiration. "You've learned some pretty strong spells, truly a hero of this era." A strange white halo had appeared around him at some point. Kyosuke said, "Now I can finally let loose without holding back." Accompanied by a wide grin that crinkled his eyes, he clenched his fist, powerful energy surging with multicolored sparks. Heidki went pale, terror flooding his mind. This guy's a monster. He tried to steady himself, but "I can't back down, not after everything I've done to reach this day." Heidki refused to give up, channeling earth magic again. "I won't let you mock me anymore." A massive earth hand rushed toward Kyosuke's position. It instantly clamped around him, squeezing tight. Heidki thought triumphantly, "Got him." But Kyosuke disappointed him again. He said lightly, "Oh, come on. You still bark as loud as ever, huh?" Kyosuke used water magic to counter the crushing grip. Since Heidki's power was earth meeting water, it turned into soft, sloppy mud, losing its hand shape and crumbling away. Kyosuke taunted, "You thought that was enough to beat me." The transformed mud turned back toward Heidki. Heidki panicked, "No, don't. Stay away." He used wind magic to push it back. Kyosuke flicked his hand, creating a similar wind trail, but while Heidki's was green-blue, his glowed jade-green. Kyosuke's wind magic formed a huge vortex, sucking in all of Heidki's wind spells. The tornado grew wider and wider with overwhelming force, kicking up thick dust. Heidki had to shield his face from the powerful gale. The vortex closed in closer and closer. Hit by his own redirected attack, Heidki tumbled backwards, slamming his head into a nearby tree, crying out in pain. Not done yet, Kyosuke summoned fire magic, standing right in front of him. Heidki scrambled back in fear. Knowing he couldn't win, Heidki dropped to his knees, begging, "I'm sorry, Kawakairo, I beg you, please spare me." He looked utterly pathetic, clothes and face smeared with mud. Heidki slammed his forehead to the ground. "I'm sorry for what happened 20 years ago, so please." Facing his desperate pleas, Kyosuke stayed silent, pressing his lips tight. While Heidki kept his head bowed, he secretly smirked slyly. "Kawakairo was always a soft-hearted idiot. If I do this, he'll definitely. Some things never change." He still only cared about his own benefit. Facing his desperate pleas, Kyosuke stayed silent, pressing his lips tight. Contrary to his expectations, Kyosuke replied coldly, "Shut your mouth." Heidki jerked his head up in shock. Huh, what did you say? This is exactly how you tricked me back then. You think I'd let that happen again? Kyosuke's aura turned terrifying, his face darkened, the hatred from back, then burning strong, forgiving him so easily wouldn't do justice to what he'd endured. Hearing that, Hideki scrambled up in fear. Wait, Kawakiro, we used to be friends, right? Kyosuke's rage-peaked eyes flashing with killing intent, he growled, you have no right to say that, especially after turning me into a vengeful demon. His fist gathered power. He slammed a merciless punch straight into Hideki's hated face. Not just one, he rained down blow after blow on the man's body, repaying the grudge carried from his past life to now. Pummeled so badly Hideki couldn't fight back, blood spraying from his mouth. Deep down he regretted, I shouldn't have. Kyosuke in front of him now looked like a demon come to punish his crimes. Hideki gasped in agony, I shouldn't have messed with this guy. Finally, a powerful palm strike sent Hideki rocketing miles away like a missile, crashing through massive trees. Hideki slammed headfirst into a trunk. Kyosuke stood before him saying, you should thank me for not killing you. I still have one question for you. Hideki in front of him was now just an empty shell, completely unconscious, body scorched by fire, frozen by ice, covered in bruises, mouth foaming. Seeing him like that, Kyosuke said, but you're not hearing me anymore, are you? The setting sun illuminated half of Kyosuke's face, his cold eyes fixed on the betrayer, finally settling part of the long-standing grudge. Hideki slowly opened his eyes, pain throbbing through every inch of his body. Kyosuke looked down from above, his voice ice cold. Hey, finally awake, huh? Hideki panicked, scrambling backward 100 meters in terror. His face pale as death, voice trembling, he shouted, please don't kill me. Kyosuke gave a faint smirk tinged with contempt. Oh, come on, I'm not gonna kill you. He tilted his head slightly, casual yet terrifying. But his pupils flashed golden. He spoke low and threatening. You will answer my question though, right? His hand reached calmly into his coat like he was searching for something. All right, first things first. He pulled out a phone, the screen glowing with a contact name. Tell me about this woman. Hideki's eyes widened slightly in recognition. He jolted upright. My phone. But Kyosuke just stared coldly at the top name in the call history. Today this person named Lei called you. The gentle expression on Kyosuke's face twisted into anger. What exactly did you two talk about? Sweat rolled down Hideki's cheek, his voice hesitant. It was because Lei is coming to Japan in 3 days, so I thought she wanted to discuss that, but... A knowing smile curved Kyosuke's lips like he'd already pieced it together. I see. Memories of the betrayal flooded back. In 3 days Lei will. His grip loosened, confidence returning to his handsome features. I've decided what to do. Hideki hurriedly caught the phone as Kyosuke tossed it. Here, take it back for now, just act normal with Lei. Suddenly, Kyosuke pressed a finger to his lips, signaling secrecy. But don't breathe a word to her about who I am. He pointed firmly at Hideki, declaring, while you were out, I placed a curse on your heart. A slow flame flickered in his palm. If you tell her who I am. He clenched his fist, the flame exploding into a terrifying blast. Hideki's face turned deathly pale, lifeless. Boom, remember to keep your word. Kyosuke turned his back, walking away, leaving him behind. Deep down, he felt satisfied knowing he'd fooled Hideki. I never actually used that magic. Right now, Hideki clutched his head in terror, lips pressed tight. But with Iwako's personality, a scare like that is more than enough. Finally, he collapsed fully to the ground, all willpower gone. I won't use absolute hypnosis on you, Iwako, because I want you to despair while fully conscious. A sinister smile silently spread across Kyosuke's face. Flight attendants carefully pushed the cart down the aisle. 3 days later. Ryuoxi gazed thoughtfully at the hazy view outside the airplane window. Her bodyguard beside her whispered low, Miss Lei, we're almost there. The flight attendant's announcement played softly. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be landing shortly at. Suddenly a scream drew her attention. A group of hijackers appeared out of nowhere, grabbing a flight attendant. This plane is under our control now. One aimed his gun at the passengers. Everyone down now. Then Ryuoxi stood up, seemingly unbothered by the chaos. She calmly walked toward the shouting hijacker. If you don't listen to me then. In a flash she appeared right beside him. That was. With one decisive strike she took him down. The guy stared wide-eyed in disbelief at what just happened. In moments she neutralized the rest. Passengers gaped in shock at the scene. They cheered her captivating and powerful demeanor. Saintess Lei Ryuoxi were saved. Finally, the hijackers were subdued right as the plane landed. The man greeting her bowed deeply in gratitude. Miss Lei, I don't know how to thank you enough. Her youthful face showed a gentle, unpretentious smile. Good thing I took this flight, it saved the airline's reputation too. Then she glanced at the gun in her bodyguard's hand. But more importantly, it seems that gun is a special type undetectable by scanners. Ryuoxi's tone dropped low, almost like a secret deal. Lately, many groups use gear made from dungeon materials, so. She placed a sympathetic hand on the man's shoulder. I need to equip my staff with some self-defense items. A dangerous smile played on her lips, her voice dripping threat, like the weapon you're carrying. The man bowed low in fear, answering quickly, of course, I'll handle it right away. Inside, the airport crowds bustled, searching for their flights. On her side, Ryuoxi pressed the phone to her ear, whispering, it's me, release the hijackers. Her bodyguard glanced at her with a faint smile. Everything went smoothly, huh? She agreed, unable to hide her amusement. This was quite interesting. Recalling the chaos on the plane, her voice rose with excitement. Planting the hijackers turned out to be the decisive move for sealing the deal. The man's earlier cringing, respectful demeanor amused her. Cheers from the crowd outside the waiting area lifted her spirits. Even better, this boosts my reputation nicely. The excited masses chanted her name nonstop. Miss Lei, truly the hero, Lei Ryuoxi. An practiced smile appeared as she waved warmly in response. Several cars pulled up in front of a stern-looking school. She stepped out gracefully, heading forward. Now time to handle the reason I bothered coming to Japan. A wooden door bore a sign reading Principal's office. Heike sat staring blankly outside, face covered in wounds. A soft sound caught his attention, now enough to make him notice. Ryuoxi entered from outside with a warm smile. Excuse the intrusion, Iwako. She sat leisurely chatting. You mentioned investigating a student with the void attribute. Any progress on that? His eyes darted guiltily, choosing words carefully. No, it was a false alarm, just like you said. The student is just a useless failure. She sipped her tea slowly. Oh well, rare attribute or not, in the end nothing special. But for Heike now it felt like ants crawling on hot coals. If he slipped up the magic would trigger, just answer normally. She set the teacup down, her tone turning serious. Then let's get straight to business. Shadows quickly hid most of the malice on her face. About the new drug we're developing, who should be the next test subject? Her long legs crossed elegantly, she commented lightly. You've been quite clever exploiting this academy system. Meanwhile, Kyosuke's earpiece played audio from the principal's office. First, we'll start with the student list. Standing on the rooftop, he muttered low, how pathetic. His face turned utterly cold, voice deep, declaring, the next one to taste despair will be you, Lei Ryuoxi. The TV in Kyosuke's room droned on. And now today's news. Yesterday, Saintess Lei Ryuoxi arrived in Japan. He listened silently, not missing a word, expression unreadable. She received praise for stopping the hijackers, those who. Watching Ryuoxi's smiling image on the news, he thought inwardly, Lei Ryuoxi, one of those who betrayed me 20 years ago. She casually glanced at an exquisite hourglass in her hand. She crafts special weapons from dungeon materials and has amassed a fortune selling them, but he recalled the conversation he'd overheard with Iwako. It seems she's using this school for shady business. He stood, putting on his jacket, on the surface a hero, but behind the scenes exploiting others for profit. A contemptuous smile curved his thin lips. I can't let this slide. Then he stepped out, heading straight toward his target. Scene shift to the bustling school hallway filled with laughter. Phone in hand, Kyosuke pondered his strategy. But how should I make my move? The latest news about Ryuoxi played on his screen. Security's already tight since she arrived at the academy. Finally, he decided on his own path. First gather intel, right? Then someone called from behind. Kyosuke. Recognizing the voice, he greeted softly. It's you, Asahi. Karen replied cheerfully, good morning. She stepped closer, peeking at his phone. You're reading about Miss Lei, huh? He glanced over coolly. Yeah, just skimming. Karen's cute face lit up with admiration. Miss Lei is amazing, right? Yesterday she took down those hijackers. She paused, then continued, and the Great Serpent Mountain clan is super famous too. Kyosuke's eyes flickered at the new info. Mountain clan. She explained innocently while walking. That's the clan Miss Lei founded, full of powerful members. He recalled the bodyguards in black. I see those guys protecting Lei are from that clan. Karen excitedly continued. Lots of students here want to join the military. What about you, Kyosuke? He gave a soft, rejecting laugh. Nope. But he suddenly paused, as if remembering something. His slender hand rubbed his chin, calculating. If I use that clan, I can get close to Lei. His steps finally moved forward firmly. All right. He waved goodbye to Karen, not forgetting to say, thanks Asahi, thanks to you I know what to do now. She stood at the classroom door, watching his hurried back. A big question mark popped over her head. Nothing really. Inside, an ornate wooden cabinet, rows of prestigious awards gleamed. Heike jolted at the phone ringing. Huh. He carefully lifted the receiver, voice a whisper. It's me. Kyosuke looked up at the clear blue sky, speaking softly. Hey Iwako, I need you to do something. On the other end came hesitant, timid reply. What is it? He smiled low. When Lei contacts you. Scene shift to some laboratory. A bound man knelt on the floor, surrounded by researchers. The door burst open, light falling on a familiar figure. Ryuoxi stood, hands on hips, full of confidence. How's it looking? The man panicked, face ashen, begging, please don't inject me with that drug anymore. If this continues, I'll die. Her high heel suddenly appeared in front of him, heightening his fear. She kicked him down hard, showing no mercy. Ignoring his trembling, she decided coldly, no way, I'm not listening to a lab rat's opinion. Her red lips curved into an amused, meaningful smile. Don't be so pessimistic. Her heel carefully ground against his cheek, making his pupils shrink. If your body adapts to this drug, you'll become even stronger. She turned to leave, snapping her fingers lightly. Let's begin. Seeing the syringe with red liquid, the man screamed louder. Please wait, I'm still. But the medics swiftly injected it into his neck. His body stiffened, scream cutting off midway. Then the cry turned into agonized howls. He thrashed for a while, finally collapsing. His face, vacant, words reduced to meaningless moans. Ryuoxi observed, sighing. Loss of language this time, huh? Looks like without some magic skill, the drug won't take effect. The door opened again with a soft voice. We still need more data. Her bodyguard reported cautiously. We'll need more test subjects soon. She crossed her arms, agreeing. Indeed. A wicked smile spread on Ryuoxi's lips, fingers tapping eagerly. As usual, I'll disguise it as recruitment for the Great Serpent Mountain clan. She stepped into the elevator contacting Hideki. Hello Iwako, about the test subjects we discussed earlier. Leaning elegantly against the wall, she requested softly, I need people skilled in magic. Can you select some students from your academy? On the other end, he stayed silent, not answering immediately. After a pause, he suggested, how about this then? She stood quietly in the elevator listening to every word. We can hold a selection event right at the academy, that way it's easy to filter out the capable ones, right? Her lips curved a malicious glint in her eyes. Sometimes you come up with good ideas. The elevator dinged ground floor. She stepped out, heart brimming with delight. Details, date, and time will be announced later. On his side, Heike quickly hung up. He clasped his hands behind his back, staring silently at the sky outside the window. I did as you asked, Kaiwakiro. Scene shifted to a crowded grand hall. I have an announcement. The bodyguard stood on the podium seriously. The Great Serpent Mountain clan has decided to hold a recruitment assessment to find new talent. Students below buzzed excitedly. Really, this is our chance to join that famous clan. Kyosuke, standing in line, couldn't help a faint smile. His gaze locked on the man on the podium, so the path to approaching Lei has opened. Morning in the sports field, students and judges gathered. A judge spoke. We thank you all for participating in the Great Serpent Mountain Clan selection exam. The long-haired male judge explained the rules. I'll explain how this assessment works. While the judge detailed the process, Kyosuke calculated inwardly. To join the Great Serpent Mountain Clan and get close to Lei, I have to pass this. When approaching Iwako, I avoided attention, but this time it's the opposite. To draw the eye of Yang Zinyu, Lei's right-hand man and the judges. I'll showcase my power. Standing thoughtfully in the hallway, a voice suddenly called Kyosuke. It was Karin approaching cheerfully. You joining the assessment too? Kyosuke nodded lightly. Yeah, you as well, huh? His eyes flickered slightly. I don't want her involved in this, but... Karin smiled shyly, interrupting his thoughts. I know I don't really belong here, but I have my reasons for participating. With a determined smile, she looked at Kyosuke. Let's both give it our all and pass this together, okay? Kyosuke told himself, I have to pass no matter what. At the stadium, the judge announced, we'll start with a mana measurement test. He pointed to a golden orb. This device will display the mana of anyone who touches it. We'll measure mana here, so please step up one by one. The first young man touched the device. After he left came Asai and the judge's score. The judge called next Asai Kyosuke. Kyosuke walked up smiling friendly thanks. He showed his student ID, then stepped forward. Seeing the info on the card, the judge had no expectations. Void attribute level 30, no hope then. Kyosuke placed his hand on the mana measurement device. A blinding light erupted, shaking the entire hall. The judge shielded his eyes, still not comprehending what happened. Students around gaped, what the hell, this is insane. Kyosuke stood calmly by the device amid everyone's shock. He turned confidently, is that it? The judge, still dazed, replied, huh, yeah. Kyosuke walked away while the judges recorded his rank. Among all who measured, only Kyosuke reached S rank. The next part of the assessment is magic skill test. Kyosuke formed an earth sphere. A judge behind commented, he only made a dirt ball, raw mana alone isn't enough. Suddenly Kyosuke's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Now in his hand a water sphere appeared. Seeing this, the judge gaped as Kyosuke created two spheres of different attributes simultaneously. His smile didn't fade. Next a fire sphere formed. Not stopping there, Kyosuke added two more with different attributes. Everyone around was stunned. One man exclaimed, he created all basic attributes at once. Kyosuke grinned triumphantly. How's that void attribute guy always seen as trash pulling this off? Must shock you all right. From afar, Karin ran over praising, you're amazing, Kyosuke. Kyosuke encouraged her back. Thanks, you give it your all to Asahi. Now Karin's turn, she prepared to demonstrate. Karin focused her mana to show her ability. Withered plants on the shelf began reviving thanks to her magic. The stem straightened, starting to bloom. Finally, from wilted sprouts, Karin turned them into large, vibrant flowers. Two male classmates mocked, she can only revive wilted flowers, nothing special. Only Kyosuke noticed the uniqueness. Light attribute magic, that's rare. But the judges probably won't rate it highly. I feel bad for her, but better she stays out of this. Teased Karin bowed her head in embarrassment and left. The long-haired male judge had noticed her making a note on his phone. Asahi, Karin worth considering as a test subject. The next round announced by the judge. Finally, we'll proceed to one-on-one combat. The long-haired judge pointed behind. Your opponents are them. Students were stunned. You want us to fight Great Serpent Mountain Clan members? The judge reassured. Don't worry, we won't judge solely on win or lose, but on how you fight. On the surface, he said that, but inwardly he sneered. From the start, what chance does a student have against Great Serpent Mountain Clan members? The blonde guy arrogantly challenged Kyosuke. You're the kid who caused a stir in the earlier tests, huh? He cracked his knuckles, threatening. Looks like you showed off pretty well in the other parts, but I'll show you none of that matters in real combat. Facing the muscular man's pressure, Kyosuke gave a polite smile. Yes, I hope to learn a lot from you. The blonde confidently declared, I'll take you down in one hit. He used his earth attribute, creating earth spheres. Then dozens of similar orbs shot straight at Kyosuke. Unfazed, Kyosuke calmly countered with his magic, blocking the assault. Then the earth spheres were reflected back at the opponent. The blonde was hit by his own magic. He gritted his teeth. What, he shattered my magic in one move. Regaining composure, he looked ahead. Kyosuke was gone. The blonde, bewildered, where'd he go? Suddenly, Kyosuke appeared behind him, ice dagger at his throat. Kyosuke smirked, whispering in his ear, "You call creating an opening with one spell real combat? Huh, I learned a lot." The result announced, winner Asai Kyosuke. The long-haired judge in the crowd stunned. He beat a Great Serpent Mountain clan member. Who the hell is this student? Nightfall, Ryuoxi sat in her room hearing the judge's report. Lei, the assessment is over. She asked, "Did you find anyone interesting?" The judge replied, "Well, there is one noteworthy student." Ryuoxi showed interest. Noteworthy student. The judge continued, "Yes, he dominated the assessment with overwhelming strength. However, he seems to have the void attribute." Ryuoxi pondered. Void attribute. Could that be the student Awako was investigating? Thinking that, she said up, laughing, "Haha." Ryuoxi's eyes filled with excitement. "Looks like I'm about to get my hands on a very interesting lab rat." In the judge's hall, the long-haired judge announced, "Now I'll reveal those who passed the assessment." First, his stern face fixed forward intently. A decisive voice rang through the room, "Asai Kyosuke." The surrounding students immediately started whispering. Of course he passed, his performance was insane. Kyosuke himself wore a satisfied smile. Everything was going exactly as planned. Now I can get close to Lei. The judge continued down the list. Next, Asahi Karin. She answered happily. Here, Kyosuke glanced over, slightly surprised. Asahi got selected too, huh? He began pondering. I didn't think just having a special attribute would be enough to pass. Looks like Lei is using academy students for some shady scheme. There has to be a reason behind Asahi being chosen. Karin beamed with joy over her results, smiling brightly in happiness. Kyosuke smiled back at her, but mixed with a helpless sigh. He looked at Karin and told himself, "It's fine, I won't let them lay a finger on Asahi. I just need to achieve my goal and protect her, that's all." On another new day at the Great Serpent Mountain Clan, a few days after the assessment, ahead stood the building H. Lei Company Japan branch. In the office, the long-haired male judge greeted the students. "Welcome those who passed the assessment." He began explaining the schedule. "Today we'll conduct compatibility testing before officially accepting you into the Great Serpent Mountain Clan also. Lei Ryuoxi will be here." Upon hearing that, our main character's eyes instantly turned terrifyingly dark. "She'll meet you after the testing concludes. Please follow me." Kyosuke walked along with Karin, trailing the group. While Karin curiously looked around, Kyosuke pondered. "I want to confront Lei right away, but I can't leave Asahi behind." Karin excitedly said, "Stepping into such a huge building really gets the heart racing, huh?" Kyosuke replied, "Yeah." Karin turned to him, smiling happily. "But thinking about possibly joining the Great Serpent Mountain Clan, I'm really thrilled." Kyosuke had a question, "But hey, why do you want to join the Great Serpent Mountain Clan anyway?" Karin scratched her head shyly. "My mom's in the hospital and the treatment costs are pretty high." Kyosuke nodded, understanding. "So that's it, she joined because of her mom, not because of me. Now I have even more reason to give it my all and protect her." The long-haired judge stopped in front of a basement. "We've arrived." Kyosuke wondered, "Basement, huh?" Then they all descended and stopped in the lobby. Kyosuke scanned around, testing equipment, huh, so they're probably. At that moment, the long-haired judge ordered, "Close the doors." The door slammed shut, leaving everyone stunned. Kyosuke remarked, "No intention of letting anyone escape, huh, they're thorough." Seeing the situation, two young men stepped forward, questioning, "Hey, what's the meaning of this?" The long-haired judge finally showed his ugly face, barking, "Quiet." The two youths trembled in fear from his shout. The long-haired one explained, "As I said earlier, now we'll begin the compatibility check. Specifically, we'll test compatibility with a new secretly developed drug. This drug is formulated from dungeon-sourced materials capable of greatly enhancing physical strength and mana." The red-haired youth stammered, "What?" The green-haired one smiled, "So that's good news then." Kyosuke spoke up, questioning, "Does this new drug have any side effects?" The long-haired one pointed to the screen, "Seeing it will explain faster." A bound male student begged as they injected him, "Please stop, I still." The other students watching were shocked and terrified. The student quickly passed out, drool unconsciously dripping from his mouth. The green-haired youth shouted, "What the hell?" The judge calmly replied, "What you just saw is someone incompatible with the new drug. Does that answer your question?" The two youths protested fiercely, "Don't be ridiculous, we're not taking that drug." With that, they unleashed magic, preparing to attack the judge. The two charged at the long-haired judge, threatening, "Let us out now." Meanwhile, Kyosuke calmly told Karin, "Asahi, stay behind me." The long-haired one clenched his fist. He effortlessly took down the two troublemakers in the lab. The pair immediately passed out from his strikes. After the blows, the long-haired judge looked at them. Psi samples decreased again. His gaze shifted to the others. The long-haired one pointed at Karin. "Let's start with that girl first." He loaded a syringe. "Surely that girl's the light attribute student. I'm really looking forward to this experiment's results." Then he advanced toward Karin, making her terrified. Instantly, Kyosuke stepped in front, shielding her, his face stern, protecting her from the approaching villain. The long-haired one questioned, "What are you doing?" Kyosuke replied, "Stopping a coward like you from getting near her." Kyosuke's words made the long-haired one grind his teeth in rage. He ordered the bulky minion ahead. "Hey, hold him." The guy threw a straight punch at Kyosuke, but with his speed, Kyosuke dodged. Kyosuke's speed caught him off guard, unable to keep up. With one strike, Kyosuke quickly took down the bulky minion. The surrounding minions watching were stunned. What? The first one down, Kyosuke moved like lightning. The next two also fell swiftly under his hands. The bulky minions hit by Kyosuke knelt in pain on the ground. The long-haired one couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible, he took down that many in one go. Having cleared the obstacles, Kyosuke turned around. He fixed a cold, sharp gaze on the long-haired one, warning, "You're next." The pressure from Kyosuke froze him in place. Facing the unfavorable situation, the long-haired one decided, since it's come to this, if I capture that girl, then. His sudden attack made Karin scream in fear. No. Kyosuke grabbed the hand, reaching for Karin. "I told you I won't let you near her." The guy yanked his hand back. Damn it. Who the hell is this guy? A normal student couldn't possibly. Kyosuke's eyes turned terrifyingly dark. Now prepare yourself. At that moment, Kyosuke stood like a hero shielding Karin. The long-haired one ground his teeth in fury. Damn it. Kyosuke instructed, "Asahi, stay behind me." Though scared, Karin trembled, replying, "Thank you, Kyosuke." Looking at the boy protecting her, Karin thought inwardly, Kyosuke's amazing. Just now, I couldn't even follow his movements. I knew he'd gotten stronger, but I didn't expect this level. The long-haired one regained composure, warning, "You bastard, don't get cocky." Kyosuke, unfazed, spoke up, "Let me ask you something. The academy student's being used as test subject. What's the real reason?" His sharp eyes pierced his opponent. Hearing Kyosuke's question, the long-haired one gave a sinister smile. He arrogantly answered, "Simple, those who follow Miss Lei can receive her blessing. Once we successfully develop this drug, she'll become even stronger." Kyosuke frowned. "You think conducting inhumane experiments like this is acceptable just for that purpose?" The long-haired one, still confident, spouted in human words, "We're just making use of what's available, that's all." Besides, at that moment, he flashed a strange smile. "Being our test subject is actually an honor for them." Kyosuke recalled Karin's words in the company lobby earlier. "My mom's in the hospital, treatment costs are high. Getting into the Great Serpent Mountain clan makes me really happy." Remembering those words made Kyosuke clench his fist tighter. The long-haired one casually pointed at Karin. "That girl too, she was thrilled to become." Kyosuke's voice filled with extreme fury. "Shut your mouth." A massive surge of power enveloped his body. The magic radiating from him made even the long-haired one falter slightly. Kyosuke ground out each word. "You think you're someone a trash who tramples others. How could you understand?" Saw his feelings. Karin looked emotionally at the boy in front of her, Kyosuke. The long-haired one wondered, what's this overwhelming pressure? Is he really just a student? Though shaken, a smile still tugged at his lips. The long-haired one spoke to Kyosuke with misplaced confidence. "Normally I'd tell you to know your place, but I don't hate your guts. How about it? Why not submit to Miss Lei? Hand over that girl and you might even get promoted to high rank. I'm sure Miss Lei would be pleased." His words only fueled Kyosuke's rage more. "I already told you to shut up. I can't forgive scum like you." The long-haired one loosened his tie. "You'll regret this." Then he began displaying his own power. His eyes glowed with intense golden light. His strength cracked the ground beneath his feet. Kyosuke recognized body enhancement magic. The long-haired one confirmed, "Yes, combined with my martial arts, this is an unbeatable skill." Then he issued a challenge, "Come at me if you dare." His feet left the ground, charging forward. He swung a fist toward Kyosuke. "Take this." The powerful punch came down but missed Kyosuke completely, leaving the long-haired one stunned. "This power." The guy, full of confidence, continued, "Looks like you dodged that one, huh?" Kyosuke commented, "I see, so body enhancement magic works like this. Truly impressive." In that case, the long-haired one charged again. "Let's see you dodge this." Kyosuke closed his eyes, channeling magic, focus, and turn imagination into reality. Seeing him stand still, the long-haired one mocked, "What the hell are you doing? Giving up already?" His fist closed in die. Kyosuke's eyes snapped open, void magic. He blocked the long-haired one's punch. Activate. The guy couldn't believe what he saw. Impossible. He has strength equal to mine, no, even stronger. Kyosuke looked at the long-haired one with a challenging smile. "Looks like I can use body enhancement magic now too, thanks. Thanks to you, I could imagine it properly." Taking advantage, Kyosuke landed a powerful blow on the long-haired one. He was heavily wounded by Kyosuke's strike. His whole body flew back, shattering rocks. Crumpled on the ground, he refused to accept defeat. Impossible. A thought flashed through his mind. Who the hell is this guy? Kyosuke stood silently watching the long-haired one with eyes full of hatred and contempt. After it was done, Karin expressed deep gratitude. "Thank you, Kyosuke." Our main character gently asked, "Asahi, are you okay?" Glancing at the others, Kyosuke said, "I'll clear the way, so you all should get out of here." The two youths hesitated. "But what about you?" Kyosuke didn't answer, instead using his power to shatter a large glass window. Under the stunned gazes of the three behind him, Kyosuke stepped out boldly. He left with only one sentence, "I have something to do." On Ryuaxi's side, her phone rang with an urgent voice. "Miss Lei, emergency." It seems Sir Yang was defeated and the students escaped. Ryuaxi shocked. "What?" The other end continued. "There's an extremely strong one heading straight here." Before she could finish, a loud crash sounded. Ryuaxi was momentarily stunned. What the hell happened? It was Kyosuke standing at the door. Ryuaxi asked warily, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Kyosuke's expression turned terrifyingly dark, his voice calm yet full of threat. "Simple. I'm here to repay you the grudge from 20 years ago." Ryuaxi couldn't fully grasp what Kyosuke meant. "A debt from 20 years ago? What are you talking about?" Kyosuke slowly advanced. "Looks like you still don't get it. Do I need to explain it clearly to you?" Since that SSS rank dungeon incident 20 years ago, you 5 holy stars have been hailed as heroes. Hearing the old story, Ryuoxi's face tensed. Kyosuke continued, even if we say some villain's plot was crushed that day. Ryuoxi turned away feigning calm. A student like you rambling, what history lesson are you giving me? Ignoring her, Kyosuke pressed on. Now the 5 holy stars lead every major field worldwide, hailed as heroes who vanquished evil. Ryuoxi interrupted, so what? Kyosuke cut in, but the truth is completely different. Ryuoxi frowned, voice irritated. What did you say? Kyosuke explained further, his aura suddenly shifting. You sacrificed your own comrades to reap the rewards and build your fame. Even now you trample on the will of those who once stood by your side. Am I wrong? Hearing Kyosuke's accusation, Ryuoxi burst into laughter. She looked down on his words. I'm wondering what nonsense you're spouting. Don't tell me you believe those ridiculous conspiracy theories. Facing Ryuoxi's attitude, Kyosuke asserted firmly, it's not just conspiracy, I know exactly what you did. You pushed your comrades into that gate. Kyosuke's accusation made Ryuoxi's face pale with guilt. She frowned suspiciously. Why? How would an ordinary student know that? Catching the contradiction in her thoughts, Kyosuke spoke. You still haven't figured it out, Rei, who I really am. Kyosuke's expression hardened, emphasizing, I am Misato Kaiwakairo. Hearing the name, Ryuoxi panicked. No. Impossible. Kyosuke cut her off firmly. It happened. I used the very power you once called monstrous. A level 100 who can wield time magic truly is a monster. Each of Kyosuke's words deepened Ryuoxi's fear. She reeled from the truth, unable to believe. No way, Kaiwakairo, you're really here. Kyosuke confirmed, I also know exactly what your lay company is secretly doing. If I expose it, your reputation will be destroyed. Ryuoxi angrily waved her hand. Don't mess with me. Kyosuke kept advancing slowly. Don't mess with you, that's my line. For what happened 20 years ago and for trampling on a girl's hopes who gave everything. I'll never forgive you for that. Facing his threat, Ryuoxi suddenly smiled. She lifted her chin arrogantly. Don't underestimate me, you're not in Misato's body anymore. Ryuoxi gripped a staff tightly. Now that you've dared show up before me, I'll make you regret it. She unleashed her magic, attacking Kyosuke. The power shook the room, filling it with cracks. With his speed, Kyosuke dodged Ryuoxi's strike. Holding the staff, Ryuoxi boasted smugly, see, this is the power of weapons developed by Lay Company. Forged from dungeon materials harder than any metal. Let me show you how sharp it is. With that, she leaped into the air, launching strikes at Kyosuke. Facing her continuous attacks, Kyosuke evaded them all. A powerful blow aimed straight at his face but missed. Ryuoxi mocked, looks like dodging is all you can do. Suddenly she realized something's wrong. Why aren't any hits landing? Kyosuke spoke calmly, so that's it. While dodging Ryuoxi's attacks, he commented, you've been too busy playing corporate queen, your moves have gotten sloppy. Now you're not much better than a Wako. Kyosuke appeared behind her, making her freeze. She yelled, charging straight at him, enough nonsense. At that moment, Ryuoxi's weapon pierced through him. She triumphed, got him, I hit him, but before she could celebrate, Kyosuke's voice rang out, too bad. Kyosuke appeared behind her again, making her freeze. Instantly she stood stunned. Why you? Then Ryuoxi gritted her teeth, realizing, is that void magic? I've never heard it works like this. If that's the case, the weapon was readied for the next strike. She began channeling fire attribute into her weapon. Her eyes blazed with fury. I'll finish him with the next one. I'll shut that big mouth of yours. Take this. Her power seemed ready to incinerate everything, charging forward. Ryuoxi wildly rushed with massive flames. The spear infused with fire attribute stabbed straight at Kyosuke. But without much effort, Kyosuke caught the spear tip between 2 fingers. Ryuoxi exclaimed in shock, impossible. Looks like that's all your strength. Kyosuke glared mockingly, you're actually worse than 20 years ago. Feeling the situation turn bad, Ryuoxi decided, if so, then I have no choice but to use that. She gathered momentum, preparing another spell. Before Kyosuke could react, you're going to. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. At that moment, Ryuoxi held a red syringe in her hand. Then the needle aimed straight at herself. Instantly, a purple magical aura enveloped her body. Kyosuke's face immediately tensed. He furrowed his brow. Ryuoxi's entire body began transforming. You're really going that far. Her eyes carried murderous intent as she spat terrifying words, monster. Not long after, the purple energy gradually dissipated, revealing Ryuoxi's body fully transformed into a half-monster state. After the change, she let out a contemptuous chuckle, haha, now you can't beat me anymore. Facing her words, our main character stayed calm, countering the opposite. You're trying to win against me by using enhancement drugs. You really think it's that simple? In response, Ryuoxi kept her earlier disdainful attitude. Don't underestimate me. Do you know how much time and money I've poured into this drug? I've gathered materials that can only be found deep in dungeons and spent years researching to create it. Ever since I witnessed that extraordinary power 20 years ago, I've always sought a way to reach that level. And now I've found a strength that surpasses everything. I should actually thank you, Kaiwakairo. From Kyosuke's perspective, by this point, he could no longer stand still listening to this wicked woman ramble. He interrupted, how pathetic, surpassing everything, really relying on a drug. and you still dare brag about it, Kyosuke said with a face full of icy contempt mixed with accusation. This made Roxy's face freeze in shock. What did you just say? Before she could finish, our protagonist shifted into an attack stance. Sorry for cutting off your monologue, but it's time to end this. With that, both of Kyosuke's hands were enveloped in blazing golden flames. On the opposite side, Roxy seemed eager to send Kyosuke straight to hell, so she also entered a fighting stance. Fine, let's settle this once and for all, see who really is stronger. The moment the words left her mouth, her body shot forward. Fast as the wind, she closed in right in front of Kyosuke. However, facing this attack, our main character simply tilted his body slightly and completely evaded it. Too bad for the wall behind. After taking Roxy's direct hit, it shattered into countless flying fragments of rock and debris. As for Roxy, after landing her strike, she spun back, taunting Kyosuke. How's that? This is the result of my research project. I'll send you to death once more, she shouted, charging again with terrifying speed, making even Kyosuke feel a jolt inside. Before he could defend, her massive hand slammed straight into his chest. The immense force sent our protagonist's body flying backward like a cannonball. Seeing she'd landed the hit, Roxy thought triumphantly, I've won. Unfortunately, she hadn't savored the victory long when suddenly, a sharp pain shot up from her foot, forcing her to look down in alarm. She discovered somehow her left foot had been pierced clean through by a razor-sharp ice shard. The pain shot straight to her brain, making her small body drop to her knees, while Kyosuke calmly approached, hands in pockets. I planted that the moment you attacked. Kyosuke's meticulous preparation left Roxy in panic, sweat pouring as she stammered, how could you? Hearing that, Kyosuke leisurely explained, thanks to your minions using it earlier, I figured out how you apply body enhancement magic. Your drug is impressive, but ultimately it only lets you whip up a bit of gale force wind. With a tone full of scorn, Kyosuke made Roxy bite her lip and retort, you dare mock the fruit of my research. Not letting her finish, Kyosuke shouted, stop making excuses. You trample others and now dare call it progress. You truly disgust me. The angrier he got, the more fury filled his face, his eyes blazing with killing intent. This set off alarm bells in Roxy's mind nonstop. With no other choice, she desperately gathered power in her palm, ignoring her wounded foot, and charged at Kyosuke. She roared, shut your mouth. Unfortunately, against such a simple attack, Kyosuke merely extended a hand, catching her wrist firmly, while his other arm delivered a crushing, mountain-shattering punch straight into the evil woman's gut. The pain made her vomit blood. At this moment, Roxy's heart held nothing but shock and unwillingness. My power has no effect. So this is Kawakaro's current strength. Just like that, Roxy collapsed like a dead dog before she could do anything more. On his side, after defeating his old enemy, Kyosuke coldly left the place. As he walked, he said, lay from the beginning, it was never real strength. Right as he exited the building, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Kyosuke turned and saw it was his friend Asahi. Ah, Asahi, you're okay. Kyosuke smiled warmly, good, you're safe too. At the same time, not far away, a group of reporters noticed the building explosion and buzzed excitedly, hey, just like the tip said, Lei Company got attacked. Their words made Asahi turn suspiciously toward the boy beside her. Was that you? Of course, Kyosuke played dumb, who knows? He shrugged, sinking into his thoughts. Now Lei's crimes are exposed, the test subjects are safe, and Lei has lost everything. From Asahi's perspective, noticing Kyosuke's thoughtful expression, she said worriedly, hey Kyosuke, I still don't understand what's going on, but if you hadn't been there, I probably wouldn't be standing here now. So thank you so much. Asahi's words caught Kyosuke a bit off guard, but quickly he gave a faint smile, reminding himself, right, I almost forgot, helping others used to be my reason for living. Time flew by until that evening. News of Lei Company's attacks spread everywhere. A female anchor's voice came from the TV. We just received word that illegal human experiments were conducted in a secret underground lab owned by Lei Roxy, one of the 5 holy stars. The incident was discovered after the place was attacked by an unknown individual. Currently, she shows signs of memory loss, and the attacker's identity remains a mystery. Back to Kyosuke, hearing the anchor, he wondered inwardly, I wonder how the others will react. Then suddenly, the anchor's voice turned urgent. We have breaking news. One of the 5 holy stars, Nathaniel, has just issued an official statement. Her words made Kyosuke's expression darken, instantly filled with killing intent as he stared at the screen. On TV, the blonde man began speaking on behalf of the 5 holy stars. I stand here to deliver an urgent message. I can only say we are deeply heartbroken over the incident involving Lei Roxy, was our comrade. We feel profound regret for not noticing her fall sooner, he said, looking utterly sorrowful, but his acting couldn't fool Kyosuke's eyes. It only made our main character more irritated, not noticing so the 5 holy stars planned to pretend they knew nothing. Just like they did 20 years ago. They haven't changed at all, lying without batting an eye, ready to do anything to protect their noble hero status. People like me and Asahi aren't even worth their expectations, just stepping stones. Nathaniel Cavell, judging by how he acted back then, he's very likely the mastermind who pushed me into exile. Makes sense, he's always been calculating, always cautious every step, and even now no one knows his whereabouts. Kyosuke calmed a bit, pulling out his phone. like he wanted to contact someone. In another scene inside an unfamiliar church, a girl knelt before an altar as if praying. Behind her, a stranger approached and spoke. He said that Lady Claudia. Up front, Claudia didn't turn, just said coldly, "I see, understood, go." With that, she clasped her hands, resuming her prayer, "Lord, please guide us to a future filled with light." Scene shift to a training room where Ingolf received a reminder from his subordinate, "Sir Ingolf, the council meeting is about to start." Hearing that, Ingolf casually dropped the weight, grunting, "I got it, I'm coming." "Lay that dog, what the hell is she thinking?" Ingolf's voice dripped with anger. Soon after, the closed-door meeting of the 5 holy stars began, naturally chaired by Nathaniel himself. Seeing everyone present, he spoke, "All right, everyone. Let's begin the 5 holy stars council meeting." Inside the TV screen, Claudia still held her praying pose while speaking up. "So the attacker has exposed Lei's illegal experiments. How utterly despicable." On the other side, the big guy Ingolf growled in agreement. "What the hell is that bitch Lei even doing? She's dragged the honor of the 5-star saints through the mud." Hearing both of them, the blonde Saint Nathaniel slowly sat back down in his chair and gave his own opinion. "Exactly right. However, those experiments were carried out solely by Lei and initiated by her alone. The rest of us 5-star saints had absolutely no knowledge of any of this." For someone like Nathaniel, how could he possibly not know about it? Yet he had already decided to dump the entire blame squarely on Lei's head. Speaking of the traitor Heidke, he instantly understood Nathaniel's intention and couldn't help admiring it inwardly. As expected of Nathaniel, always so rational. In other words, they're just pinning all the guilt on Lei and abandoning her completely. I don't know about Claudia or Ingolf, but Nathaniel definitely knew about Lei's experiments. And yet he's discarding her this easily. The more he thought about it, the colder the sweat that ran down Heidke's back at Nathaniel's decisive ruthlessness. After about 2 seconds, he finally calmed down a bit, then shifted his anxious gaze to the letter beside him and silently reminded himself, "No, what matters right now is that I follow his instructions exactly." Over here, the ugly Claudia suddenly spoke up. "I'm actually quite curious about this attacker." To explain that, Heidke answered, "Well, there's a sealed letter that was sent to the academy from the person who attacked Lei." As he spoke, he picked up the letter and showed it to everyone. That made the others jump in shock. A letter from the attacker himself. Iwako read it out loud right now. The whole group urged him, so Heidke looked down at the letter in his hand. "Of course, I'll read it now." The contents of the letter were, "I have returned to the present world from inside that gate. I will deal with every single one of you, so just wait for it, Misato Kawakairo." The moment they heard the name of the sender, the faces of the other 3 changed drastically, especially Nathaniel's. Her face was drenched in anxious sweat as her trembling voice carried a sliver of hope. Could someone be impersonating Kawakairo? In response, the blonde man pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No way. He couldn't possibly know about the inside of that gate unless he himself had been there. The sender is definitely Kawakairo. Hearing that, the nun-like woman stroked her chin and thought for a second. Perhaps he used time magic. Before she could finish, the hulking Ingolf snapped irritably. "Why the hell should we be worried? If Kawakairo really has come back, we just have to crush him again and be done with it." The big man spoke with a voice dripping with murderous intent. And of course, Nathaniel fully agreed. Ingolf's got a point. Think about it, we don't need to rush into anything. Over here, Claudia still seemed a little uneasy and was about to say something, but Nathaniel immediately cut her off. "Why don't we just sit back and watch what Kawakairo does next?" And just like that, the short meeting ended in a hurry. After turning off the computer screen, the hulking Ingolf walked over to the window, stared outside and spoke with a voice full of rage. "Kawakairo, you're the one person I will never forgive." In a different scene, after the meeting ended, the principal Heidke Iwako hurriedly reported the situation to the protagonist. His voice came through the phone, "So, just as you instructed, I've already carried out the orders." Hearing that, Kyosuke calmly replied, "Got it." After saying so, he leaned back comfortably, his mind constantly calculating the next move. So Nathaniel isn't acting right away. He's very cautious. "Let's see, that's fine. Once they realize I'm really back, they won't be able to sit still anymore. First, I'll start with the ones whose locations I already know." With that thought, he cheerfully gave an order to his loyal hound. "All right, Iwako, time to move." On the other end of the line, Iwako's worried voice came through. "What are we doing next?" Seeing his hound so nervous he looked like he might piss himself, Kyosuke quickly reassured him. "It's not that hard. You just need to arrange for me to transfer to an academy connected to Ingolf." Hearing that, Heidke seemed to guess Kyosuke's goal and asked, "So next you're targeting Ingolf?" Kyosuke admitted straightforwardly, "That's right. Using a short-term study abroad program should make it easy, no?" Turning back to Iwako, since he was already on Kyosuke's side, even if he didn't want to, he still felt the need to warn him. "Let me make one thing clear. Ingolf isn't like me or Lei. You won't find any bad rumors or shady deals tied to him." That warning from the sharp-faced man made Kyosuke go quiet for a moment, but then he replied calmly, Even so, I still need to see his face at least. All the formal paperwork, I'll leave that to you. With that, he hung up, turned his cold gaze to the scenery outside, and muttered softly, even if there aren't any rumors about him. That doesn't change the fact that he betrayed me 20 years ago. Time passed quickly. Thanks to Awako's arrangements, very soon our protagonist had secured a study abroad spot overseas. Cutting to Kyosuke's location, he now looked around at the surrounding scenery and whispered, "So this is Germany, huh? They've confirmed a connection between this country's academy and Ingolf. I'll use the German academy to get close to him. But first I need to head to the academy itself." Carrying that thought in his mind, the protagonist quickly moved on. Before he got pulled in by a noisy sound, "These damn leeches." And of course, Nathaniel completely agreed with this. Ingolf is right. Think about it, we don't need to act rashly. However, Kyosuke couldn't understand what they were saying about the foreign language issue. Thinking back, they were speaking an entirely different language here. In that case, I'll just use Void to auto-translate, Kyosuke thought. No hesitation at all, he immediately activated his own magic and let it spread around him. Very quickly, the words started flowing clearly into his ears. The guy in the brown coat smirked and said, "Don't be like that. Come on, little sis, just hang with us for a bit, what's the harm?" Next to him, the one in the black jacket chimed in, "Come with us, we won't waste your time. Let's go, yeah." In response, the black-haired girl kept her annoyed expression and shot back, "That's exactly why I called you leeches. I'm not going anywhere with street trash like you guys." Her words seemed to piss the two thugs off. "What did you just say, bitch? You're getting way too cocky, we're gonna have to punish you." As he spoke, the black jacket guy reached forward and grabbed the girl's shoulder tightly, making her face darken instantly. But right at that moment, an intervening voice rang out, "Hey, why don't you assholes just fuck off and leave her alone?" The sudden words made all three turn their attention. The brown-haired thug spun toward Kyosuke and barked, "Huh, who the hell are you?" Over here, Kyosuke didn't hold back and cursed right away. "I said get the fuck out, you pieces of trash." The non-stop insult instantly drove the two thugs into a frenzy. Without the slightest hesitation, both of them gathered power into their fists, forming blazing golden flames as they charged forward, determined to teach Kyosuke a painful lesson. "You fucking dog, don't underestimate us," they roared while swinging their flaming fists straight at Kyosuke. Too bad for them, they had no idea just how strong the guy in front of them really was. With just a casual flick of his hand, Kyosuke effortlessly sent them flying, leaving them sprawled out like dead dogs. That sight made the black-haired girl jump in shock. One hit and he took them both down just like that. Who the hell is this student? Over here, thankfully Kyosuke didn't go too hard on them, so pretty quickly the two thugs came to their senses and scrambled away in a panic. "We were really sorry." Watching them flee in such a pathetic scramble, the black-haired girl turned toward him and didn't forget to thank Kyosuke. Yeah, thanks for helping me out." Hearing that, Kyosuke just gave a small shake of his head. No big deal. With that said, he scanned the area around them again, noticing the crowd of extras still chattering non-stop, some even pulling out their phones to snap pictures, which made him feel pretty uncomfortable, so he said, "Looks like we've drawn a crowd already, huh? Let's get out of here quick." Just like that, the two of them hurried away from the chaotic spot and kept moving. Behind him, the black-haired girl seemed to have something weighing on her mind. "The last time someone helped me out like this was when I met that person." Time flew by fast, and before long Kyosuke and the mysterious girl had walked quite a distance. Once they were far enough that no one around was gossiping anymore, the mysterious girl finally spoke up. "Hey, I just wanted to thank you again for what you did. Thanks to you, things didn't get any worse." For Kyosuke, dealing with those thugs had just been a casual side thing, so he didn't think much of it. "I already told you, don't worry about it." In his head, though, he was quietly sizing up her attitude. She's probably just the responsible type. That said, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Unlike Kyosuke, who had plenty of questions swirling in his mind, the black-haired girl turned to look at him and asked, "By the way, that uniform, are you a Japanese student?" The question snapped him back and he nodded. "Oh yeah, that's right. I just arrived here today on a short-term exchange program. I'm on my way to the training academy." He explained calmly, and whether it was fate or not, the black-haired girl broke into a smile and offered, "In that case, let me walk you there as thanks." With someone willing to guide him, our protagonist wasn't dumb enough to turn it down, so he nodded, "Thanks a lot." And so the two of them continued walking together a bit farther, chatting as they went. Kyosuke asked, "Are you traveling around the world or something?" To that question, the mysterious girl just shrugged and admitted, "Yeah, well, I've got my own circumstances." Her casual yet vague answer sparked a bit of curiosity in Kyosuke. "Is she around my age? It's pretty rare to see a girl traveling solo like this." Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, Kyosuke asked, "Isn't it dangerous traveling alone? Don't you end up in situations like earlier pretty often?" Hearing him say that, the mysterious girl waved her hands frantically and laughed. "Nah, I'm fine. Looks can be deceiving. I know a few spells, you know." Her words didn't ease Kyosuke's concern at all. If anything, they made him worry more. In his mind, the protagonist thought quietly, but didn't she just get grabbed a minute ago? Brushing that aside, the short-haired girl stroked her chin and continued, By the way, you're studying at the training academy, right? Kyosuke replied. Is there a problem? The black-haired girl glanced at him. Well, the rankings. A lot of students there think the same way. They've got this whole class ranking system, like their own little hierarchy, and they even have a merit point system based on performance. Hearing that, Kyosuke just gave a light nod. Got it. In his head, he quickly pieced together what her words meant. Sounds like they take the merit-based system even more seriously than back in Japan. According to Iwako, Ingolf regularly holds training sessions for the top-tier students. So if I want to get close to Ingolf, I'll need to make a name for myself in that merit-driven environment. This is perfect. It's exactly the kind of challenge I like. Thinking about it, Kyosuke couldn't hide the excited look on his face. Back to the mysterious girl, she soon pointed ahead and reminded him, look, we're here. That's the Lansing Training Academy. Right in front of them stood an enormous academy campus. Seeing they'd arrived, Kyosuke waved goodbye to the mysterious girl. This is far enough, thanks again. Behind him, the black-haired girl waved back. No problem at all. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Shirato Seiyuki. As she spoke, she held out her hand. Seeing that, Kyosuke reached out to shake it and introduced himself. Got it, I'm Asai Kyosuke. The instant she heard the protagonist's name, Shirato's expression suddenly shifted, turning emotional, almost like she couldn't believe it. That caught Kyosuke's attention, so he asked, what's wrong? Over here, Shirato quickly pulled herself together and shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. Your name just reminds me of someone I know, that's all. Anyway, see you around. Good luck at the academy. With that, the black-haired girl turned and walked away. As Kyosuke watched her back disappear, he felt a quiet thought linger in his mind. Shirato, there's something about her that keeps nagging at me. But whatever, time to head in. With that, he picked up his pace and stepped into the campus grounds. He hadn't gone far, though, before trouble found the protagonist again when an arrogant voice rang out. Hey, you there. Is that really you? The voice belonged to a cocky red-haired guy. Facing that attitude, Kyosuke stayed calm and shot back. And who the hell are you? Some wannabe thug. His words instantly pissed the redhead off, who yelled, "Who are you calling a thug? We don't get Japanese exchange students showing up every day. I figured you'd be nothing special. But so you don't get the wrong idea about this place, I'll give you a little welcome gift." As he spoke, he shoved his face right up close to Kyosuke to intimidate him. For Kyosuke, one glance was enough to see exactly what the redhead was after, which only made him sigh inwardly. Man, I just got here and I already ran into a weirdo like this. Just like she said, he's probably looking to test my strength with a fight. Thinking that, Kyosuke casually tossed his bag aside and said, fine, I'll take you on. Seeing him agree, the redhead locked it in right away, even feeling a bit thrilled inside. Nice, at least you know how to listen. Let's do this. With that, he started channeling his power, levitating chunks of broken rock around him before firing them straight forward like bullets. But that still wasn't anywhere near enough to challenge our protagonist. With one simple swing of his arm, Kyosuke effortlessly shattered the entire attack, leaving the redhead's face completely stunned. He didn't get much time to stay shocked, though, before Kyosuke's cold voice cut through. Sure, you've got numbers, but the power's way too weak. If you're gonna use earth magic, at least make it look like this. As the words left his mouth, a massive orb of earth formed in Kyosuke's hand. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he hurled it forward with full force. The redhead barely dodged in time, but the rock slammed into the wall behind him, punching a huge hole right through it. Just seeing the damage was enough to make the thug tremble all over. Finally, at that moment, he realized the guy in front of him was a real monster. In his head, he silently asked, who the hell is this freak? In a different scene, cutting over to Iwako's location, she was walking while talking to someone on the phone. Yes, that's correct. She spoke coldly, holding a stack of papers printed with all kinds of info on the protagonist. On Saturday the 7th, I've already made contact with Asai Kyosuke. I'll remain in Germany and continue observing the target. Back to the protagonist's side, he had just received his student ID card from a staff member's hand and quickly left the administrative office. As he walked, Kyosuke glanced down at the card in his hand and thought, all the paperwork's finally done. At last, I can check out the local dungeon. Unlike back in Japan, since I've got auto-translation permission as a student here, things feel a bit different. From Kyosuke's perspective, his student ID displayed basic info like Lansing Training Academy, Asai Kyosuke attribute, void level 41 points, none. Seeing that none in points, our protagonist quickly guessed, this must be the point system Shirato mentioned. It probably tracks dungeon exploration and performance. With that in mind, Kyosuke casually slipped the card into his pocket and reassured himself, whatever, no classes today anyway, I've gotta see what a German dungeon looks like. Just like that, Kyosuke hurried off, completely unaware that right behind him, the red-haired guy he'd beaten up earlier was secretly watching from a distance, his face thoughtful, like he was mulling something over. Time passed quickly, cutting to the front of an unidentified dungeon gate. Before stepping inside, Kyosuke reminded himself once more, if I want to get close to Ingolf, I need to climb to special rank first. Guess I'll start racking up points in this advanced dungeon. Without any hesitation, our protagonist strode right in. Very quickly, the interior of the dungeon unfolded before Kyosuke's eyes, a vast corridor. From the far end, a few skeleton soldiers began shambling toward him, sparking a bit of interest in the black-haired young man. Let's see what kind of monsters come out. Undead right off the bat, and some of them look pretty strong. I never ran into these back in Japan, but I already know their weaknesses from when I was still Misato Kaiwakairo. No sooner thought than done, Kyosuke channeled his magic, wrapping his palm in blazing golden flames. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the skeleton soldiers caught the scent of the living and charged like rabid dogs. One of them gripped its axe tightly and swung hard forward. Good thing Kyosuke was quick enough to dodge to the side, otherwise that sheer power probably would have split him in half. Over here, Kyosuke readied his counterattack. He thought to himself, undead crumble under strong physical hits and fire. As the thought crossed his mind, he unleashed a fiery punch, slamming full force into the skeleton's gut, snapping its spine in two and sending its upper body flying backward. Seeing their comrade go down in a single hit, the other two undead froze in place, too stunned to move. Noticing that, Kyosuke proactively reached out his hand and taunted, "Come on, bring it, I'm right here." Time flew by. Soon the area around him was littered with shattered undead bones, while Kyosuke strolled forward calmly, hands in his pockets. As he walked, he muttered, "This is probably the final room. The boss should be waiting up ahead." Thinking that, Kyosuke picked up his pace, and sure enough, he soon came face to face with the dungeon's true boss monster. At first glance, it looked like a lick. The overwhelming aura it radiated even made Kyosuke quietly acknowledge in his mind, "So this is the boss. That presence is seriously heavy. Let's start by testing fire against it. I'll hit it first with fire magic." With the decision made, Kyosuke swiftly hurled a fireball forward. But the lick reacted incredibly fast, swinging its staff to the side, and releasing a surge of purple energy that shot out and clashed head-on with the fireball, canceling both attacks out in midair. Seeing that, Kyosuke wasn't too surprised. It nullified the fireball, figures it's a boss after all. Shifting focus to the opponent, the lick now took the initiative to attack. It gathered mana into its staff and unleashed a blob of dangerous-looking purple liquid. Even though he didn't know exactly what the attack was, Kyosuke quickly leaped backward to evade. Sure enough, the next sight made his face stiffen. Because the floor beneath where the liquid landed had been corroded into a massive hole. That sent a chill down Kyosuke's spine. That orb melts anything it touches. It's some high-tier magic. But I can turn it to my advantage. The thought brought a sly grin to his face. Whether the lick felt provoked or not, a second later it fired 3 more magical orbs straight ahead in rapid succession. But our protagonist already had a plan locked in. He thought silently, "I'll focus wind magic on the soles of my feet and boost propulsion." Thanks to that magic, Kyosuke's speed surged visibly. His body turned into a streak of green light, effortlessly dodging every attack, until he closed the distance right in front of the lick, leaving it completely stunned. He didn't stop there. Kyosuke kept taunting, "Let's see if you can handle your own attack." At that moment, a purple energy orb, the lick's own magic, hovered in Kyosuke's palm. Before the lick could react, the protagonist slammed it straight into its face, corroding its skull at a visible rate. A pained roar echoed all around, accompanied by green smoke. Finally, its body helplessly began to dissolve away. Turning back to Kyosuke, even he had to admit the effectiveness of that move. Pretty effective, but since it's high-tier magic, I couldn't replicate it perfectly. I need to level up my void magic. More importantly, there's someone else here. Thinking that far, Kyosuke spoke softly but clearly. "I know you're there, come out already." Sure enough, not far from Kyosuke, the red-haired guy had been standing there who knows how long. Realizing he'd been spotted, he let out a dry laugh, stepped forward slowly and said, "Haha, you're sharper than I thought. I watched your fight, hope you don't mind." The response he got was a completely cold stare from the protagonist. "So what now, you here to challenge me again?" As he spoke, Kyosuke quietly assessed the redhead in his mind. Looks like he still hasn't learned his lesson. But that aura, he's definitely hiding something. On the other side, the redhead slowly approached and said something cryptic. Well, maybe it's time to clear things up, huh?" As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled something out, an action that instantly put Kyosuke on high alert. He dropped into a fighting stance, brain racing to figure out what the guy was up to. Shit, he really has ulterior motives. Is he another enhancer like Brusen, or maybe some hidden weapon? Completely contrary to what Kyosuke expected, the next second the redhead suddenly dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and begged, "Please take me as your disciple." The sudden move left Kyosuke completely dumbfounded. His mind a total mess. What the hell is he doing, and what's with that cup? Kyosuke wondered silently. And almost immediately, as if sensing the confusion, the redhead held out the cup and explained, "This is the Japanese doji style, right? I heard you're supposed to offer sake to show respect too." "I couldn't hold back. I'm completely hooked on your strength. Please teach me magic, I'm begging you." Seeing the guy pleading like that, Kyosuke felt a shiver and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. "You've gotta be kidding me," he muttered. But the redhead wasn't giving up and kept going. That fight just now was insane. I feel so stupid for picking a fight with you. From Kyosuke's perspective, he could only sigh at the absurdity. Great, now things just got way more complicated. Thinking that, Kyosuke suddenly sensed something and quickly turned to slap the red-haired guy on the shoulder. The redhead thought Kyosuke was about to accept him as a disciple. But a second later, not far from them, a massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The cause of the blast was a gigantic skeletal dragon claw smashing down into the ground. Turns out the lick from earlier wasn't the real boss. Seeing its appearance, the red-haired guy's face went pale while Kyosuke's brows furrowed tightly. So the lick wasn't the final boss after all. Looks like the true boss is only showing up now. Back to the protagonist's side, he had just received his student ID card from a staff member's hand and quickly left the administrative office. As he walked, Kyosuke glanced down at the card in his hand and thought, all the paperwork's finally done. At last, I can check out the local dungeon. Unlike back in Japan, since I've got auto-translation permission as a student here, things feel a bit different. From Kyosuke's perspective, his student ID displayed basic info like Lancing Training Academy, assign Kyosuke attribute, void level 41 points, none. Seeing that none in points, our protagonist quickly guessed, this must be the point system Shirato mentioned. It probably tracks dungeon exploration and performance. With that in mind, Kyosuke casually slipped the card into his pocket and reassured himself, whatever, no classes today anyway, I've gotta see what a German dungeon looks like. Just like that, Kyosuke hurried off, completely unaware that right behind him, the red-haired guy he'd beaten up earlier was secretly watching from a distance, his face thoughtful, like he was mulling something over. Time passed quickly, cutting to the front of an unidentified dungeon gate. Before stepping inside, Kyosuke reminded himself once more, if I want to get close to Ingolf, I need to climb to special rank first. Guess I'll start racking up points in this advanced dungeon. Without any hesitation, our protagonist strode right in. Very quickly, the interior of the dungeon unfolded before Kyosuke's eyes, a vast corridor. From the far end, a few skeleton soldiers began shambling toward him, sparking a bit of interest in the black-haired young man. Let's see what kind of monsters come out. Undead right off the bat, and some of them look pretty strong. I never ran into these back in Japan. But I already know their weaknesses from when I was still Misato Kaiwakairo. No sooner thought than done, Kyosuke channeled his magic, wrapping his palm in blazing golden flames. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the skeleton soldiers caught the scent of the living and charged like rabid dogs. One of them gripped its axe tightly and swung hard forward. Good thing Kyosuke was quick enough to dodge to the side, otherwise that sheer power probably would have split him in half. Over here, Kyosuke readied his counterattack. He thought to himself, undead crumble under strong physical hits and fire. As the thought crossed his mind, he unleashed a fiery punch, slamming full force into the skeleton's gut, snapping its spine in two and sending its upper body flying backward. Seeing their comrade go down in a single hit, the other two undead froze in place, too stunned to move. Noticing that, Kyosuke proactively reached out his hand and taunted, "Come on, bring it, I'm right here." Time flew by. Soon the area around him was littered with shattered undead bones, while Kyosuke strolled forward calmly, hands in his pockets. As he walked, he muttered, "This is probably the final room. The boss should be waiting up ahead." Thinking that, Kyosuke picked up his pace, and sure enough, he soon came face to face with the dungeon's true boss monster. At first glance, it looked like a lick. The overwhelming aura it radiated even made Kyosuke quietly acknowledge in his mind, so this is the boss, that presence is seriously heavy. Let's start by testing fire against it. I'll hit it first with fire magic. With the decision made, Kyosuke swiftly hurled a fireball forward. But the lick reacted incredibly fast, swinging its staff to the side, and releasing a surge of purple energy that shot out and clashed head-on with the fireball, canceling both attacks out in midair. Seeing that, Kyosuke wasn't too surprised. It nullified the fireball, figures it's a boss after all. Shifting focus to the opponent, the lick now took the initiative to attack. It gathered mana into its staff and unleashed a blob of dangerous-looking purple liquid. Even though he didn't know exactly what the attack was, Kyosuke quickly leaped backward to evade. Sure enough, the next sight made his face stiffen. Because the floor beneath where the liquid landed had been corroded into a massive hole. That sent a chill down Kyosuke's spine. That orb melts anything it touches. It's some high-tier magic. But I can turn it to my advantage. The thought brought a sly grin to his face. Whether the lick felt provoked or not, a second later it fired 3 more magical orbs straight ahead in rapid succession. But our protagonist already had a plan locked in. He thought silently, I'll focus wind magic on the soles of my feet and boost propulsion. Thanks to that magic, Kyosuke's speed surged visibly. His body turned into a streak of green light, effortlessly dodging every attack, until he closed the distance right in front of the lick, leaving it completely stunned. He didn't stop there. Kyosuke kept taunting, "Let's see if you can handle your own attack." At that moment, a purple energy orb, the lick's own magic, hovered in Kyosuke's palm. Before the lick could react, the protagonist slammed it straight into its face, corroding its skull at a visible rate. A pained roar echoed all around, accompanied by green smoke. Finally, its body helplessly began to dissolve away. Turning back to Kyosuke, even he had to admit the effectiveness of that move. Pretty effective, but since it's high-tier magic, I couldn't replicate it perfectly. I need to level up my void magic. More importantly, there's someone else here. Thinking that far, Kyosuke spoke softly but clearly. I know you're there, come out already. Sure enough, not far from Kyosuke, the red-haired guy had been standing there who knows how long. Realizing he'd been spotted, he let out a dry laugh, stepped forward slowly and said, "Haha, you're sharper than I thought. I watched your fight, hope you don't mind." The response he got was a completely cold stare from the protagonist. "So what now, you here to challenge me again?" As he spoke, Kyosuke quietly assessed the redhead in his mind. Looks like he still hasn't learned his lesson. But that aura, he's definitely hiding something. On the other side, the redhead slowly approached and said something cryptic. Well, maybe it's time to clear things up, huh? As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled something out. An action that instantly put Kyosuke on high alert. He dropped into a fighting stance, brain racing to figure out what the guy was up to. Shit, he really has ulterior motives. Is he another enhancer like Brusen, or maybe some hidden weapon? Completely contrary to what Kyosuke expected, the next second the redhead suddenly dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and begged, "Please take me as your disciple." The sudden move left Kyosuke completely dumbfounded. His mind a total mess. What the hell is he doing, and what's with that cup? Kyosuke wondered silently. And almost immediately, as if sensing the confusion, the redhead held out the cup and explained, "This is the Japanese doja style, right? I heard you're supposed to offer sake to show respect too. I couldn't hold back, I'm completely hooked on your strength. Please teach me magic, I'm begging you." Seeing the guy pleading like that, Kyosuke felt a shiver and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. "You've gotta be kidding me," he muttered. But the redhead wasn't giving up and kept going. "That fight just now was insane. I feel so stupid for picking a fight with you." From Kyosuke's perspective, he could only sigh at the absurdity. Great, now things just got way more complicated. Thinking that, Kyosuke suddenly sensed something and quickly turned to slap the red-haired guy on the shoulder. The redhead thought Kyosuke was about to accept him as a disciple. But a second later, not far from them, a massive explosion erupted, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The cause of the blast was a gigantic skeletal dragon claw smashing down into the ground. Turns out the lick from earlier wasn't the real boss. Seeing its appearance, the red-haired guy's face went pale while Kyosuke's brows furrowed tightly. So the lick wasn't the final boss after all. Looks like the true boss is only showing up now. Beside him, the red-haired guy, after staring at the boss monster's form, suddenly remembered something and said, "If I'm not mistaken, I've seen this thing in a book before. It's a skeletal dragon, the monster that wiped out an entire village a long time ago. Rumor has it Lord Ingolf barely managed to take it down, but how the hell is it here?" He blurted out in disbelief while Kyosuke, after hearing him out, turned his head and replied coolly, "I get it now." That icy attitude made the red-haired young man behind him flinch, and he hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, don't tell me you're seriously planning to fight it. That's way too reckless." No matter how strong you are, before he could finish, Kyosuke spun around and cut him off. "Just relax, and from what you said, Ingolf wasn't actually the one who killed it." With that, he started silently calculating in his head. Got it. For the 5-star saints, admitting that Misato Kawakiro was the real one who slayed the beast would be a huge hassle. So they twisted the story for future generations. Classic cowards. And now all I need to do is kill it again. "Alright, let's go," Kyosuke declared in a voice sharp with cold intent, and as if sensing the provocation, the skeletal dragon didn't hesitate at all. It immediately slammed its massive bony claw straight down, sending a shockwave rippling outward in every direction. Witnessing that, the red-haired kid instantly panicked. Before he could even react, the shockwave crashed right into him, flinging his small frame backward. Only Kyosuke remained rooted in place, unmoved. Still, from that single attack, Kyosuke's expression darkened slightly as he thought to himself, "Damn, it's gotten way stronger than 20 years ago." But that's not a problem. Once the thought passed, Kyosuke channeled power into the soles of his feet and shot forward like lightning toward the skeletal dragon. He leaped high into the air, closing in on its skull, his hand engulfed in blazing golden flames. Kyosuke whispered softly, "Take this," then unleashed a 1,000-pound punch straight into its gigantic face, shattering the skull into countless fragments in an instant. Not far away, the red-haired young man who witnessed it was practically petrified with excitement. "Holy crap, did anyone see that? My master just blew that monster's head off." Hearing him say that, Kyosuke grumbled back, "You're getting way ahead of yourself. Didn't you just say fighting it was suicidal?" "I don't feel like explaining much, but this isn't over yet." As he spoke, Kyosuke turned his gaze forward again, which suddenly wiped the grin off the redhead's face. Sure enough, right after, the skeletal dragon's head regenerated as if nothing had happened. It's regenerating," the red-haired kid shouted in shock. And Kyosuke took the chance to school him. Skeletal dragons have insanely high vitality compared to other undead. If you only half-ass it, they'll just patch themselves back up. The redhead looked puzzled, wondering how Kyosuke knew all this. But the protagonist had no intention of answering because he was already quietly plotting his next move. It's tougher than I expected. In that case, the next thing to do is… Speaking of the red-haired young man, seeing Kyosuke deep in thought made him sink into his own musings. He guessed, is Kyosuke planning to try something else? But how can he even take on a monster like that? On the opposite side, the skeletal dragon was starting to lose patience. It opened its maw and let out a deafening roar, then twisted its body, swinging its enormous tail straight toward both of them, forcing the pair to duck in panic to avoid the sweeping strike. But the skeletal dragon's assault didn't stop there. Instantly, it redirected its tail, aiming precisely at the most dangerous target, Kyosuke. Yet the hulking monster's speed still wasn't enough to trouble the protagonist. With a casual sidestep, he effortlessly dodged the tail whip. Over here, the red-haired kid started worrying for Kyosuke since he seemed to only be defending. He had no idea that Kyosuke was silently waiting for the perfect opening to strike. His eyes locked onto the beast as he thought, not yet, make the image clearer. That's the essence of void magic, born from imagination. The clearer the visualization, the stronger the power. As he pondered, he began gathering some kind of magic into his palm. Unfortunately for the skeletal dragon, it had no clue. It kept charging forward with its mouth wide open to attack. The moment it closed in on Kyosuke, it unleashed a devastating heat wave straight at him. Seeing Kyosuke take a direct hit like that, the red-haired kid nearly wet himself in fear. He screamed desperately, "Master!" But just a second later, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Because when the blinding light faded, what appeared before him was Kyosuke gripping the skeletal dragon's razor-sharp jaws tightly, no matter how wildly it thrashed. Kyosuke's hand clenched harder as he channeled his magic, forming a spiraling torrent of water that coiled around the skeletal dragon's entire body, and finally froze its massive frame solid, leaving the gigantic bony creature completely immobilized. Witnessing the battle's end, the red-haired young man stood there jaw-dropped in pure astonishment. Unbelievable, you're just way too strong. Time passed quickly. Not long after, the two of them had left the dungeon, and of course the red-haired kid was still chattering excitedly behind the protagonist. "Master, wait up." Over here, Kyosuke let out an exasperated sigh upon hearing that. "Why do you have to sound so cringy?" In response came the redhead's bright grin. "Well, you know, it's out of respect." As he spoke, he noticed Kyosuke staring intently at his student ID card and asked curiously, "Something on your student card bothering you?" Kyosuke nodded and explained, "I was just wondering how many points one dungeon clear actually gives." "You're Mateo, right? How exactly do those points affect class rankings?" Kyosuke asked, and Mateo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Before explaining, "This is just rough info, but every 10,000 points bumps you up one class level. So to reach the special class, Kyosuke, you'd need around 30,000 points. Unfortunately, dungeon points are fixed rate, and that skeletal dragon you just took down doesn't give any extra points at all." After hearing that, our protagonist quickly did the math. "I got 500 points from that dungeon run, which means I'd have to grind it 600 times just to qualify. Looks like reaching the special class is gonna take quite a while," the protagonist said lightly, while Mateo looked a bit surprised and exclaimed, "As expected, you're aiming for the special class." At that point, as if suddenly remembering something, Mateo cheerfully suggested, "Oh, there's actually a shortcut to rack up points faster." Before he even finished, Kyosuke shoved his killer face right up close and demanded, "Tell me," Mateo yelped in fright. "Whoa, too close. It's the Celestial Festival happening in a month. That's the event where top-ranked students compete directly in assigned challenges, and the winner gets 20,000 points." Just hearing the reward made Kyosuke's eyes sharpen like never before. "Nice. If I take first place, I'll close the gap to engulf in one shot." Thinking that, Kyosuke clenched his fist and declared, "I'm taking first place in this Celestial Festival." Just like that, time flew by fast. 1 month later, on the day of the Academy's Celestial Festival event, right now every student planning to compete for extra points had already gathered at the competition site with the announcer's voice booming all around. "All right, the Celestial Festival officially begins." In one corner of the plaza, Kyosuke, who was dead set on joining the special class as quickly as possible, naturally couldn't miss this. Right beside him stood that red-haired kid Mateo, who grinned excitedly and said, "Finally, the festival's here, master." To that, Kyosuke just gave a cold nod as acknowledgement. Inside his mind, though, he was already calculating how to snatch first place fast. "If I rack up enough points and claim the top spot here, I'll get promoted straight to the special class. That'll bring me one step closer to the bastard who betrayed me 20 years ago." Ignoring him, up on the high platform, the Academy professor's explanatory voice continued. "Your task is simple. Seize the gemstone at the very top of the tallest tower. The method doesn't matter. You can fight your way up or climb straight through. Choice is yours. Now show us the power you've trained for." That stern tone made Mateo unconsciously break into a nervous sweat. Meanwhile, Kyosuke cracked an amused smile. In his head he thought, Sounds exactly like something merit-obsessed students would do. Perfectly suits my style. A moment later, as if regaining his composure, Mateo started shadowboxing the air to warm up and shouted enthusiastically, "Master, we're taking first place no matter what." Hearing that, Kaiosuk could only sigh in exasperation. When I heard the celestial festival only takes pairs, I had no idea what to do. Lucky for me, I already had a partner ready. Before he could dwell on it further, a familiar voice called out from ahead, "Hey there, Kaiosuk." The newcomer was none other than Shirato. Her appearance caught Kaiosuk a bit off guard, so he asked, "You're here too, Shirato?" Shirato smiled brightly and replied, "Yeah, I came to watch you shine." Standing nearby, Mateo perked up at the sight of a pretty girl and eagerly asked, "Who's this beautiful lady, master? Your girlfriend?" The response was a swift chop to the head from the protagonist. Cut the crap. Before their greetings could drag on, suddenly the other students erupted into excited shouts and pointing. "Hey, look over there." Right in front of them was a massive screen, and what shocked everyone most was the figure appearing on it. None other than the traitor Ingolf himself. His appearance filled the protagonist's face with murderous intent, like he was ready to charge up and fight right then and there. Cutting to the platform, a black-haired professor smiled warmly and said, "Lord Ingolf, we're truly honored you've joined our festival." Ingolf responded with a light shake of his head. "Don't mind me, I'm just curious about this event. Let's see if there's any golden egg among these young mages." Back to Kaiosuk, his face still radiated killing intent, and watching that expression, Shirato seemed lost in some private thoughts of her own. Not long after the announcement rang out, "Contestants, proceed into the tower immediately." Following the order, everyone quickly rushed inside the tower. Very soon, the interior scene unfolded before their eyes, a spiral architecture with countless staircases leading straight upward. Over here, seeing others already sprinting ahead, Mateo said, "All right, let's go, master." Kaiosuk nodded in agreement. But of course things couldn't be that easy. Before the group could even start climbing to the next floor, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. The cause was a gigantic wolf. Its appearance made Mateo's eyes roll back like he was about to faint as he groaned. "Oh, come on," right from the start. Kaiosuk shrugged and replied, "Figures, they already announced the monsters were ranked in advance." Hearing that, Mateo quickly turned and asked, "What do we do now, master?" Before the question even finished, he realized that somehow the protagonist's figure had vanished. Mateo frantically looked around and witnessed Kaiosuk charging in, slamming a fist straight into the giant wolf's face and sending it sprawling like a dead dog. After taking down the staircase guardian monster, the protagonist casually turned back and reminded him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Mateo nodded in a daze. "Oh yeah, right, I'm coming." Just like that, the two of them quickly ascended to the second floor. At the same time, outside, their entire battle was being broadcast for everyone to watch. And sure enough, the traitor Ingolf began paying attention to him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, a Japanese student." Unlike his reaction, the other students were buzzing with awe and admiration. "Holy shit, that guy one-shotted the monster?" Even Shirato broke into a cold sweat at the power Kaiosuk displayed. She whispered to herself, "I knew he wasn't ordinary." Cutting to Mateo's position, right after he finished off a monster with a strike, Kaiosuk asked, "You good?" In response, Mateo flashed a thumbs up and declared, "I've still got plenty left in the tank, master." Seeing his little disciple was fine, Kaiosuk quickly moved on. "Good, then no more delays, let's keep going." Mateo trailed behind wearily. And so the two continued climbing the stairs upward, until Kaiosuk suddenly sensed something. He shouted, "Stop!" Sure enough, right then a huge explosion erupted in front of them. But this blast wasn't from a monster, it was caused by humans. The culprits were a blonde student who'd used magic to block their path. His creepy laugh echoed, "Hee hee, you're not getting past us." Mateo got pissed, clenched his fist, thrust it forward and cursed, "You dirty bastards, that's cheating." Hearing that, the two students not only felt no shame but mocked him back. "What'd he say? Too far, can't hear ya." "See ya later, losers, you can just sit and watch." With that, both rushed ahead, driving the red-haired kid furious. "Hey, get back here," he yelled, then turned to his master for advice. "Master, what do we do now?" Kaiosuk answered casually, "What do you mean? Easy, just fly right over." After hearing that, Mateo was still confused. But right after, Kaiosuk grabbed his shoulder tightly and leaped forward, dragging the young man along in flight. Cutting to the blonde guy's position, right now a large door stood before them like a boss room. Seeing it, he grinned. "Perfect, this is the final room." "Easier than I thought." Beside him, the blue-haired guy chimed in excitedly. "Exactly, no way we lose to some Japanese kid, right?" That's what they were thinking. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "How is that possible?" The sound made the two cheaters jump in panic, spin around, and shout, "What the? How'd you get here?" To answer their confusion, Kaiosuk replied with a face full of contempt, "I hate to break it to you like this, but the obstacles you set up barely slowed me down at all." Behind him, Mateo was practically dead on his feet but still forced out some backup. "That's right, we're nowhere near done with you clowns, you're finished." he said shakily, pointing forward. While the two students sensed Kyosuke wasn't simple and preemptively cast magic, "Don't underestimate us, we'll crush you," both shouted loudly. But in Kyosuke's eyes, their casting speed was painfully slow. Before their spells could even form, he rushed in and delivered a chop to the back of each neck, making both their eyes roll back as they collapsed unconscious on the spot. Seeing that, Mateo was stunned at first, but instantly thrilled. "Wow, I didn't even see him move at all." Brushing aside the minor clash, the two opened the door and stepped into the final room. Inside stood a crystal orb placed on a stone pedestal. Kyosuke guessed that crystal was the gemstone they needed for the mission, and Mateo excitedly said, "Yes, we're the first ones here." But nothing's ever that simple. Kyosuke quickly realized it's not over yet. Right after his words, several armored knights suddenly appeared around the crystal, as if summoned from nowhere, leaving both of them clueless about where they came from. The situation even shocked the professors watching from outside, who looked confused. What the hell, those armored knights, that wasn't in the program. Only the traitor in golf felt amused, because he was the one who'd set up this little surprise. In his mind he thought, excellent, let's see if they can overcome this challenge. Next, a sly grin spread across Ingolf's face as he spoke. "What I mean is, if it ends too quickly, where's the fun in that, right?" Sitting beside him, the black-haired professor could only force an awkward laugh. "Haha, you really are ruthless, my lord." In response, the big man maintained his firm attitude. "If they want to become great mages, something like this is nothing at all." As he spoke, he silently calculated in his mind. Of course, no student could possibly break through that many enemies. How could they ever reach the gemstone? "Let's see what they've got," he said with interest before focusing intently on the TV screen in front of him. Cutting to Mateo's position after witnessing a horde of summoned golems appear, the kid was completely freaking out. "Master, what do we do now?" he asked in a panic. Kyosuke, for his part, had only one answer in this situation. "If we don't defeat them, we can't get the gemstone. We don't have any other choice." Hearing that, the red-haired young man quickly turned and pressed for more details. "Defeat them, but there's so many, and they look super tough too." Kyosuke replied with a face full of seriousness. "Even so, I still have to do it. If I want to achieve my goal, I have no other way." Looking at the resolute expression on his face, even though Mateo was still worried deep down, he could only grit his teeth and say, "All right. Then I'll support you, even if it's just a little." As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles to warm up, completely unaware that, while he was running his mouth, a golem behind him had already swung its sword at lightning speed toward his back. Luckily, Mateo reacted in time and ducked his head to dodge. If not, he'd have been sent straight to the afterlife. On the other side, Kyosuke was also facing an attack from one of the golems, but its strike wasn't even worth worrying about for our protagonist. Instantly, he activated body reinforcement magic, enveloping his entire body in a faint golden aura, then casually pinched the tip of the sword between two fingers. Next, Kyosuke gathered energy into his right fist, clenched it tight, and punched straight forward, sending the entire golem flying high into the air. That sight left the students watching from outside gaping in shock, with voices ringing out, He just barehanded it. Back to Kyosuke's position. He charged forward again and unleashed another fiery punch, knocking the golem's body flying backward and taking down a whole cluster of them in a tumbling heap. Just like that, with a single strike, not a single golem around the protagonist was left standing. Witnessing it, Mateo couldn't help but admire silently in his heart. Master really is on another level. Not just him, even the big guy in golf watching had to quietly acknowledge that Japanese kid's got some seriously useful magic. Is he really planning to take them all on solo? But it won't be that easy. As he thought, he slammed his fist down hard on the table. Sure enough, just as he'd predicted, inside the tower the golems that had just been defeated hadn't even been down for 3 seconds before another wave was summoned in. That made Mateo's eyes roll back in terror. They're respawning already. What the hell is the Academy thinking, throwing these at us? At the same moment, Sayuki was thinking exactly the same thing. With numbers like this, there's no way he can keep up. But I still want to see if he can break through. So aside Kyosuke, what are you going to do now? She pondered silently in her heart. Back to the protagonist's position, right then a golem wielding a massive axe charged straight at him, swinging down hard. Fortunately, Kyosuke was agile enough to leap back and evade. He quickly scanned the area and mentally counted the enemies. About 30 of them, that's quite a few. But compared to back then, this is nothing. Unaware of the thoughts running through Kyosuke's mind, the golems in front began attacking again, giving him no time to rest. At that moment, 2 of them hurled their spears forward like arrows. In response, Kyosuke used earth magic to raise a dirt wall and block the assault. But the golems coordinated perfectly. While the front ones pressed the attack, several others circled behind to ambush him. However, Kyosuke had already spotted it. He swung his arm, unleashing wind magic, and sliced out a razor-sharp blade of air that sent the entire group behind him flying away. But almost immediately, more golems took their place and slowly closed in on him. That made his eyes narrow in irritation as he thought to himself, taking them out one by one is pointless. I want to wipe them all with one powerful spell. But in a situation like this, I don't have time to build a new visualization from scratch. Which means, the best choice is a spell I've already seen before. That way I won't waste time recreating it. Whatever, I'll just use it. Kyosuke let out a sigh as he recalled the magic that Principal Iwako had once used. Next, he activated his void magic, causing the rocks and earth around him to suddenly lift into the air, as if controlled by an invisible force. Seeing this, the hulking Engulf was so shocked he shot up from his seat, clearly recognizing what spell this was. Back to Kyosuke's position, he now swung both arms outward, combining earth and wind magic, and unleashed a barrage in every direction, leaving not a single golem able to withstand the onslaught. The power was so immense that even the crowd of students outside could feel the resulting shockwave. Not long after, the magic gradually faded, leaving the room littered with the shattered remains of golems scattered everywhere. By then, Kyosuke had already walked up to the crystal orb. He reached out, gripped it firmly in his palm, and whispered, "Done." On the other side, Mateo, who had somehow hidden, who knows where, saw that Kyosuke had completed the task and joyfully ran out to celebrate. He did it. He really did it, master. Just like that, the crowd erupted in cheers and congratulations for the protagonist's success. Elsewhere, Sayuki's eyes widened in shock at the protagonist's ability. Fusion magic. He can use that too. His power is terrifyingly deep. Cutting to Engulf's position, he now burst into amused laughter. Haha. So he can use the magic that took Iwako 20 years to develop, and he's just a student. Asai Kyosuke, very interesting. If he makes it into the special class, I guarantee I'll give him a proper education. As he spoke, a cunning, fox-like grin spread across his face. In the grand auditorium, a man standing on the podium announced that the time had come to reveal which students would be promoted to the special class this semester. Asai Kyosuke, please come to the stage. Kyosuke's face remained calm as he quietly pulled out his chair, stood up politely, and walked forward without a word. Down in the audience, a group sitting off to the side whispered among themselves, "He's seriously good, only been here a month and he's already pulling off results like that. You saw him during the festival, right?" One guy sitting with his arms crossed spoke up jealously. "This is insane. How can a human even do that?" Next to him was Mateo, who lightly tapped his chin with a smug little grin and replied, "That's my master for you. Doing something like that is just normal for him." The man on the podium spoke again. "Next up is the armband ceremony. We have a very special guest with us today." Suddenly, Kyosuke's eyes shifted. He furrowed his brows in suspicion and thought to himself, "A special guest? Don't tell me," the man continued in a hoarse voice. "Please give a warm welcome to..." A man in formal attire slowly stepped out from behind the curtain. He smiled as he revealed the figure. "Lord Engulf, the stage is yours, sir." Hearing such an imposing name, the audience below erupted in shock and murmurs. "What, for real?" Dietz just casually picked up the armband. Over here, Kyosuke shot a cold, emotionless glance at the man, judging him silently. Engulf, he came to the academy in person. What the hell is he plotting? Dietz had already approached him, observing his expression before smirking and speaking. "You put on quite a show at the Celestial Festival. Really entertained me." Kyosuke's expression shifted slightly. He lowered his gaze politely and replied hesitantly, "It's an honor." The man slowly handed over the armband, and Kyosuke gently accepted it. Unexpectedly, Dietz leaned in close to Kyosuke's ear and whispered coldly, "Asai Kyosuke, come to my estate tonight." Down in the seats, Mateo and the others shared the same puzzled look and whispered, "What's going on? What did he just say to him?" On stage, Dietz waved casually to the crowd while cheers erupted nonstop below. The noise still hadn't died down when he swept his coat and exited the hall. Kyosuke clenched the armband tightly, staring coldly at the man's retreating figure in deep thought. "Engulf, what exactly are you scheming?" The sky had turned pitch black, and a grand, luxurious castle stood in the distance. At that moment in the main hall, the butler placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. "Asai Kyosuke, correct, we've been expecting you." Kyosuke kept his hands in his pockets, face perfectly composed as he followed the butler and silently wondered, what does Engulf want to talk about? Wait, has he already figured out I'm Misato Kawakiro? Damn it, I wanted more time to prepare. If he knows, then I've got no choice left. The butler stopped in front of a room. Kyosuke paused for a second to observe. As the door slowly opened, Kyosuke steadied himself and thought, right here, right now, this could turn into a fight. He glanced into the room and saw the lavish spread of food on the table, with Dietz already seated. The man gave a faint smile, knife and fork in hand, as he cut into a piece of steak, then looked up at him. "You're here, sit down. We'll talk after you eat." Kyosuke approached the table politely and replied, "Excuse me." His eyes carried a layer of cold detachment as he thought suspiciously, "So, what's this really about?" The meal was cleared away. Dietz looked straight at Kyosuke's calm face and said evenly, "Once again, I have to say your performance at the Celestial Festival was impressive. Especially that fight at the top floor. You really caught my attention. Now there's something I want to address." He lowered his head slightly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes as he spoke coldly. What exactly are you hiding? That gaze sent a chill through Kyosuke. He thought uneasily. Shit, does he know? Under the table, his hands clenched tightly as he weighed his options. No, that can't be it. If he really knew I was Kawakiro, he would have said it outright. He's definitely probing something else. At that moment, Dietz leisurely lifted his coffee cup and continued. The fusion spell you used at the top floor, that was Iwako's lifelong work. He spent 20 years developing it. How were you able to use it? Hearing that, Kyosuke let out a faint smile, regaining his composure as he thought, just as I figured. He's only curious about my magic. Kyosuke met his gaze directly and explained, back in Japan, teacher Iwako gave me special training. Dietz raised the steaming coffee cup to his lips and replied hoarsely, so that's when you learned fusion magic? Kyosuke answered politely, yes. Kyosuke put on a cheerful smile and said proudly, he really was an excellent teacher. I owe him a lot. Hearing that, Dietz gave a faint, mocking chuckle, pondered for a moment, then said, looks like something he would do. You used it very skillfully. However, don't abuse that power, or you'll end up like Misato Kawakiro, the one who nearly tore this world in two. Hearing his old name mentioned, Kyosuke's face showed not a trace of panic. Dietz turned his back to him and brought up the old topic. You've probably heard about it, the SSS-class catastrophe dungeon from 20 years ago. He drowned in his own power and in the end, he hatched a twisted plan. Dietz's face twisted with anger and envy as he spoke bitterly, luring monsters out of the dungeon, plotting to wipe out the rest of us, his own allies. Kyosuke's expression shifted. He froze at Dietz's words and thought in disbelief. What? Over here, jealousy burned deep in Dietz's eyes as he continued with a scowl. Also, he could be the sole hero left standing. With that mindset, Kawakiro carried out his plan that day. Fortunately, we stopped him before everything went to hell. Right now, Kyosuke's fingers clenched into trembling fists under the table as he struggled internally. This is bullshit. What the hell is this? Those bastards, I can't let this slide. Suddenly, Dietz turned back, lowering his voice in warning. That's why I'm telling you, don't let power consume you. Kyosuke cut in seriously. It's fine, sir. Power exists to fight evil. His face filled with confidence and resolve as he declared, and I'll do whatever it takes to become stronger than anyone else. In Dietz's pupils reflected Kyosuke's image, and deeper within it flickered the shadow of Kawakiro. A satisfied smile crept across Dietz's face as he rasped, just like at the festival, you really are interesting as hell. Fine, I'll reward that spirit of yours. Right then, Dietz stepped closer to Kyosuke. The boy looked up suspiciously. Reward? Dietz lowered his gaze and replied, yes. For the next training session, I'll personally spar with you. His probing eyes fixed on Kyosuke as he added with a cold smile, of course, only if you agree. Kyosuke stood up, pulled his chair back politely, and said, I understand, it would be my honor to receive guidance from you, sir. The two locked eyes directly. Night had fallen, stars dotted the sky, and familiar faces walked the streets. Kyosuke's expression was ice gold as he walked and thought deeply. In golf, that's the best reward I could possibly ask for. Just wait, I'll crush you with everything I have and settle the grudge I've carried for 20 years. It was the day of the special class's regular training session. Inside the school, along the hallway leading to the training classroom, a group of soldiers casually chatted with each other. Hey, today's the regular training day for the special class, right? One guy with a book slung over his shoulder spoke up indifferently to the person next to him. So jealous, they get to meet Lord Ingolf in person. Wish he'd train me too. Before he could finish, the guy felt a sudden chill crawl up his spine from behind. He shivered and glanced back. A gaze full of murderous intent belonged to Kyosuke, who was sitting on a bench glaring straight at the one who'd just spoken. The two guys paled instantly. The other one trembled in panic and stammered, Hey, let's go. The first one nodded frantically with a shaky. The pair scurried away in terror, leaving Kyosuke alone with his cold expression staring straight ahead as he muttered, Ingolf. Finally, I can settle this debt. He promised to spar with me during today's training session. He probably just wants to teach some curious kid a lesson, but for me, it's different. I'm going to completely crush him and make him regret betraying me 20 years ago. Right at that moment, out on the school's training field, a hoarse voice rang out. All right, the regular training session begins now. Please welcome Lord Ingolf. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Dietz walked forward while scanning the soldiers' reactions and replied calmly. Instantly, Kyosuke's eyes narrowed. He stayed composed and thought silently. There he is. The man took a few steps ahead and spoke up as a reminder. I have faith in all of you, the Academy's most elite students. Every day you continue honing your skills as usual, but sometimes observation itself is training. That's why today, I've decided to heat things up with a sparring match. No need to worry, I've already chosen my opponent. Dietz looked straight at Kyosuke's face, gave a faint smile, and called out. As Kyosuke stepped forward. In a flash, Mateo had already claimed a seat in the stands. His eyes widened as he blurted, holy shit. Totally worth skipping class. Master is seriously fighting Lord Ingolf. Suddenly, he noticed someone down below and thought suspiciously, That girl was at the Celestial Festival too. Mateo rubbed his flushed nose and guessed. Got it, the thing between Master and her is going pretty well, huh? Down below, Sayuki felt a chill run down her spine. She crossed her arms and silently imagined, I'm sensing some weird stare somewhere, whatever, ignore it. A 5-star saint hailed as a hero of the world. Let's see what he does when facing an opponent like this. On the arena floor, the hem of Diet's long coat fluttered lightly as he spoke in a low voice. Now then, shall we begin? Kyosuke's gaze remained calm as he assessed the situation silently. In golf is one of the toughest among the 5-star saints. His level is completely different from Iwako or Lei. But today, the one who'll be forced to kneel is you. Seeing that Kyosuke was fully prepared, Dietz clenched his fingers, unleashed his power, and declared, I'll make the first move. The power surged down into his hand. He swiftly swung it forward. The punch headed straight for his pre-targeted mark with a terrifying whoosh. That fist was about to reach Kyosuke. He quickly raised his arm to block. The soldiers nearby hurriedly dodged aside, murmuring in shock, what the wind magic? Even Sayuki instinctively raised her hand and thought urgently, no, it's just the shockwave from that punch tearing through the air. Right then, Kyosuke dropped into a crouch, channeling full body strength as he sneered inwardly. He's using body reinforcement, huh? Time to counter with earth magic. Rocks and earth from the field naturally rose up and slammed straight into Diet's magic. The man's expression stayed calm, his hands still radiating power. He looked at Kyosuke with admiration and said, you blocked it. Kyosuke stood up lightly, brushed the dust off his clothes, and asked with a faint smile, that was body reinforcement, right? No wonder it felt so heavy. Kyosuke glanced down at the cracked stone fragments and thought deeply, I barely managed to stop it with reinforced rock. That punch's power is insane. Suddenly, Dietz let out a low chuckle and replied with a smirk, you're mistaken. I haven't even used body reinforcement yet. As he spoke, he flicked his coat open. Kyosuke's brows furrowed inwardly, his eyes locked straight onto the man. In Diet's hand formed a glowing golden orb of power. He spoke coldly, now I'm using it. With those words, he hurled the orb straight at his opponent. Kyosuke's expression shifted. He let out a startled sound. He quickly dodged the incoming fireball. Dietz kept firing successive fire orbs at him relentlessly. The barrage of magical strikes forced Kyosuke into a defensive scramble as he evaded desperately. Up in the stands, Mateo frowned in worry and muttered, no way, Master's getting pushed back. What kind of attack is that? Over here, Diet's face grew exhilarated. He readied his stance and rasped, trying to escape with wind magic, sharp instincts, but this fight is far from over. With that, he unleashed his most powerful magical force and threw it straight at Kyosuke. Just before the orb reached him, Kyosuke barely managed to dodge in a scramble. He clenched his fingers tight, gritted his teeth, and glared at the man while thinking, with this much force breaking through, no time to hold back now. He quickly stood up. Diet's expression darkened. He thought suspiciously. He stopped moving. Is he planning to counterattack? Sayuki's face turned grave. She silently assessed, that's the same thing he used during the Celestial Festival. Fusion magic. Kyosuke's eyes lit up, filled with killing intent. He channeled magic that sent fragments of rock flying straight toward his target. Dietz quickly blocked the strike, his face twisted ferociously, eyes bulging as he gritted his teeth to resist. Suddenly, a deafening explosion roared out right before Kyosuke's eyes. Under the thick black smoke that was slowly clearing, Dietz knelt on one knee, stunned in place. Kyosuke furrowed his brows and thought grimly, the shockwave reduced the impact, damning gulp. He's gotten even stronger after 20 years. Dietz lowered his head and let out a low, mocking laugh. Murderous intent burned in his eyes as he snarled, good, very good, I shouldn't hold back anymore either. A blinding aura erupted from behind Dietz. Kyosuke raised his hand to shield his eyes. Beneath his palm he spoke calmly. Dawn is coming. He stared straight ahead in suspicion. What the hell is that magic? Dietz lowered his gaze toward Kyosuke, his face full of provocation as he spoke coldly. Come on, let's continue this fight. A terrifying surge of magical power erupted from Dietz. Kyosuke took a deep breath. This was a spell even he didn't recognize. He watched the man beckon with a provocative curl of his finger. So that's the move he's mastered in these 20 years, huh? Keeping his head cool, Kyosuke dropped into a defensive stance. Doesn't matter, let's see how hard he can hit. Kyosuke's eyes flashed with light. He thrust his hand forward. The ground cracked open instantly, starting with this one. Dietz furrowed his brows and dodged aside. Earth magic. Kyosuke's gaze narrowed to razor sharpness. This attack covers a wide area, he won't escape it, and the spot where Dietz had just landed split apart, throwing him off balance. Seizing the opening right in front of him, Kyosuke spread his arms to activate the next move. Once his footing is broken, I'll finish him with fusion magic. A powerful strike shot forward as he declared it, fusion magic. Mateo, watching from outside, pumped his fist even harder in excitement. Hell yeah, a master just unleashed fusion magic. Sayuki beside him was completely drawn into the fight. He's off balance midair. This is the perfect moment. Just as she predicted, the blow was about to land. But no one noticed the faint, sly curl at the corner of Diet's mouth. He braced himself and let out a powerful shout. Kyosuke faltered for a split second. What's he doing? Those massive rocks were stopped barehanded by the man. Little by little, Diet's reversed control over the swirling earth and stone aimed at him. The technique was literally torn apart by him. The rocks and debris were forcibly split and shoved to both sides. Diet stood there completely unscathed. Kyosuke couldn't believe his eyes. He just cut straight through my fusion magic. Seiyuki broke into a cold sweat at that overwhelming power. Unbelievable, he neutralized a spell of that level. Diet spoke to him in a low, steady voice. That attack was excellent. His entire body remained untouched, enveloped in magic, but it can't pierce my mana armor. Only then did Kyosuke understand. Mana armor, got it. That golden light is his armor. His hand clenched a little tighter, but to block fusion magic without a single scratch, that durability is downright insane. Diet smirked. This armor doesn't just protect me. Diet took one step forward. It turns my body into a weapon, perfect offense and defense combined. That's the true essence of my mana armor. In a blur, he charged forward with a smug grin. Here I come. His whole body launched into the air, fist clenched tight. Kyosuke hurriedly leaped back several steps. With a single blow, Dietz obliterated the exact spot where Kyosuke had been standing. Mateo jolted and yelled, "What the hell?" Flying debris kept slamming into Kyosuke non-stop. It took a long while for the dust to finally settle. Kyosuke wiped the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. Damn you, Ingolf, he's gotten way stronger than 20 years ago. Diet still stood tall and imposing, and that mana armor of his is an absolute nightmare to deal with. Kyosuke narrowed his eyes. The ease from earlier was gone from his mind. I've got a countermeasure, but that spell isn't fully perfected yet. I don't know if I can pull it off. Dietz cracked his neck casually. You're not coming at me, guess I'll end it then. In the next instant, Dietz shot forward like lightning. Time to wrap this up. Kyosuke furrowed his brows in frustration. Shit, no choice left. He gripped one hand tightly with the other, gritting his teeth as he poured power into that palm. Dietz saw it and chuckled inwardly, trying to create something. You think that'll stop me? Suddenly, the space around Dietz darkened completely. Dietz looked bewildered, completely lost. Seeing Kyosuke straining to continue the technique, Dietz narrowed his eyes with malice. Dietz's right hand whipped up and knocked Kyosuke flying. Kyosuke couldn't dodge in time and took the full hit. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he clicked his tongue in regret. As expected, I'm still not proficient enough with it. After a moment, he managed to stand steady and face the man again. At this rate, suddenly Dietz relaxed his fist. To Kyosuke's shock, the man spoke. That's enough. Dietz said indifferently, this is more than sufficient for a sparring session. We'll end today's training here. But that only made Kyosuke's face darken further. His hand clenched so hard it trembled. Dietz casually announced to the students, regular training session is over. Dismissed. The students hurried after him, praising nonstop. Lord Ingolf, that display was incredible. It's truly inspiring for us all. Someone laughed. That Asai kid put up a decent fight, but in the end Lord Ingolf had him cornered the whole time. Another nodded. A 5-star saint really is on another level. Only Mateo came over to comfort Kyosuke. Master, you did amazing, but going up against Ingolf, no one's blaming you for that. Kyosuke said nothing, only thinking to himself, I underestimated him. Right now, I can't beat Ingolf. His hand clenched with fresh determination. I need to push void magic further and get even stronger. Around them, the usual lively chatter of the students continued as always. Seiyuki quietly watched Kyosuke's retreating back. No one here realizes what kind of potential Asai Kyosuke is hiding. Diet strode away from the crowd. He recalled the sensation from the fight just now. That moment, what was it? Bloodlust? No, something else. A pleased smile spread across Diet's face. But it's been a long time since I had a fight this intense. Then he turned away, his back solid and unwavering. Doesn't matter. Asai Kyosuke. Dietz chuckled inwardly once more. He's not the type to end here. Holding a glass of top-shelf red wine in hand, Dietz calmly leaned back into the plush armchair. He gently swirled the wine in the glass, lost in thought. It's been a very long time since a fight truly got my blood pumping like that. His hand carefully applied just enough force to keep the wine from spilling, yet that Asai Kyosuke kid, I never expected him to be that strong. He recalled a fleeting moment of genuine shock during the battle, especially that instant when I actually felt fear. Dietz's deep eyes reflected on the surface of the wine glass as memories flooded back. Come to think of it, I felt that sensation once before. A scream from the distant past echoed in his mind. That person stood before a younger Dietz and spoke softly. All right, looks like I win this one, huh? On his knees, Dietz looked up at Kaiwakairo and asked, what the hell was that just now? You've been hiding that magic from me all this time, haven't you? Kaiwakairo laughed, hands on his hips. You almost had me back there, you know. And yeah, I had to save my trump card until the very end, right? The younger Dietz sighed inwardly. You really haven't changed at all, always one step outside my predictions. As he stood back up, he let out a long breath. That's exactly why you're my eternal rival. Once upright again, Dietz grinned and challenged. One more round, Kaiwakairo. Diets clicked his tongue in the present, sinking into reminiscence. Damn, the wine's making me all nostalgic. Suddenly his face darkened completely, but the past is stained beyond repair, nothing can wash it clean. Another sigh escaped him. Still, I remember how thrilling it felt. He raised the glass and took a slow sip, when fighting someone on the same level. Diet's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as though waiting for something. So come on, Asai Kyosuke. Show me whatever you've got in that uncertain future of yours, boy. Kyosuke lifted his head to gaze into the pitch-black depths of the cavern before him. 20 years later, and it still looks exactly the same. Looks like I can make good use of this place after all. Both fists clenched tightly. Right now I'm nowhere near strong enough to take on Ingolf. I need to start training from square one. The entrance radiated an oppressive, bone-chilling aura, but thankfully this dungeon was the perfect spot for what he needed. Step by step he advanced inside. The pressure here made every footfall feel unbearably heavy. It had a gravity field far stronger than outside. Kyosuke realized no wonder Ingolf could hit that hard. If one of those strikes lands clean, I'm done for. He lightly raised and lowered his hand with fresh resolve. So first things first, I need to make this body tougher. Just thinking about it almost made him laugh. Once I can clash head-on with him, the magic I've been developing will deliver the finishing blow. Facing a dragon's lair teeming with thousands of monsters, yet he had only one target. Just wait for me, Ingolf. Time slipped by unnoticed. 3 days had already passed. Sayuki watched the stream of people passing by, deep in thought. Strange, ever since that day, Asai Kyosuke hasn't returned to the dorms at all. The black-haired girl wondered to herself, where could he possibly have gone? Suddenly she spotted a familiar figure trudging wearily after class. Sayuki recognized him instantly. That's Mateo, looking completely wilted like a dead flower, muttering to himself, no master around, this sucks so much. Her call snapped him back a little. Hey. Mateo's eyes widened. Oh, master's fangirl. Hearing that, Sayuki inwardly cursed. Fangirl my ass. Then she quickly saw the advantage. Ah, right, if everyone thinks that, it actually works in my favor. Do you know where Kyosuke is right now? Mateo scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know the exact spot, but I heard he went to the Eastern Forest to train or something like that. Sayuki narrowed her eyes and thought, the Eastern Forest, could it be? Moments later, the black-haired girl spun around and hurried off. Got it, thanks. Mateo, left behind, just waved blankly, no problem. The red-haired guy still stood there innocently thinking, whoa, she's really enthusiastic about him. Not long after, Sayuki had tracked her way to the forest where the dungeon lay hidden deep within. A dungeon concealed far inside the woods. Yes, that's the perfect place for training. She bit her lip, questioning herself, but how did he even know about it? He shouldn't have any knowledge of this place. A suspicion rose in Sayuki's mind, unless. Bit by bit, it felt as though she were peeling back a veil hiding an earth-shattering secret. It's possible. Sayuki's eyes flashed, cold sweat rolled down her cheek. Asai Kyosuke is Misato Kawakiro. The black-haired girl recalled events from about a month earlier. Her superior had summoned her at that time. I've been given a classified order. She remembered the stack of documents handed to her. Investigate anyone who might be Misato Kawakiro in disguise, and the image of him appeared crystal clear in her mind. Asai Kyosuke was on that list. Sayuki's hand clenched over her chest. If he really is Misato Kawakiro, then I. Her footsteps grew heavier with every step. The oppressive pressure here made Sayuki pant for breath. I've been here once before for another mission, and it's still as brutal as I remember. The pitch-black tunnel ahead seemed endlessly long. Asai Kyosuke, has he really been training in here? Fortunately, she soon found the person she was looking for. Kyosuke stood motionless amid a neatly sliced pile of monster corpses. There he is. But something around him felt completely off, to the point that Sayuki hurriedly hid herself, not daring to show her face. That aura, it's entirely different. Looking around the cavern, she was horrified. And all these monsters, did he take them down alone? Sayuki's eyes narrowed. The overwhelming presence radiating from Kyosuke made her swallow hard. It's beyond anything I imagined. As she left the dungeon, Sayuki quickly contacted someone. Yes, that's correct. The black-haired girl spoke cautiously. At this rate, he might actually surpass Lord Ingolf. The voice on the other end let out an intrigued hum, and the possibility that he's Kawakiro. Sayuki paused in silence before answering, very high. A soft, delighted chuckle came from the other side. The woman spoke with clear excitement, just as I thought. Beneath her feet, dozens of people knelt in submission. Things are about to get very interesting. Burjo spread her arms wide and declared loudly, everything. Her brilliant blue eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Is proceeding exactly according to the will of the gods. In the dim cave, faint purple crystals glowed softly, illuminating the space around. Kyosuke stood beside the dragon's corpse muttering to himself, and that's that. He rubbed his wrist with a delighted tone and concluded happily, this time, it's definitely going to reach Ingolf. In a sleek modern room, a man was just about to leave when the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He turned back to look at the device, wondering inwardly, who's calling me? This man was none other than the 5-star saint Iwako Hideki. Heike didn't hesitate and picked up right away. Hello. On the other end, a calm, middle-aged man's voice spoke. It's me. The moment he heard that voice, Heike recognized it instantly, engulfed. He asked cautiously, what's up? Then Dietz replied coldly with a demand. There's something I want to ask you. He continued, it's about a student named Asai Kyosuk. Hearing that name made Heike's eyes widen in shock. After a while, he spilled all the information he had. Dietz listened and responded calmly. I see. That's all I needed to know, Heike answered with a trembling voice. All right. After hanging up, he placed the receiver back on the cradle. Heike felt a chill of terror run through him as he thought anxiously. Ingolf asked me about Asai Kyosuk's past, but I can't tell him that the kid is actually Kawakairo. He clutched his head, fear overwhelming him as he screamed inwardly, if I spill it, I'm dead. On Dietz's side, he stared at the phone, lost in thought. His mood grew heavy as he mused, Owako is hiding something, but I can't find any solid proof. Dietz turned to leave while pondering, if that's the case, then next is. Suddenly, he noticed something on the floor. It was an envelope. Dietz looked at it suspiciously. Someone slipped a letter under the door. He picked it up, opened it, curiosity rising as he wondered who sent this. The moment he read the contents, Dietz's eyes widened in horror. This is. He gripped the letter tightly, hatred surging through him. I understand now. Dietz ground his teeth in fury. I knew it. Old memories flooded his mind. On a high cliff, two people sat together. The short-haired one looked troubled and apologized. Sorry about today, Kawakairo. The one beside him shrugged it off casually. It's fine. Kawakairo leaned toward Dietz and said earnestly, your hometown got destroyed. Of course I have to help. Dietz turned to him hesitantly and advised, but are you really sure about this? Conquering the dungeon the country wants would definitely benefit you more. He tilted his head back to the sky, his tone dripping with mockery. They're just a bunch of high-end mighty folks flexing their power. Kawakairo spoke plainly, I'd rather help people who actually need it. Dietz laughed warmly at that. Man, you're good to the core. He looked out at the view again and said cheerfully, plus. Kawakairo praised sincerely, this place is seriously beautiful. Hearing that, Dietz said proudly, it's called Keld Hill, the best spot around here to watch the sunset. Sensing his joy, Kawakairo nodded appreciatively. I see, you really treasure this place. Then Dietz suddenly called his name, Kawakairo. Kawakairo glanced over curiously, waiting. Dietz's expression turned serious as he declared, I want to get stronger. His voice was resolute as he confessed, not just for my homeland, but so many places are threatened by dungeons. Kawakairo grinned happily at that. Why not? I'll team up with you. He jumped to his feet full of passion and announced, all right, I've decided to train harder while I'm in this country. Dietz couldn't help smiling as he followed suit. Let's do it, Kawakairo replied excitedly. It's settled then. Back in the present, he stood by the window lost in thought. After that, we used to meet up on that hill whenever we had free time to push past our limits together. Remembering a certain moment, Dietz suddenly furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes turning icy cold, but he couldn't suppress the resentment as he thought. But then, a sea of flames engulfed his mind completely. In the past, a young Dietz was sprinting through a blazing inferno. Reaching a spot, he stopped dead, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What stunned him was Kawakairo's figure standing ahead, laughing loudly. Recalling that, Dietz clenched his fists in rage and resolved silently, I won't drag Nathaniel, Claudia, or any other 5-star saints into this. He declared with hatred, I'll end Kawakairo with my own hands. At the academy, Kyosuk was walking down the hallway. He pondered quietly as he walked, the next regular training session is in a week. That's when I'll face Ingolf again. Kyosuk vowed coldly, this time I'm definitely going to. Suddenly someone called out, breaking his train of thought, Master. From behind, Mateo rushed over excitedly shouting, Master, you're back. Seeing him, Kyosuk asked curiously, why are you running like that? Mateo answered honestly, the principal told me to give you this letter. He repeated, puzzled, a letter. His friend confirmed and handed it over. Here it is. Kyosuk calmly opened the letter and read it. After finishing, his eyes widened slightly in shock. Mateo leaned in curiously, what's it say? But Kyosuk quickly folded it, turned and walked away. It's nothing. Mateo stood there confused and murmured, Master. Behind him, Seiyuki was hiding behind a pillar, watching everything seriously. A while later, on a lush green hill, a figure stood waiting. Dietz sensed the movement and greeted, you're here. Kyosuk looked at the back in front of him and asked calmly, Keld Hill, why did you call me here? He replied softly, exactly, I know who you are now. Dietz turned around and stared at him, his voice cold as he exposed, Asai Kyosuk no Misato Kawakairo. Kyosuk didn't confirm anything and asked calmly instead, you called me here for that reason. He turned fully and stated clearly, isn't it obvious? Dietz released his power outward and declared, I called you here. He roared in ultimate fury, to erase your existence from this world. Hearing that, Kyosuk replied just as coldly, is that so? Looks like we feel the same way. He summoned his power around his body and declared, I'll send you off myself. Kyosuk stood tall and declared firmly, I have one question for you. He gave off a dangerous vibe as he warned, you claim you're absolutely sure I'm Misato Kawakairo. How can you be so certain? Dietz tensed up and brushed it off, you don't need to know, but I'll tell you this much. He frowned and announced, this has nothing to do with the 5-star saints, it's strictly personal between us. Kyosuk pressed on, so that's why you picked this spot, Diets answered straightforwardly, exactly. Suddenly he grew massive in presence and cautioned, don't make the mistake of underestimating me. Diets ground his teeth in rage, I'll never forgive you. Kyosuke smirked without a hint of fear, funny, I feel the exact same way. Right after that the boundary between them sharpened clearly, both radiating murderous intent. Diet surged with power, raising his superpowered fist high, like you saw in our sparring match. My mana armor blocks every attack. Instantly golden armor materialized over his body. Whether physical or magical, it doesn't matter, meaning. Diets charged forward bitterly and roared, Kaiwakairo, you don't stand a chance against me. The words barely left his mouth before he unleashed a powerful punch straight at Kyosuke. Diets kept hammering blow after relentless blow, not giving his opponent any room to counter. Kyosuke held his defensive stance, ready to receive Diets' strike. Diet stared intently at him and taunted, so what are you gonna do now? He recalled the moment Kyosuke lay in pain on the ground from their last spar. Back then you could only dodge if you're still the same this time. While thinking, he rushed in for the finishing blow. I'll hit you with another shockwave. Suddenly a nimble foot leaped high into the air. Kyosuke radiated a green glow, his face deadly serious as he charged straight forward. Seeing Kyosuke move so swiftly, Diets froze in surprise. What the? He watched Kyosuke barreling right toward him. He's taking it head on. Right after that, Kyosuke threw a punch to intercept Diets' attack. Instantly his strike created multiple green circles that enveloped Diets' move. Now Kyosuke hovered right above him, his body blazing with fire. He stared down at Diets with eyes full of hatred, ready to unleash the next strike. And then their fists finally collided with full force. Immediately, a swirling vortex erupted between them, blasting both backward. Kyosuke gritted his teeth and stomped the ground hard to keep from flying too far. In that moment he realized, got it, his armor is tough as rock. Kyosuke observed every strike from Diets and mused quietly. He can push through shockwaves, and not only that, his attacks are heavier than before. Diets stared at Kyosuke and thought, that physique, I get it now, you've trained like crazy. Deep in those scheming eyes lay calculations, but surely that's not all. He watched Kyosuke's body gradually changing and realized, don't tell me, you're copying my mana armor. Realizing the truth, Diets clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, how pathetic. Diets gripped his fist tight and shouted, Kaiwakairo, I figured it out, the trick behind your magic. He pointed straight at Kyosuke's face and declared, your void magic, it can copy other people's magic, right? Then Diets sneered mockingly, but imitation is just imitation, to me that cheap trick means nothing. Kyosuke stood there with an annoyed expression, listening as he said, your time magic has become something worth desiring. Suddenly, Diets placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head, even I have to look up to it. Instantly, he shot a sharp glare at him, but you're not the same anymore, you've gotten weaker. Right after, Diets towered even larger, and you can't break through my mana armor. His body glowed with brilliant light as Diets ground his teeth and emphasized, never. But on this side, Kyosuke asked calmly, copying close but not quite. He clenched his fist tight, void magic goes way deeper than that. Kyosuke turned slightly and raised his hand, creating a green light. It took me a while to imagine it, but finally I can show you. Hearing those words, Diets suddenly recalled, that must be the move he tried to pull in our spar, his ultimate technique. But that didn't make him worry. Still, it doesn't matter. Diets charged forward wildly, no magic can pierce my armor. He raised his fist, decisively aiming to finish Kyosuke off. Kyosuke's eyes turned emotionless as he said coldly, activate void magic. Diets rushed in, screaming, take this. But Kyosuke stood perfectly still, unnervingly calm. Instantly streaks of blood sprayed wildly in front of Diets' eyes. He lost balance and staggered backward repeatedly. Diets clutched his wounded arm, grimacing, he actually hurt my arm. He stared at the bleeding limb, refusing to accept it. Impossible, he broke through my armor, no way that happened. Diets stubbornly muttered, no one can. Kyosuke said calmly, I told you already, void magic isn't just copying. Diets looked quite shocked and blurted, that's. He stared at the sword in Kyosuke's hand and realized in horror, the sword of blazing flames. Diets completely lost composure, yelling, what the hell is this? Kyosuke continued, created through imagination, that's the essence of void magic. He pointed the sword straight at Diets now. Kyosuke glared sharply and declared, feel its power for yourself. Diets snorted coldly, inwardly terrified and doubting, how could that be? How can that sword cut through my mana armor? His mind drifted back, dazed, to the earlier clash. Then Kyosuke's words cut through, you look confused. Kyosuke rested his heavenly flame sword on his shoulder, staring coldly and mocking. You said your mana armor blocks every attack, but clearly that's not true. Diet stubbornly shot back, what are you talking about? My mana armor is invincible. My magic has no blind spots. Before he could finish, Kyosuke cut in, it does. Because your magic attribute turns mana into metal attribute. Hearing that hit the nail on the head, Diets froze stiff. He shouted back, how do you know? Kyosuke replied casually, don't be ridiculous, I've already used it. Diets finally remembered that strike from earlier and realized in shock, so that's what he did back then. Kyosuke continued calmly, if I can recreate it, that means I understand it completely. He explained seriously to Diets, no matter how hard metal is, it's not invincible, so I created something. A sword with extreme heat that can melt metal. With that, he pointed his blazing sword right at Dietz. Seeing the flames enveloping the blade up close, Dietz grew even more terrified, thinking, "My mana armor has endured countless spells without a scratch, even fire attacks were nothing, so how much heat did he pour into that sword?" Kyosuke kept his sword aimed challengingly at Dietz. But he said coldly straight to his face, "Accept it, Ingolf, you can't block my attacks anymore." Dietz ground his teeth in fury, cursing, "Don't underestimate me." He stubbornly declared, "One little trick doesn't mean you'll win." With that, his whole body erupted in raging flames, sending dirt flying everywhere. Dietz charged straight at Kyosuke. He raised his fist, roaring fiercely, "I'll smash that arrogant face of yours." As his punch came flying, Kyosuke blocked it with his sword. The boy's eyes flashed with vicious intent, then he swung the blade in a fierce arc, sending Dietz flying far back. Dietz took the hit, his leg wound bleeding profusely red. He collapsed in pain, then slowly pushed himself up. Dietz looked toward him a bit stunned, thinking inwardly, "Impossible." Kyosuke stood firm, staring straight at him and mocked, "When you get emotional, your movements turn stupid and predictable. You still have those same old habits, huh?" The boy's aura now completely different from his naive days back then. Seeing that Dietz's feelings grew complicated, he snapped, pulling himself together. "Shut up. Shut your mouth." With that, Dietz unleashed a punch that sent rocks hurtling toward Kyosuke. Kyosuke clicked his tongue in disdain, asking, "You still want to keep going?" As the barrage of earth and stone flew at him, he casually sidestepped. By then, Dietz had closed and preparing a sneaky punch while he wasn't looking. But he roared loudly, "Don't lecture me about the past anymore." Kyosuke was a bit surprised but still dodged in time. Dietz threw another powerful punch, yelling furiously, "You burn my hometown to ashes." Hearing that, Kyosuke froze in confusion. He asked calmly, wanting clarification, "Wait, Ingolf, what are you?" But Dietz in his rage drowned him out, screaming louder. Seeing they couldn't talk properly, Kyosuke gave in. "Fine then." He shifted into a fighting stance, channeling his mana. A dense stream of mana shot out from him. It surged toward Dietz. Dust and smoke filled the air. Dietz grunted, annoyed, covering his face. "Smoke, huh?" He grew even angrier, yelling curses, "Damn you." Suddenly, Kyosuke's blazing sword pressed against his throat, making him freeze in fear and go silent. The surrounding air grew tense, both holding their positions, neither moving first. Kyosuke glared at him with a stone-cold face. Dietz's whole body stiffened, not daring to twitch. Suddenly, he squeezed his eyes shut, refusing to accept it, asking, "Why?" He began pouring out his heart. "I thought you were my rival in the best way, someone I could fight with everything I had." At that point, he couldn't hold back tears choking up as he questioned him. "So why wouldn't you let me believe that?" After a few seconds, Kyosuke started to speak, intending to say, "Engulf you." But right then, an arrow flew from nowhere, piercing straight into the back of Dietz's neck. Dietz's eyes widened in shock and he collapsed. Kyosuke was just as stunned, blurting out instinctively, "What?" He spun around toward where the arrow came from, hearing high heels clicking approaching the edge of the cliff above. Burjo laughed mockingly and spoke, "I won't let you end things that easily." Kyosuke furrowed his brows in anger, shouting, "You." Seeing her face clearly, he yelled in shock, "Claudia." Burjo sneered in greeting, "Long time no see, Kairo." Hearing that, Kyosuke grew confused, wondering inwardly, "She knows my identity now." Burjo cast her magic while smiling wickedly, "I'd love to have a proper chat to satisfy my heart, but that'll have to wait. Anyway, the real fun is just getting started." At that moment, Dietz's entire body was enveloped in dark mana. Dietz unconsciously groaned in extreme pain. The dark mana lifted him into the air. Witnessing it, Kyosuke couldn't help cursing inwardly, "Damn it, it's Claudia's magic." Burjo achieved her goal and said gleefully, "Now go ahead, you two, slaughter each other to your heart's content." After Burjo infused him with magic, Dietz not only regained his fighting strength but became even more powerful. He stood firm, resuming his battle stance, his eyes empty as he glared viciously at Kyosuke. Burjo stood on the cliff, looking down at the two below, the wind gently fluttering the hem of her dress. Suddenly, a figure approached, calling out, "Lady Claudia, it's time." Kyosuke held his sword, looking up from below, his face showing shock. "That's..." The figure entered Kyosuke's view. He exclaimed in surprise, "Shirato Sayuki." Kyosuke frowned, questioning her tone sharp, "Why are you reporting to Claudia?" Burjo ignored his question, leaving only one line, "Now fight with all your heart, Kairo," then turned and left with Sayuki. Seeing them go, Kyosuke wanted to chase, yelling, "Wait, Claudia." But before he could pursue, a powerful figure blocked his path, radiating overwhelming presence. Terrifying magical energy glowed brightly from the man. Transparent armor fragments wrapped around Dietz's body. He clenched both fists and let out a long roar. Kyosuke gripped his sword tightly, assessing inwardly, "Engulf, he's clearly not in his right mind." He recalled Dietz collapsed on the ground earlier. Claudia must have used her hypnosis magic on him. Kyosuke thought of a truth: even the perfect hypnosis I once used on Yoichi was actually just a copy of Claudia's original hypnosis magic. He looked at the raging figure ahead, sighing inwardly, "If she's using it on Engulf, this is going to be a huge pain." Kyosuke swung his fire sword forward, resolving silently, "Still, I have no choice but to charge straight in." At that moment, Dietz suddenly threw his head back and let out a massive roar. After roaring, he launched an attack on Kyosuke, who quickly got ready, plan stays the same. Kyosuke observed Diet's every move with sharp eyes calmly reading him. Each step he took stomped the ground hard, sending rocks flying, showing just how much power he was pouring in. He charged with ferocious momentum, so fast he even left afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Diet's appeared right in front of Kyosuke, his powerful fist following right behind. Seeing that insane speed, Kyosuke's eyes widened in disbelief, blurting, "What?" Luckily, Kyosuke reacted in time, raising his sword to block Diet's punch, but the force still pushed him back a long distance. Kyosuke felt his hand go numb from the impact, groaning in pain, inwardly exclaiming, "What kind of strength is this?" He stabbed his sword into the ground to stop himself from sliding further. Sweat dripped as he gritted his teeth, staring ahead warily. After that punch, Diet's hand was also badly injured. He clenched it, growling, his muscles bulging to their limit. Across from him, Kyosuke held the same blocking stance, observing, "His muscles are swelling wildly." He looked at the mindless Diet's, guessing the reason inwardly. "I've heard humans unconsciously limit their strength. She must have used hypnosis to remove that limiter." Just thinking of the possibility made Kyosuke curse inwardly. "Damn it, Claudia." He pulled his sword from the ground. "No wonder she's called the Queen of Mind Control." Kyosuke raised his sword into attack position, reassessing his opponent's power. "His speed is on a whole different level. I need to deal with that first." By then, Diet's was already in the crosshairs of the fire sword. In an instant, Kyosuke's entire aura shifted, his eyes now overflowing with killing intent. Target. Diet's charged again, fast as an arrow. Wind swirled wildly around both of them. Kyosuke locked onto this attack's target, his legs. In a flash, both of Diet's legs were gashed open, spurting blood. Seeing him hit critical spots, limiting movement, Kyosuke felt a rush of relief. Perfect, he thought inwardly with this hit, but before he could finish thinking, Diet's moved as if nothing happened. He rushed in, throwing a straight punch at Kyosuke. Not just one, he kept punching non-stop. Under that ferocious assault, Kyosuke could only defend, passively retreating again and again. Kyosuke's current situation was a bit desperate, fighting while cursing inwardly. Shit. He watched the mindless opponent, who only knew to attack forward even after taking that hit. Suddenly, for some reason, Diet's movement stuttered to a halt. Kyosuke noticed the change immediately. That abnormality caused the punch to graze past him. Kyosuke quickly backed away, assuming a defensive stance. He saw Diet's suddenly stop, standing still not far away, wondering inwardly, what's going on? Diet's condition looked off. He clutched his face, roaring in pain. Kyosuke observed the purple gas around his body gradually fading, asking himself uncertainly, the poison gas around him is thinning. He guessed the hypnosis wore off. No, Claudia isn't the type to be sloppy. He put on a serious face, pondering, if she's using engulf, she must have planned every detail perfectly. Kyosuke closed his eyes, thinking hard, something feels off, but I'll figure that later. His mana armor is breaking apart. Seeing the opportunity, he seized it. If that's the case, Kyosuke began casting magic. He assumed an attack stance, saying, let's end this engulf. With that, Kyosuke shot forward like an arrow, tearing through the wind. Diet seemed to sense the danger coming and whipped around. He reflexively threw a punch. Their attacks collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Both sword and fist were knocked back, but it didn't end there. Kyosuke had a follow-up. Take this. He began charging his ultimate move, firing a shockwave straight at him. At such close range, Diet couldn't dodge. The shockwave slammed right into his chest. Finally, an explosive boom rang out. Now on the vast grassland, with distant rolling mountains far away, Diet was knocked limp. Kyosuke caught his falling body. Diet trembled, speaking in broken words, I lost. Kyosuke replied calmly as if nothing happened, yeah, I won again. Diet laughed with an unclear look in his eyes. Haha, you're still so stubborn. He admitted, fighting you always gets my blood pumping, but battling you helped me confirm one thing. Sunlight shone everywhere. Diet used his last strength to say, you're not the one who burned my hometown. Kyosuke frowned in confusion, asking, burned your hometown? What the hell are you talking about? At night, with the moon high in the sky, its gentle light bathed the entire grassland. Diet's lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes. Kyosuke, sitting by the campfire, suddenly spoke, startling him awake. You're up. Diet looked at the indifferent figure in shock, stammering, Kairo. He stared at the bandage on his hand in disbelief, asking, you bandaged me? Kyosuke answered, just basic first aid. If you thrash around, it'll mess up the wound. Diet asked, puzzled, why? He repeated warily, aren't we enemies? Why help me? Hearing that, Kyosuke replied ambiguously, I'm thinking about something. Then Kyosuke shot him a sharp look, asking, earlier before you passed out, you said I'm not the one who destroyed your hometown. What did you mean by that? The campfire crackled in the dark. His voice continued, I heard 20 years ago someone turned an entire village to ashes. The culprit still hasn't been found, right? Diet narrowed his eyes, inwardly assessing the man before him. That attitude, just as I thought. He closed his eyes as if giving in. All right, I'll tell you. Diet began recounting 20 years ago, just 1 week before the SSS rank dungeon disaster struck. His eyes carried sorrow as he recalled the past. I'm absolutely certain about what I saw. You, or at least your figure, drenched my hometown in flames. Kyosuke couldn't believe his ears, asking again, what? Diet confessed, at first, I couldn't believe it. I never thought you'd be the type to do that. He remembered his hometown engulfed in fire, but amid the blazing town and people fleeing desperately. The figure laughing that I saw was none other than you, Misato Kairo. Kyosuke looked at him confused. What's going on here? He propped his chin, thinking, of course, I never did anything like that, but who did engulf C? Diets continued right after that incident. He stared ahead with hollow eyes. We found something in your room, a plan laid out to assassinate all of us. Hearing this, Kyosuke's pupils shrank in disbelief. Diets recalled the enemy's wicked grin, continuing, Misato Kaiwakairo was a wolf in sheep's clothing. That was the 5-star saint's conclusion. He summed up briefly, and the result you already know. Kyosuke thought inwardly, I don't think engulf is lying, which means someone pulled strings behind the whole thing. He considered the most likely possibility, and the one engulf saw the one impersonating me was probably just a prepared illusion from that person. Kyosuke's expression grew grave, manipulating others' senses, planting false memories. Only one person could do that. He pictured a woman none other than Claudia. Kyosuke began analyzing. I'd copied her hypnosis magic before, so I understand how it works. It directly affects the target's brain, forcing their behavior. He glanced at the man beside him, saying, engulf, could it be? Diets' face calm. Without needing the full sentence, he understood. Yeah, I think so too. Diets continued, the magic Claudia used on me earlier wasn't to support me. He considered a worse possibility. If she can implant commands like fight until one of you dies, then blocking your ability to verify things probably isn't hard for her either. He turned to Kyosuke seriously, saying, meaning? Diets' voice rang in the quiet night. She might have made me misunderstand you as the one who burned my hometown. Kyosuke half closed his eyes, smiling. Yes, everything makes sense now. Diets pushed up on his knees, standing. Anyway, I owe you an apology. He placed his fist over his chest, solemnly saying, Kaiwakairo, I misunderstood you. Kyosuke looked up, hearing that engulf. He stated a truth. I didn't trust you either. Diets reached into his pocket like searching for something, saying, I have to accept the consequences. He turned the knife handle toward him. Kaiwakairo. Diets, with resolute expression, made the offer. Kill me. He gave a bitter smile. Bury me here. I deserve it. At that moment, Kyosuke looked at him silently for a long time without speaking. Suddenly he called out, hey engulf. Night winds blew, swaying his hair. Kyosuke smiled lightly. Look at the view from this hill. Does it take you back to the days we trained together? Diet saw that and called out bitterly, Kaiwakairo. The boy's voice echoed through the night. We were once like brothers. That bond can't just break on its own. Suddenly Kyosuke's tone turned serious. So who broke it? Are we really going to let them off after this? He stood up too. Now we have a common enemy, so. Kyosuke extended his hand, proposing, team up with me. Engulf. Diet gaped in shock at the sudden offer, speechless. Kyosuke added, accepting loss isn't your style. Diet finally smiled his smile, quietly letting go of all past grudges. He agreed, you're right. The two clasped hands like they once did back then. Looks like their tightly gripped hands symbolized their renewed bond. I still have things to do. Late into the night, the campfire had died. Only the moon's soft light remained. Diets turned, asking, are we heading to the Mediterranean? Then Kyosuke replied, yeah. He explained the reason. Claudia's about to build a city there for her followers. She might use it as a base. Diets volunteered, then I'll go with you, but Kyosuke refused immediately. No. He told Diets, Claudia cast magic forcing us to fight to the death, so she probably thinks one of us is dead. Diets understood. So we'll use that to our advantage. Kyosuke confirmed, exactly. He smiled coldly, saying, she thinks taking down one of us is enough time to show her calculation was wrong. Kyosuke began planning, if she thinks I'm dead, I can move more freely. Engulf, you keep operating as a 5-star saint like before. He recalled a sleazy face, adding, Nathaniel's movements have been shady too. Kyosuke said trustingly, I'm counting on you. Diets accepted the new mission seriously. Got it. Both stood on a mountain path, Kyosuke hands in pockets, head tilted back, looking at the sky. He gazed at the bright moon hanging high, inwardly thinking, so much has happened, but the next step is clear now. Kyosuke clenched his fist, vowing silently, I'll make you regret deceiving engulf and framing me. His eyes sharpened with murderous intent as he silently uttered her name, Claudia. On a peaceful morning, birds soared and chirped merrily, painting a serene picture over the sea. Standing before that beautiful view, Kyosuke paid it no real attention. He pondered quietly, so much has happened in Germany. Suddenly a shout rang out from the mainland, shattering the silence. Master, Kyosuke thought to himself, Mateo hasn't changed one bit after all. At the same time, he reflected, the thing with engulf really was an unexpected twist no one saw coming. Recalling the past, I never imagined I'd end up on good terms with someone I once believed betrayed me. Still, he reminded himself, I can't just sit here drowning in emotions forever. What matters in the present is that right now I'm on my way to an island in the middle of the Mediterranean. The place Kyosuke was heading to was none other than where Claudia gathered her followers and built her city. Inwardly, he sneered mockingly, how ridiculous, but right now she's there. Kyosuke calculated silently, if that's the city of her believers, then I just need to sneak in disguised as one. That way, I'll find the key to getting close to Claudia. He also understood that to pull it off, he'd need to use this void magic first. It was known as a type of perception sealing magic, not perfect yet, but it would let him hide his presence whenever he wanted. Right then, Kyosuke noticed a bearded man who greeted casually, you're also on your way to worship the Burgo faith, huh? Hearing that name, he wondered inwardly, Burgo faith, that must be the new religion Claudia created. Kyosuke nodded vaguely, something like that. Getting the answer, the man sneered, I see, so dedicated, especially for someone young like you. but dedication alone won't get you far. At the same time, he didn't hide his own ambition. I hope to meet Lady Claudia in person, so I brought a big offering. Kyosuke sighed inwardly, figures. The man acted knowledgeable, only high-ranking believers get to see her. That revelation made Kyosuke fall into deep thought. He guessed silently, so the Burgo faith has a ranking system for believers, huh? Just then the loudspeaker announced, "We are approaching the dock, please prepare to disembark." The man turned to say goodbye. Well, good luck to you. But right in front of him now stood empty air. He looked around bewildered. Strange, I was just talking to someone. Even though he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember anything. Kyosuke thought satisfied. Good, the perception sealing magic worked perfectly. Next up, it's time to settle the debt from 20 years ago and the one in Germany too, Claudia. After some time, he arrived at a district. Seeing the scene before him, Kyosuke gaped in shock. He stood stunned in the middle of the street. This is. Right in front of Kyosuke towered an enormous spire reaching endlessly into the sky. He couldn't help thinking it's massive. Not just Kyosuke but many around him were equally stunned. Is this the Burgo Tower? One confirmed. Yeah, inside it's basically a whole city for the believers. They admired it hugely. Incredible. Lady Claudia bought the entire island. Hearing about that wealth left him even more stunned. Because 20 years ago in the past, Claudia only had a small monastery here. And now Kyosuke couldn't believe, yet she's built all this. He assessed inwardly, a tower this huge means the number of believers is uncountable. Perfect for sneaking and unnoticed. Though the tower's security seemed tight, that didn't matter. Kyosuke was confident because he had void magic. So he strode boldly through the gate where security announced, "Check complete, nothing unusual." The guard explained routinely, "You've been approved as a level 1 believer of Burgo. Here's your proof. Inside the tower, your rank determines which floors you're allowed on." They clarified further, as level 1 you can only access floor 1. They added coolly, to rank up you must pass the challenges set by the Burgo faith. Reach level 7 the highest and you'll meet Lady Claudia. Then they opened the door. Now go inside. In a moment, Kyosuke officially stepped into the tower. He breathed a sigh of relief thinking, the fake identity worked. The perception sealing magic made the guards forget everything. Suddenly Kyosuke's steps halted abruptly. Facing the grand architecture before him, he marveled inwardly. So this is the Believer's City. On the suspension bridges, countless believers bustled back and forth. Along the street stood statues of guarding soldiers, giving a strong sense of safety. While observing, he was quite surprised. Floor 1, huh? Hard to believe this is inside a single tower. After that, Kyosuke wandered the streets to learn more about the place. Abruptly, he noticed something. At the gate area, Kyosuke spotted a familiar face. It was the bearded man anxiously pleaded, "I told you I'm willing to pay. Name your price." The guard remained firm. "No, level 1s can't go to higher floors." But the man charged forward anyway. "I don't care." He insisted stubbornly, "I'm going to see Lady Claudia." The guard shouted, "Hey, wait." Yet the moment he tried to touch the stairs, a surge of electricity blasted out. It struck him directly. Instantly, his hair stood on end and he collapsed to the ground. The sight left the two guards shaking their heads in defeat. Watching it, Kyosuke understood more. So brute force won't get you through. Makes sense. Kyosuke had to admit Claudia sits at the top, meaning he had to rank up first. Next goal, pass every challenge this faith throws at me. With that decided, he steeled himself. Alright, I'll climb from the bottom up. Meanwhile, on one of the highest floors of the tower, a servant approached respectfully. "Priest Samoa, here's the list of new initiates. Please select today's challenge." He replied disdainfully, "Another batch of pitiful lambs stepping in today. Excellent." At the same time, he decided openly, "This time I'll personally test them myself." Kyosuke sat alone on the street, rubbing his chin in thought. Alright, I slipped into the tower smoothly. He gazed into the distance, pondering. Next, I need to pass the trials they set for new believers to rank up. Suddenly, a small white dove flew over and perched on his arm. He gently took the bird, a letter, huh. Then Kyosuke removed the letter from its leg. To new initiates, proceed to the northern manor on floor 1. Proceed to the northern manor on floor 1. Kyosuke held the letter, smirking. So that's it. He smiled calmly as he walked. Time to pull back the curtain on this trial. Whatever it is, I'll crush it. He stood among others, listening attentively. You must all be new believers, right? Nice to meet you here. A gentle-looking man smiled, introducing himself. I'm Samoa, the priest assigned to oversee level 1 believers. He slowly scanned everyone, then asked, so why have you all come to this tower? Samoa suddenly called on the girl in white. You first? She startled and answered nervously, yes. Then the girl in white stepped forward, explaining, I came here because I want to meet Lady Claudia. I want to reach the top floor. She sadly recounted, recently my village was hit by an unknown disease. Even my grandmother is bedridden now. Kyosuke glanced at the girl in white, listening as she continued. So I hope Lady Claudia can lend me her power. He looked at her with admiration, coming here alone for her family and village, truly admirable. The brown-cloaked man sneered contemptuously, look at those rags, even someone like her can become a believer. He asked mockingly to the one beside him, and she wants to reach the top too, huh? The blonde next to him chimed in, no tax on dreams, right? Suddenly Samoa scowled, shouting, what's so funny? He glared angrily at the two men, don't you want to meet Lady Claudia yourselves? The blonde bowed his head, yes. The brown-cloaked one apologized too, sorry. But right after after the two grumbled bitterly, "Damn it, because of that useless girl we got dragged into this." Samoa turned away saying, "See, climbing this tower isn't easy at all." He raised a finger stating, 1 year and 90%. Do you know what those numbers mean? Then Samoa explained calmly, 1 year is the average time for a level 1 to reach level 2, and 90% is the rate of those filtered out before even leaving the first floor. Through his words, images appeared of many struggling upstairs. So many come here full of hope, but most end up crushed. Samoa smiled reassuringly, "But having high goals is good. I support your ambitions." He announced seriously, "Now the first trial." Everyone present listened intently. "I'll give you 3 challenges total. First is..." Samoa extended his hand forward, making a menacing face. "Go to the dungeon in the northeast of this island and kill 500 monsters." The brown-cloaked man cried out in horror, 500. Samoa took out purple mana stones, saying, "Monsters drop these when defeated. Collect them as proof of your skill." He smiled, turning away, reminding, "No time limit, so take your time." Finally, Samoa declared firmly, "That's it. Hope you all get good results." Kyosuke said nothing, just glanced at the girl's back. The girl in white stood still, staring ahead. Kyosuke also turned with a dangerous look, glancing back. Right after she walked away gently. Suddenly someone spoke, startling the girl in white to look up. "I really didn't expect that." She stammered, recognizing, "You're the one from earlier." Then the two walked together. The girl in white asked curiously, "What didn't you expect?" Kyosuke answered bluntly, "Everyone was shocked hearing the trial, but you didn't even blink." She smiled softly, bowing her head, "Of course I'm scared." The girl in white placed her hand on her chest, saying, "But for the village I have no choice." She looked at Kyosuke with sparkling eyes. "You're aiming for the top of the tower too, right? Let's both do our best," he replied coolly. "Yeah." Kyosuke glanced, thinking, this girl has something off about her, but figuring it out now doesn't matter. That evening outside a grand castle, a man in a hat clutched a necklace, babbling excitedly, "Thank you so much, priest. Yes, yes." He joyfully held the chain. "Now I can climb up." Samoa leaned back, smiling, "No problem, consider it divine arrangement." Right after, the hatted man grabbed his suitcase and left happily. Samoa held a wine glass, letting a subordinate pour. Another success. The subordinate flattered immediately. "You set impossibly hard trials so no one can actually advance, then approach the most desperate ones and squeeze money from them. Truly impressive." Samoa said casually, "The northeast dungeon has the strongest monsters. For the weak, even a year means nothing because they'll never pass." He eyed the suitcase full of money, saying, "Those with no money to give just cling to their hopeless dreams until they shatter." Then he laughed wickedly. At that moment, Kyosuke stood high up, overlooking the scene below. He'd seen everything, classic villain milking people while ignoring everyone around. Kyosuke glared angrily. Some believers genuinely just want to meet Claudia out of pure faith, while others trample all over that. He emphasized the filth. Disgusting. The next day in Samoa's large room, hearing someone arrive, he asked sternly, "Who is it?" Kyosuke entered, bowing politely, sorry to disturb. Samoa recognized him instantly. "You're the new believer from yesterday." He slowly lifted his face, smiling lightly. "I completed the trial. I brought them here." Instantly, Kyosuke dropped what he held, spilling hundreds of mana stones onto the floor. Samoa exclaimed in shock, "This is..." He paled, staring at the stones. "Impossible in just 1 day." But then Samoa forced a smile. "Wonderful, you really." Kyosuke smirked, calling priest Samoa. He said calmly, "If you don't want others hearing your dirty secrets, it's best to close the window." Hearing that, Samoa stammered in panic, speechless. The large room fell silent, with only Samoa thinking fearfully, "He heard it yesterday, huh?" He trembled, gripping the chair tightly. "That bastard." The mana stones continued falling one by one. "This is my territory. I won't let some newbie cause chaos here." Samoa completely lost reason, turning mad. "I'll turn this tower into your grave." Night fell over the tower and surrounding buildings. Samoa sat grimacing, leaning on the table, deep in thought. He recalled Kyosuke's image, inwardly furious. "He showed up just to say that to me. Utter blasphemy." Samoa stepped toward the large window, looking outside. Clearly he wanted to warn me, but nothing's more pathetic than cheap justice. But suddenly the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Samoa's eyes gleamed cunningly, as if he'd figured something out. "I'll give that little believer a special second trial." Meanwhile, Kyosuke gazed at the sunlight through the window in his quiet dorm room for Burgo believers. He slowly put on his outer coat, calmly assessing, "That Samoa guy still hasn't made a move." He looked up, staring outside. He's not dumb enough to do something shady inside the tower. Suddenly, a white dove with a small letter on its leg landed at his window. It waited there as Kyosuke read the small note. "Details of your second trial as follows. Proceed to the dungeon listed below." He smirked, reading the small letter intently. "So that's the plan. He wants to eliminate me under the guise of a trial." Grasping the issue, he crushed the paper in his hand, satisfying the tower's request while kicking me out. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Alone now, Kyosuke reached a secluded spot where a large gate appeared. According to the letter, this trial is to defeat the dungeon boss. He walked up the steps, calmly thinking, "This is obviously a trap, but that doesn't matter." He slowly approached the gate, lifting his feet closer. "I'll face it head on." Kyosuke now appeared in a place full of lava and smoky rocks. Burjo Island's southern area, lava cave dungeon. Kyosuke seriously extended his arm, observing the surroundings. A A lava cave, huh, this heat is no joke. The more he thought, the more he recalled Samoa's fake expression. Samoa wants to kill me for uncovering his dark scheme. Thinking back, his face grew grave, so that's why the dungeon difficulty is this high. Clearly, he thinks the boss here will finish me. His eyes remained unwavering, growing sharper if he has a backup plan. Small green energy sources continuously gathered in his palm. Then I need one too. Suddenly, Kyosuke startled, turning back at a loud noise. A blinding explosion scattered small rocks everywhere. Facing him, a creature slammed its foot down hard. A monster with sharp fangs spewing fire, and he recognized it instantly. Fire dinosaur, high-level fire monster that always moves in packs. Kyosuke looked at it, smirking with interest. This dungeon is tough, but the green energy sources still kept gathering in his palm. Kyosuke decisively launched ice darts he'd created at them. Void magic activate. The sharp ice darts shot swiftly toward their bodies, targeting them. Those ice darts quickly knocked back all the dinosaurs trying to charge. Kyosuke stood still, controlling them, folding his palms, smiling triumphantly. The training for the fight with Ingolf finally pays off. Before him now lay piles of dinosaur corpses sprawled out, and shattered ice dart fragments keep up this pace. Suddenly, a pair of glowing boots appeared in the scene. A man in a hooded cloak covering half his face suddenly emerged. From a room, a voice rang out, "Lord Samoa, are you sure about that believer?" A sleazy middle-aged man flipped through papers. He cleared the first trial, and one day he might even beat the dungeon boss. Samoa looked up decisively, declaring, "No way has any level 1 ever beaten that boss." Suddenly, his face twisted cunningly with a sinister smile. "And just in case, I already sent an assassin." The middle-aged man worried a bit. "An assassin, huh?" And now the cloaked assassin focused, observing, ready to strike. A pro assassin, he won't survive. His eyes widened, straining to watch the target from the shadows. "I see." Kyosuke entered the assassin's sight while he'd just frozen a large beast. He took down the boss instantly. Lord Samoa warned, he's strong, but this is insane. The assassin quietly drew a sharp sword from its sheath. "But he still hasn't noticed me. No matter how strong, he can't react to a perfect ambush." He glared, then suddenly charged forward. The assassin raised his sword high, aiming to strike down while he was off guard. "Your head is mine." But suddenly the sword slipped from his hand and his face slammed hard into the ground. The assassin had his cloak stripped away, eyes half open in daze. Under the assassin's feet, ice had frozen him solidly to the ground. How did he? The assassin struggled with his legs, panicking inwardly. How did he know where I was? Kyosuke appeared nonchalantly right in front of him, saying coldly, "Hunters are always careless about being hunted in return." Before the assassin's eyes, illusory butterflies floated close. "This is." A small butterfly gently landed on his skin, drawing from the energy in his palm. Void tracking magic. The black-cloaked assassin hadn't noticed those tiny butterflies. Kyosuke watched the butterflies circling him, smiling. "Good thing I prepared countermeasures." He quickly stepped forward, grabbing the assassin's collar, yanking him up. Kyosuke looked him straight in the eye, mocking, "Too bad your plan fell apart." Samoa was sitting in his office reviewing papers. Suddenly, a severed arm with sharp claws was delivered. Samoa paled at the sight. "What?" Kyosuke appeared before him, hands in pockets, casually. "Impossible, he came back alive." At that moment, he spoke leisurely as if nothing happened. "Tough one, I didn't expect the boss to be that strong." Outwardly, he forced an awkward smile in front of him. "And then some guy in a black cloak suddenly attacked me too. Seems like someone ordered him." Samoa nearly choked, speechless, hearing the mumbled words from his mouth. Wonder who would do such a thing. Inwardly, he raged, "That bastard." Saying his final words, Kyosuke left the room, slamming the door shut. "I'm really looking forward to your third trial." Now alone in the room, Samoa scowled, dissatisfied. He didn't report it. Why? He pondered hard, trying to understand. "I get it." Outside, Kyosuke walked leisurely down the hallway from the room. He still has no solid proof, or he thinks even if reported, it'd just get buried. Samoa buried his face, looking down at the shadowed table, resolute. "If that's the case, I'll execute him myself." Samoa opened a secret small door. "Even if he's stronger than I thought, it won't matter." He took out a special ring and slipped it onto his middle finger. With this ring bestowed by Lady Claudia. He raised his hand, admiring it cunningly. "I'll definitely wipe him out." Some people returned home as night fell and lights turned on. The blonde youth casually pulled his hands from his pockets, walking, saying, "Didn't meet quota again today." The one beside him scratched his neck, complaining, "Ever since Samoa became priest, it's gotten way harder." The blonde youth looked downcast, frustrated. "I finally escaped my hometown and everything." The blonde kept talking even as he passed Kyosuke. "But at this rate, can I even reach floor 2? Kyosuke quickly glanced back at the two. The gate guards, one leaning against the wall, arms crossed, spoke first. "Quiet today, huh?" The one squatting nearby replied, "Hardly anyone comes this way." Kyosuke suddenly approached from behind, waving hello. "Excuse me." The guard looked back, puzzled. "Huh?" He smiled friendly. "I wanted to ask you something." A little time passed. He left, ready to go. "I see, thanks guys, yeah." One guard wiped cold sweat, confused. What was that about? The other could only shrug helplessly. Weird guy. Kyosuke walked away, hands in pockets, ignoring their whispers behind. asking about the day the senior priest comes to inspect again. Time passed again. A white dove brought another letter to his window a few days later. Kyosuke slowly pulled out the letter, reading, pondering. They announced the final level 1 trial content, already the last one, huh? He smirked confidently, mocking inwardly. Samoa scheduling it today is unlucky, maybe he lacks faith. His palm opened, green mana energy flowing, void magic. He pushed the pressure outward, scattering the white doves chaotically activate. A middle-aged man startled, looking at the sky. What's that? A green-haired youth startled, one hand supporting a bird, the other holding a small paper, huh? Another girl who just released her bird startled. What? A girl received a letter at her window. This is. A figure in a cloak with white hair appeared on the street. The man smirked, holding the small letter O. Kyosuke leaned silently on the windowsill, looking out. Now everything is finally in place. He slightly lowered his brows, smirking eagerly. Time for you to pay for treating believers like trash. At a certain place, a meeting began. A voice spoke first. You're here. Samoa glanced over, noticing something. Now we'll conduct the final trial. Are you ready? Kyosuke remembered his darkened face but looked very confident. Of course, I'm honored to have priest Samoa personally oversee this final trial. Samoa wasn't dumb and caught his expression, cursing inwardly. This bastard, he's pretending to be innocent. The corner of his eye sharpened, his gaze fixed on him. He knows I sent an assassin to silence him after discovering my shady dealings. A building that looked grand and magnificent on the outside, the first floor is my paradise. Samoa extended his palm with a scheming face as if prearranged. I'll erase you right here. Kyosuke suddenly shifted his attitude, smiling. Hey, Priest Samoa, seems like there's quite an audience today. That line made him glance back, nearly panicking. What? And from the distant outer door came noisy voices. Hey, looks like it's starting. A woman with orange hair stepped forward. He's the believer who reached the final trial at record speed, right? A guy in a green leather jacket with red hair grinned eagerly. Samoa's fighting him personally, huh? A girl in a long skirt passed her hips, curious, just like the letter said. Instantly, the arena filled with spectators, even before the two faced off. Samoa, overwhelmed, kept glancing around, hesitating. This is. He realized, looking at him, gritting his teeth bitterly. He gathered them himself. What is he plotting? As if realizing something, his eyes widened, sweating profusely. Don't tell me. Exactly what he just thought, Kyosuke loudly announced to the huge crowd. Listen up, level 1 believers. I discovered Priest Samoa's corruption. He didn't stop, his eyes resolute, voice firm, continuing. He forces people through impossible trials, then lets some pass in exchange for bribes. When I found out the truth, he sent an assassin to silence me. Samoa, bitter with rage, clenched his fist, standing frozen. What, you? Ajito in the shadows quietly watched, smirking faintly. Samoa poured cold sweat but forced calm, forcing a strained smile, trying to speak. Ridiculous, everything he says is fabricated. He kept glancing at him, furious, gritting his teeth. This is bad. If he really has proof, then. Samoa unleashed his rage, unable to hold back any more, mana surging as he roared. Enough, start the trial, charge him. Inwardly fixated, I'll kill you dead men, tell no tales. Instantly, purple mana from him summoned countless beasts charging together. The watching crowd gaped in shock. Isn't that beast summoning magic, a high-level spell using mana as medium to call monsters? Samoa lost reason, looking triumphant. If you survive my magic, you'll officially become a level 2 believer, however you'll stop here. He mercilessly ordered the beast swarm forward, seize him. Kyosuke quickly entered combat stance, gathering energy in his palm, void magic. Long independent ice spears surged at his command, activate. Where he stood alone, controlling the beasts, froze midair instantly. Samoa paled in disbelief. What? Kyosuke remained calm, blooming an overwhelming smile. Sorry about that. No one said I couldn't defeat them. Scattered ice chunks, big and small, on the ground excited the crowd. He wiped them out instantly. Who is he? The long-skirted girl on the stands couldn't believe it. Unbelievable, such overwhelming power. Samoa, in this situation, felt maddeningly uncomfortable. Don't get cocky. He fumbled in his cloak for something. No way. I'll let trash like you ruin my peaceful life. He slowly slipped the red ring onto his middle finger. It's fine. Now Samoa clenched his fist hard, laughing, regaining his position. As long as I have the ring Lady Claudia bestowed. Kyosuke noticed it right away. A ring, huh? Samoa raised his arm, arrogantly declaring confidently, come, I'll show you my true power. Lightning bolts erupted fiercely from his ring. But the entire arena remained silent. Nothing happened. The spectators watched seriously. Then crowd murmurs rose, his face covered in sweat, confused. Nothing happened. Is that really your true power from her? Samoa panicked, staring at his trembling palm. Why, this ring is supposed to grant me immense power. He startled as a third voice appeared in the arena. That ring has no effect on those with impure hearts. A handsome face, half hidden by white hair, appeared. Looks like what he said wasn't entirely fabricated. Kyosuke raised a brow, eyeing the newcomer. He's here. Samoa looked at him, stepping back in confusion. You are. Ajito appeared seriously. Right before him, Lord Ajito, level 5 priest Ajito Norman. Ajito, cold face, stared him down, speaking now. Samoa, a priest unable to use that ring, seems there's something behind it. Samoa's face darkened, paling, sweating heavily. Why didn't you tell me everything? Looking at Ajito Norman in front of him, who was glaring intensely at him. Samoa turned pale with fright, stammering a quiet call, Lord Ajito. Kyosuke stood nearby, silently observing Ajito, an internal internally assessing, a 5-star priest. I didn't expect such a high-ranking person to appear. But this is even more beneficial for me, he thought, his thin lips curling into a slight smile as his gaze became profound. Ajito then spoke in a low voice. The first time I came to the first floor, I received a strange message. Hearing this, Samoa turned even paler, hesitating in fear as he asked, "A message?" Ajito coldly recounted every word written in the letter. "I will expose the fall of the first-floor priest. Samoa, if you wish to confirm the truth, come to the arena." That was the message. Samoa's face drained of all color as he unconsciously cried out, "What?" Ajito asked him in an icy tone, "Arrogant scum will be punished according to dogma. You understand that well, Priest Samoa?" Samoa was too tense to answer. He suddenly glanced at Kyosuke behind him, internally suspicious. Don't tell me he stayed silent all this time just to expose me right now. With no time to dwell on that, he used all his mental capacity to devise a plan, but he had no evidence. If I stay silent, perhaps I can turn the situation around. After thinking for a while and finding no better way, he silently encouraged himself, "All right." Acting on his thought, Samoa immediately switched to a professional actor mode, loudly crying out in injustice, "Lord Ajito, the accusations that I committed corruption must be some kind of despicable misunderstanding. I have dedicated my body and soul to Lady Claudia. I swear on my life that I have done nothing shameful," he said, placing a hand on his chest and swearing while pretending to be righteous. Ajito remained unmoved, staring straight at the ring on his hand and asking slowly, "If you are truly swearing on your life, then why is the ring not reacting?" As if fearing his own explanation was unclear, Ajito directly analyzed and explained, "That ring exploits the wearer's latent power based on their faith. It also has another function. If someone with impure intentions uses it, a signal is sent directly to a high-ranking priest." Hearing this, Samoa panicked, his face darkening as he looked at the ring on his finger and shouted, "What?" The spectators in the stands, upon learning this new information, were equally stunned and began to whisper among themselves. Kyosuke, standing to the side watching the drama, felt amused and remarked internally, "So that's it, it's a device to eliminate traitors. They are truly cautious." Ajito suddenly changed his attitude, smiling as he reached out toward Samoa, asking him in a gentle, affectionate voice, "So now, are you ready to tell the truth?" When his hand landed with a thud on Samoa's shoulder, the man jumped in fright but still stayed defiant. "Please believe me, Lord Ajito, I—" Before he could finish, Ajito's sigh cut off his impending words. Ajito stared at Samoa with blood-red eyes, losing patience as he ordered, "Don't make me repeat myself, Priest Samoa, tell me the truth." Samoa, terrified by his fearsome aura, collapsed backward. Ajito didn't stop there, continuing to question him. "Just now, you cut him off and forced the trial to begin, didn't you? Doesn't that alone prove that you are hiding something?" Samoa opened his mouth, unable to argue, just stammering the same two words over and over. "That is." Ajito furrowed his brow, radiating murderous intent, half affirming and half threatening him. "At this point, do you still want to play dumb with me? You are not permitted to insult the faith of Burgo any further." Samoa was terrified, his face turning deathly white, the words he wanted to say choking in his throat. Ajito suddenly knelt down beside him. He channeled his magical power while threatening Samoa. "I can force you to confess, but do you want to say it yourself?" Samoa stiffened, tears welling in his eyes. It took several seconds before he could stammer out, I. He honestly confessed, "I imposed absurd trials on first-level followers and extorted them." Hearing of his barbaric actions, the audience in the stands couldn't help but gasp in shock and horror. Kyosuke remained silent, standing on the side observing the situation. Ajito stood up without further ado, briefly ordering the soldiers, "Arrest him." The two soldiers immediately nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, sir." Then the two of them dragged the dazed, despairing Samoa away from the square. Ajito returned to a dignified pose, shouting, "Now, it is time to clean up the aftermath." He stood in the middle of the square and called out, "Citizens of the first level, you have heard the situation clearly." At this point, he slightly bowed his head to apologize on Samoa's behalf. "The fact that Priest Samoa was involved in corruption is extremely regrettable, and I offer my sincerest apologies." He spoke then. Before anyone could express their dissatisfaction, he immediately issued a decree. "However, we must prevent this incident from damaging the reputation of the Burgo cult, so I hereby declare, everyone here will be promoted to the second level." As soon as Ajito's words finished, cheers immediately erupted. Everyone in the stand stood up, shouting excitedly. Some even dared not believe it, asking, "Have we truly become second-level followers?" At this moment, Ajito suddenly waved his hand toward Kyosuke, smiling as he continued, "If you want to thank someone, thank him. He was the one who discovered Priest Samoa's malpractice." Hearing this, the cheers directed at Kyosuke grew even louder. Agito then spoke sincerely to him in private. Because you exposed the rot within the Burgo Church, you have earned my gratitude. As for a reward, I will inform you later. After speaking, he immediately left. Watching Agito's back, Kyosuke looked stern, silently remarking, Priest Agito, he is much sharper than Samoa. The cheering and whispering of the people still hadn't ceased. A girl sitting among the crowd smiled faintly, whispering to herself, I must thank him properly later. In a private room, Agito said seriously, my report ends here. Then he reported further, as I mentioned just now, the recent accident has been resolved, largely thanks to the actions of a follower. If it had been discovered any later, the reputation of the Burgo Church might have been damaged. It was truly a blessing in disguise, he added, his voice subconsciously deepening. The other members in the room expressed various reactions. Some were mournful, the Samoa incident is truly a pity. Some were stern, that follower's conduct is a model example, and others calculated, he should be considered a role model for other followers. Agito suddenly opened his mouth slowly to offer an opinion, and with that thought, I have a proposal. As he spoke, a faint smile always hovered on his lips. Back in the square, the space had quieted down, with only 2 guards watching the gate. Kyosuke walked up the stairs step by step. As he walked outside, the light shone down, polishing the necklace around his neck. He strode toward the magnificent villa in front of him. While walking, he mused aimlessly, I never expected to make it straight to the 5th level. This must be to set an example for the other followers. But regardless, leveling up this quickly is even better than I thought, Kyosuke thought, his spirits lifting as he smiled slightly. He headed deep inside. Opening the door, Kyosuke politely announced, excuse me. Hearing his voice, Agito, who was enjoying the scenery by the window, turned around and said with a smile, you've arrived. Kyosuke walked up to Agito and said sincerely, thank you for helping me promote to the 5th level. Agito gestured for him to sit. He also sat in his chair and said politely, no need to thank me. If a follower can prove themselves, promotion is a matter of course. Kyosuke sat in the chair opposite him, internally still vigilant as he assessed the person in front of him. I still cannot completely read him, but he clearly has a different temperament than Samoa. Agito bluntly informed him, there is some news I want to tell you today. I think you will find it interesting. Hearing this, Kyosuke asked, news. Agito didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. Regarding the recent incident, it has been decided that you will be granted an audience with Lady Claudia. Hearing this shocking news, Kyosuke was slightly stunned, half happy and half worried, thinking to meet Claudia. I never expected this to happen so quickly. Regaining his composure, he slightly clenched his hand to encourage himself. Then he said gratefully to Agito, I am very honored. Then he said with determination, I am happy to accept. Heike cried out in shock, is it really true? One of them confirmed, yes. Dietz added, the revived Kawakiro has been successfully defeated. Claudia smiled. Ingolf is sitting right here as clear proof of that. He furrowed his brow in reproach, but Claudia, I did not expect you to do that. She still wore that annoying smile on her lips. I apologize, but wasn't the result quite satisfying? Dietz nodded in agreement. You are right. We eliminated a troublesome enemy, thanks to you. Internally, he was cursing. Don't play games with me, you crafty woman. Dietz realized, now I know you are the one who burned down my homeland. In front of the screen, Cavil was intently watching the argument. He silently observed each person's attitude. Meanwhile, Heike whispered to himself, it seems a lot has happened, but if Kawakiro is dead, this truth caused him to collapse. Heike's internal monologue screamed, then all of my problems have been solved, damn you, Kawakiro. Claudia spoke quietly, the obstacle has been cleared, Nathaniel. She also mentioned, soon, we will have to discuss the ceremony of bestowing divine power. At the mention of this, he became deep in thought. Dietz repeated internally, the ceremony of bestowing divine power, huh? At that moment, Cavil spoke up, that is enough for today. At the same time, he instructed everyone, because this is very important, we will discuss it in detail another time. He remained deep in thought until Cavil announced, at the next meeting. Elsewhere, Kyosuke received a call, the current situation is as follows. He nodded, all right. Dietz was a bit worried, by the way, is it safe for you to sneak in like that? What if Claudia discovers that perception-blocking magic? Kyosuke chuckled and replied, why, are you worried about me? He also reassured him, don't worry, I have been hunting it incessantly since I moved to Germany. He also comforted himself it should be fine and warned him repeatedly, you must be careful. It seems Claudia and Nathaniel are plotting something when they mentioned the so-called ceremony of bestowing divine power. At the mention of this ceremony, Kyosuke's expression became serious. He found an excuse to end the call, I understand, I will call you back later. After hanging up, Kyosuke thought to himself, the ceremony of bestowing divine power, huh? It seems Claudia is already planning something. At another time at the 7th floor follower tower, he whispered internally, finally, I have set foot in the holy sanctuary on the very last floor of the follower tower. Kyosuke remembered earlier that, according to Agito, he had 3 days before meeting Claudia. Internally, he was determined. I must stay on the 7th floor and confirm one thing before that time. Then Kyosuke suddenly spoke up. You saved me from the trouble of having to look for you. And he called out the name of the person hiding, Shirato Sayuki. She reminded him coldly, this place is easily discovered, follow me. A moment later, the two said to each other, so, there is no one here. He spoke first, let me be direct, I want to ask you something. Kyosuke bluntly asked, do you have any connection to the hypnosis magic that Claudia cast on Engulf? A silence answered him. However, Kyosuke continued, that magic was incomplete, and Claudia is not the type of person to make such a mistake. Besides that, he asserted, the only person who could have done that at the time was you. Even so, he was still confused, but I don't understand, aren't you on Claudia's side? Because of that, Kyosuke patiently asked, so why? Sayuki interrupted, because. A trace of sadness lingered on her face. I did not want you to die again, Kaiwakiro. In Sayuki's eyes, tears were about to fall. He was incredibly stunned, what do you mean? Suddenly, she clenched her own wrist. Kyosuke looked at that spot in surprise. On Sayuki's arm was a glowing symbol. He started in surprise me. Kyosuke whispered to himself, vaguely remembering that sign, that is. Remembering the past, 20 years ago, a little girl was attacked by a monster. Right at that moment, she suddenly awakened her power. An incident occurred then, however, the little girl could not control it and went insane. At that time, he had thought perhaps we met because of fate. The little girl uses the same power as me, time attribute. At that moment, using that power without experience had caused great damage to the little girl's body. Because they shared the same attribute, rather than letting that power spiral out of control and damage the little girl. He had decided to seal it. Luckily, he had succeeded. The little girl had gradually regained consciousness. Kyosuke still remembered that he had saved the little girl and left a red mark on her hand. Returning to reality, he was stunned, so she was that little girl. She nodded in acknowledgement, that's right, when I regained consciousness. Regrettably, at that time, you had already been framed for betraying your comrades. The criticism was everywhere. The mastermind behind the SSS-level disaster, the abnormal appearance of dungeons, he wanted to dominate the world. Despite that, I knew my savior would not do such a thing. Because of that, I approached Claudia. The main purpose was to find out the truth about the incident 20 years ago. I have always been obedient and dedicated to her. After a long journey, finally, I earned Claudia's trust and she told me the truth. It took me 10 whole years. Following that, and after the Rei Ryuoxi incident, I was ordered to find Misato Kaiwakiro. Upon receiving the command, I was initially very skeptical. I didn't believe he had actually come back to life. For that very reason, while he was away training in Germany, I reached out to Asahi Karin. Based on our conversations when she spoke to me about what kind of person Asahi Kyosuke was, I became certain in my heart. Sayuki was lost in her emotions and she said, he is, and affirmed that he was exactly like the Kaiwakiro she knew. She expressed with deep emotion, the only reason I'm still alive today is because of you. And she said sincerely, I really truly thank you. Kyosuke smiled and replied, is that all? He hadn't expected that this girl who had trusted Misato Kaiwakiro for 20 years would reveal that you are my ideal image of a hero, Kaiwakiro. Not only that, she hinted, because of that I will tell you the truth. Sayuki's expression became serious. I have seen the worst possible future. Most importantly, you are the only one who can change that future. That was why she suddenly pleaded, please lend me your strength. And she made a proposal, so that we can save the world from Claudia's ritual of bestowing divine power. Facing that statement, Kyosuke couldn't help but be stunned, speechless. You have seen the future. A look of unmistakable shock passed across his face. Shirato Sayuki, could it be that you? Sayuki just explained calmly as magical energy slowly surrounded her body. I used time magic and returned from the future. The scene from back then slowly replayed in her mind, and in that timeline. Hearing those words, Kyosuke was even more astonished. Claudia has dominated the world. Sayuki reached out with determination, her eyes becoming incredibly serious. If things continue this way, what awaits us is a world full of despair. To change that outcome, I need your power, Kaiwakiro. He calmly repeated the words, Claudia, dominating the world, you say. Her face suddenly sank and her calm demeanor gradually vanished. In that future, even you lost your life and I was completely broken. Sayuki slowly recounted what she had witnessed with her own eyes in that life and death moment. Suddenly, a strange flow of magical energy enveloped her entire body. He had used void magic to release the regression authority. Sayuki kept recounting, he told me to use it to change that desperate future. Returning to reality, she clutched her hands firmly and spoke, I feel the same way, I will not let that future happen again. Kyosuke finally spoke after those words, so the cause of everything is the divine bestowing ritual that Claudia intends to carry out. What exactly happened in that future? Sayuki turned her head slightly, her face tinged with sadness. Under the hand of the monster that Claudia summoned, the Calamity Beast, hundreds of millions of people lost their lives. But he suddenly raised his voice, the Calamity Beast. Kyosuke couldn't believe it, silently remembering, 20 years ago there was a monster that we couldn't find a way to defeat, even when using future clairvoyance. He vividly remembered that, in the end, they could only seal the entire dungeon, that monster. The eyes of that beast were still present in his mind. It was the Calamity Beast. Sayuki lowered her voice, frowning slightly. With the Calamity Beast in her hand, Claudia rebuilt the world order. She remained calm as she spoke more about what had just happened. Those who opposed her were executed, leaving behind only obedient followers. She turned it into a world convenient for herself in every aspect. That seemed to be outside of everything Kyosuke had anticipated. So that was Claudia's ambition. A moment later, he suddenly asked a few more curious questions. But she was considered the hero of this world, right? She's casting off that mask to do this. She would do such a thing. At that very moment, something suddenly rushed toward them. A figure slowly landed on the ground, movements extremely decisive. The girl nonchalantly took off her hood. Faced with that situation, Kyosu couldn't help but feel surprised. You. However, Sayuki calmly explained everything. Isha and I have known each other for a long time. I put her in charge of intelligence both inside and outside the tower. Isha happily greeted them. We meet again, greetings. His eyes flickered with suspicion as he watched silently. I thought you said you wanted to save your homeland and family. The girl replied calmly, her voice extremely composed. That's right, I lied. Isha casually uttered words that made the listener shudder. Besides, Claudia already killed my family and all the villagers anyway. Every word spoken made him freeze, unable to retort. The tower she built. This place used to be my village. The girl slowly recounted the moment it happened. Claudia turned this place into a city just to gather her followers. Isha helplessly clutched her mother's hand, her eyes full of despair. That's why I lost the people I loved. Tears continued to flow silently, unable to be held back. I will never forgive her, never. Sayuki spoke quietly. If we leave Claudia to run wild, the tragedy will happen again. I cannot accept that. She couldn't help but feel helpless. You understand, don't you? Even if people die, she doesn't care. Isha declared loudly, I want you to lend us your strength. After hearing everything, Kyosuke just let out a sigh. Finally, he agreed to the proposal. I understand, we must stop Claudia's plot. Kyosuke added, but more importantly, I completely sympathize with what Isha just said. A flicker of anger appeared in his eyes, unable to hide his emotions. I will never forgive Claudia. Both remained silent, watching Kyosuke intently without looking away. However, he suddenly posed a separate condition. But I want to ask one thing, if we kill Claudia, will the divine power bestowing ritual stop? Sayuki hesitated slightly when answering. Unfortunately, no. She slowly explained everything she knew. Claudia plans to summon the monster by using the power drained from her elite followers as fuel. If that power is released, it will happen whether it's through the ritual or Claudia's death. Kyosuke thought silently, trying to find a solution. I understand. If it were that simple, my future self that she saw would have succeeded already. Then he calmly spoke, then how can we? But before he could finish, Sayuki suddenly interrupted. There is a way. She calmly analyzed everything carefully. Claudia's power is amplified by a device. If we destroy it, we can stop the ritual. Sayuki seriously added, in the 4 failed timelines, this is the only definite clue I've finally grasped. The key device is located at the very top of the Grand Cathedral. She recounted what she had sensed herself. But it is protected by an extremely powerful barrier, even I cannot get inside. Then Sayuki smiled slightly, her eyes filled with gentleness. However, our advantage now is that you have made it to the 7th floor. Furthermore, you've already been scheduled for a meeting with her. Kyosuke couldn't hide the interest in his eyes. You mean, if we suppress her during the meeting, then while Claudia is weakened, Isha and I can destroy the device, right? However, his eyes suddenly narrowed. But Kyosuke didn't feel at ease either, desperately trying to think of a way. There will still be other priests and soldiers present in the audience room. We'll have to force our way past all of them and suppress Claudia's power. Sayuki suddenly spoke, cutting off his inner worry. There is one more important thing I need to tell you. My regression ability is reaching its limit. The time I can turn back is also getting shorter. She didn't stop, continuing to the point. This time, I only just managed to return to the moment right before meeting you, which means... Sayuki's next words left the other two completely stunned. This is our last chance. Kyosuke slowly closed his eyes tight. I understand. Deep down, he quietly resolved himself. If we fail this, the world will fall into Claudia's hands, but that's not what's important. Kyosuke looked coldly to the side. I will stop her at any cost. He decisively resolved, 20 years ago, and now once again, I won't let you get your way twice. Kyosuke thought, his gaze becoming even calmer. This is our last chance. He slowly recalled the scene that had happened before. If we mess this up, then what awaits us all is only the worst possible future. After that, he silently resolved in his heart, I must stop Claudia at any cost. In a gloomy, abandoned city, everywhere was submerged in cold, white smoke. At this moment, in a place that was extremely desolate and quiet, Sayuki walked calmly ahead of both of them. Over here. Right before their eyes appeared a room filled with papers. This was her hideout. Kyosuke couldn't help but be amazed at what had just appeared. So that's it. So this is everything Shirato Sayuki has built up through all those regressions. Only then did Sayuki calmly begin to explain. First, I will tell you what I witnessed in the 4 timelines, how we failed, and what I learned. She continued, her tone still calm. In the first world, I discovered Claudia's true intentions. Kyosuke immediately understood the meaning behind her words. She intends to use the divine power ritual to summon the Calamity Beast and wipe out everyone who isn't her follower. Sayuki spoke gently, her voice extremely soft. And in that timeline, you gave me the power to turn back time. She lowered her head slightly, her gaze becoming somber. From the second time onward, I tried to prevent Claudia's ambition, but it wasn't that simple. Sayuki suddenly remembered what had happened before. In the second attempt, I caught her off guard and assassinated her. However, she couldn't help but be surprised, but Burjo had suddenly unleashed a strange power before, causing Sayuki to be instantly blasted away. Now she lowered her head in silence. Her mana became insane and the Calamity Beast was summoned anyway. Isha, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. Things are not as simple as we think. Sayuki added, even if you kill her, the ritual is still carried out by some organ or another, perhaps. She slowly analyzed everything that had happened before. In the third attempt, I couldn't find Claudia's magic amplification device. As if nothing had happened, Sayuki continued. In the fourth attempt, I found its location, but I didn't know how to destroy it. She suddenly remembered that strange gate. I wanted to change the outcome, but I couldn't, so I just kept seeing that hopeless future. Then she raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze very gentle. Then she continued, but even in those consecutive failures, there were great successes, like meeting Isha, for example. Sayuki's words left Isha feeling proud. Actually, the reason the meeting with Claudia was scheduled for this time is thanks to her. Kyosuke stood ahead, confused, not understanding what was happening. What do you mean? She calmly recounted the entire situation. Priest Samoa's foul plot on the first floor was exposed. The person who did that was none other than Isha. She was the one who created that opening. Each image gradually surfaced according to Sayuki's story. She ensured the news reached your ears, and she also pulled strings to have the high priest come to inspect the first floor at that exact moment. After that, he calmly lifted his head to look ahead. That's right, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here now, so that was the situation behind it. Kyosuke attentively looked at the pile of thoroughly analyzed documents. It wasn't just these materials. Shirato Sayuki definitely used every method possible to create the current situation. He silently admired that meticulousness. She must have experienced much more despair and pain than what she just told us. Kyosuke suddenly remembered his own words from his past life. In the first world, I entrusted her with these words, change the desperate future. And she carried that burden, walking all the way to here alone. At that moment, Isha broke the silence. Now, we must stop Claudia's ritual. Sayuki also responded immediately, especially destroying her power amplification device. That is mandatory. She frowned slightly and slowly presented her plan. We need you to neutralize her during the meeting. If you can do that, the barrier protecting the device will collapse. The blueprints and plans were carefully recorded by Sayuki. I've collected all the information on the interior of the cathedral. Isha and I will be responsible for destroying the device. Kyosuke glanced over everything once before slowly speaking, but it won't be easy to overpower Claudia with all those priests around. She raised her eyes, looking straight ahead calmly. That's why I need you to create a magic spell. A magic spell that can change the future. Sayuki's answer left Kyosuke stunned for a moment. No matter how dark the future may be, and that magic spell is. Right over here, a massive engine enveloped in magical power was gradually revealed. She observed the object in front of her intently. Soon, the magical power needed to summon the Calamity Beast will be fully charged. When that happens, we will immediately carry out the ritual. A look of triumph flashed across Burjo's face, and before that, it also serves as entertainment. I'm really looking forward to it. On this side, thick fog covered every path. Sayuki quickly asked, is it tomorrow? She couldn't help but feel worried. Kairo, are you prepared? Immediately, Kyosuke replied reassuringly, no need to worry. While talking, he simultaneously applied magical energy. I've spent a lot of time hunting that image in my head. I've mastered that spell. Sayuki offered praise, her tone quite intrigued. You really are something else. Finally, I see a bit of hope. After that, she suddenly expressed, really, thank you very much, Kairo. No, I'm the one who should thank you. Kyosuke immediately refused bluntly. You have been continuously resetting the world even when you saw that desperate future. That left Sayuki stunned. He continued, my ability might be different, but I understand how lonely you must have felt having to fight when you saw that future. Kyosuke glanced outside. I trusted you with everything in the first timeline, and you carried out that will, bringing us to this day. His eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. So, I am very grateful to you, and I want to live up to that trust. Kyosuke unexpectedly expressed his thanks from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Shirato Sayuki. Hearing those words, Sayuki's eyes suddenly stung. Kairo. She pressed her lips together tightly, trying to keep her composure. After that, Sayuki suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Kyosuke very confused. What's wrong? She turned her head away shyly, her cheeks gradually blushing. Nothing, I just feel a bit strange being called by my full name. Seeing that, he immediately said, "I'm sorry." She suddenly reached her hand forward. She opened her mouth to express her wish. "Sayuki, you can just call me by my name." Hearing that, Kyosuke smiled warmly. "I understand." He suddenly clasped Sayuki's hand, his eyes filled with determination. "Let's change the future together, Sayuki." Joy flashed across her face, impossible to hide. Right at that moment, Isha suddenly appeared. "Sorry for interrupting your moment." Seeing someone appear, Sayuki immediately countered. "What moment are you talking about?" The girl replied playfully. Sure. Isha continued, her tone still calm. "In any case, I've memorized the layout of the cathedral and the patrol routes." She simultaneously added, "We are all prepared." Kyosuke, standing nearby, presented the details solemnly. "All right, I will subdue Claudia. Sayuki, Isha, the two of you destroy the device when you see an opening." Then all three bumped fists as a promise. "We must win at any cost." Just like that, a few days passed, and the day to meet Claudia arrived. The guards bowed respectfully in unison. "You're here for the meeting, right? Go on in." Kyosuke walked inside calmly. "Sayuki, Isha, what is the situation on your end?" "We are doing fine." He calculated silently in his head, seemingly having a plan. "At this rate, we can reach the top floor without any issues." All the information Sayuki gathered is truly paying off. Even Kyosuke couldn't help but feel surprised. "I didn't expect Isha could use long-range communication magic like that. How convenient." Just like that, he slowly stepped inside. "We're almost at the meeting room. I'm counting on you too." "Understood." Standing before the scene ahead, Kyosuke clenched his fists. "This is it." Unexpectedly, Norman was already standing there waiting. "I've been waiting for you." He reached out with a friendly smile. "Come in." Kyosuke watched intently, his gaze full of determination. The scene ahead quickly appeared before his eyes. "I have arrived." On both sides stood all of Burjo's subordinates. A slight wicked smile appeared on her face. "Claudia." Kyosuke's eyes revealed his determination. "I won't waste the opportunity Sayuki created by surviving those 4 rounds of despair." He stood before Burjo's silhouette, thinking to himself, "Never." Burjo smiled faintly, her entire body radiating a brilliant aura. Suddenly, she widened her eyes as if seeing something. A guard standing nearby quickly called out, "Lady Claudia." Burjo appeared calm. "It is nothing." Hearing this, Kyosuke just smirked. Watching the space lose its signal, he felt internally, "I thought so. The perception jamming magic I'm using right now should make me look like a completely different person compared to Asai Kyosuke." Fixing his gaze directly on Burjo, Kyosuke had reached a conclusion early on. Even though Claudia will eventually see through it, it can buy some time. Recalling the moment Burjo used her ability to counter his move, Kyosuke realized in the future that Sayuki saw, "I used this magic on Claudia twice, and both times, it took her about 5 minutes to completely dispel it." Thinking this through, Kyosuke's steps faltered slightly, and the activation conditions for the magic I use on her. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head before Burjo, his mind still sinking into thought. "Is a certain amount of time passing after locking onto the target with my vision?" Looking at Burjo's smug face, Kyosuke calculated silently. "I just need to activate the core magic before Claudia realizes who I am." At this moment, Sayuki was standing outside the corridor. She snuck a glance inside. Sure enough, the guards on the top floor had not decreased at all. Looking at the 2 guards keeping strict watch, Sayuki silently speculated, "Even though we can't pass through that way, we still have to take down the guards, which means..." Suddenly, the 2 guards began to leave. Sayuki quickly hid behind the wall. An old guard told the newcomer, "It's time for a shift change." The other replied with a cold "yeah." No sooner had he finished speaking, an explosive blast sent him flying. Then his whole body was impaled through a broken stone, motionless. The rest of the guards saw it and turned pale with panic. Sayuki was now in an offensive stance. "It's just past 1:00 p.m. We will act while the soldiers' attention is focused on the shift change report." A second later, she accelerated rapidly forward. Ignoring the loud scream, "Who are you?" Sayuki swung her hand back to prepare her ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, another resounding explosion occurred. Sayuki's whole body was enveloped in rings of light, and dust filled the air. A guard, bewildered, ordered, "Hey, call Lady Claudia immediately." But they didn't know they were already in the crosshairs from above. Her arm was gathering momentum in preparation to launch a counterattack. The brown-haired girl immediately threw 2 punches at once, leaving the 2 guards with no time to dodge. After that, she landed in a defensive stance. "Not today." The view from above was completely chaotic. Seeing the 2 guards lying motionless on the floor, the brown-haired girl exclaimed, "Sayuki's information is truly useful." Sayuki replied happily, "Everything is going very smoothly." She furrowed her brow tightly and continued, "Now, all that's left is for Kaiwakiro to keep Claudia occupied." Directing her gaze toward the barrier where streaks of lightning were constantly radiating, Sayuki waited silently, and the barrier will collapse. On this side, Kyosuke was closing his eyes, and Sayuki called out via telepathy, "Kaiwakiro." While a priest was performing the ritual, Sayuki took the opportunity to report, "We have reached the barrier before the equipment room. Kyosuke telepathically replied, I know. He glanced up briefly. Imagining himself in a game of chess, Kyosuke calculated silently. The first condition has been met, now it is my turn. Monitoring the priest's actions carefully, he slowly analyzed. According to Sayuki, the meeting always starts with the 6th floor priest's ritual, but that is just a decoy. In the middle of the terrifyingly silent space, Kyosuke realized early on, Claudia's true goal on this floor is something else. An image of a priest with a dignified appearance appeared. Kyosuke was internally certain, Sinny's Lester, the 7th floor priest, he is measuring my mana. The ritual continued in the vast space. Kyosuke carefully analyzed, the meeting is not just a greeting. Claudia's goal is to harvest mana from followers who possess extraordinary potential. At this point, a green energy source suddenly appeared surrounding Kyosuke's body. Therefore, if I don't fit their standards, they will immediately skip the process. Witnessing this scene, the priest widened his eyes in surprise. He looked at the energy source pouring out and couldn't help but exclaim internally, unbelievable, what kind of terrifying mana is this? I have never seen a follower like him. The priest turned his gaze to Burjo. Lady Claudia, we must keep him. Kyosuke smirked triumphantly. He placed the priest's chess piece down and thought with satisfaction, very good, the second condition is met. All that remains is to satisfy the activation condition for that magic. Suddenly, Burjo's lips curled up slightly. Unexpectedly, she burst into an excited laugh. The priestess, seeing this, asked confusedly, Lady Claudia. Burjo walked over languidly, her voice full of hidden meaning. I finally understand what that uneasy feeling was. She slowly approached Kyosuke and whispered gently, so you were still alive, Kaiwakairo. No sooner had she finished than everyone around was instantly stunned and screamed, Kaiwakairo, no way, Misato Kaiwakairo. With half of his face using the interference spell, Kyosuke gritted his teeth and thought, I can't hold her off for as long as planned. Suddenly Burjo grabbed his chin. A second later, she pressed her face close to Kyosuke and growled with a terrifying expression, I see everything now. Burjo opened her blue eyes wide and warned, with that much terrifying mana, I can tell exactly what kind of magic you are using, Kaiwakairo. A moment later, she released Kyosuke's chin and said, actually, I was quite impressed. I thought you would have died from the hypnosis I cast on Ingol. Saying that, Burjo turned and walked away. Actually, there is a lot more going on here, but that can wait. The priests immediately stood in her way to protect her. Burjo arrogantly pointed directly at Kyosuke. If I kill you right here, everything will end. Outside, Sayuki panicked and called out via telepathy, Kaiwakairo. The chess pieces were arranged in a defensive position. Sayuki silently acknowledged, that's right, a cautious person like him would send the priests ahead, and you would make them do what you are about to order. Burjo ordered aggressively, you heard him, you must destroy him. Seeing the syringes containing red liquid in the priest's hands, Sayuki silently decided, I know what to do. A second later, the priests simultaneously grabbed the syringes and stabbed themselves in the neck. Burjo's voice echoed, ensure he is wiped out forever. Her face revealed a cruel look, Ray Luoxi's enhancement drug. Looking at the energy surge covering Kyosuke's body, Sayuki speculated in her mind, with this many enhanced soldiers, even Kaiwakairo can't fight them. In the blink of an eye, Kyosuke swung his arm, trailing a surging stream of green energy. The priest could only stand there, unable to react. Facing this scene, Burjo gasped, those enhanced ones. Realizing the power gathering in Kyosuke's hand, Sayuki thought triumphantly, everything is going according to plan. Observing Kyosuke's towering presence closely, Sayuki thought with satisfaction, and now, finally, we are ready. Kyosuke spoke slowly, his voice calm and steady. This place is a space completely severed from the outside world. You cannot interfere with anything out there, nor can you draw power from the outside. Which means right now, you are just a bird trapped in a cage. Burjo asked confusedly, her gaze full of hesitation. Completely severed from the outside world? What is your purpose for creating this? Faced with those relentless questions, he replied calmly, I will destroy the mana amplification device you have always relied on and prevent the appearance of the disaster beast. Kyosuke furrowed his brow slightly and slowly continued. If I seal you here, the barrier protecting the device will also disappear, right? Within Burjo, countless chaotic emotions surged. Does he know about the mana amplification device? And he even knows about the disaster beast? Could he have been tracking me using void magic? After that, she expressed her concern. No, more importantly, what is Kaiwakairo's real intention? Even so, aren't you trapped here too? Burjo's gaze couldn't hide her scrutiny. How do you intend to destroy the device? She furrowed her brow slightly, silently guessing, I understand now. Kyosuke just spoke slowly, his voice unusually calm. It seems you have finally understood, haven't you? Burjo clenched her fists in anger, her eyes revealing fury. So that's it, you have accomplices helping you, don't you? She questioned him repeatedly, her tone becoming increasingly harsh. If so, no wonder you know about the device. You assign the destruction of it to your accomplices. However, Kyosuke didn't waver and admitted nonchalantly, yes, we will stop the disaster beast from appearing. I have no need to hide my intentions anymore. He pointed directly at Burjo, his gaze full of determination. You will stay here until the device is successfully destroyed. Internally, Kyosuke couldn't help but have many thoughts. Come to think of it, she was in a position to always keep an eye on me as an assistant by my side. He slowly recalled the events that had occurred earlier. These past few days I haven't seen her at all. Moreover, I had set up a board where either Ingolf or Kaiwakairo had to die. There was never any way for both to survive. Kyosuke continued thinking since, when that happened in that place, someone interfered and ruined my hypnosis. Sayuki's silhouette suddenly appeared clearly in his mind. Sayuki, you are Kaiwakairo's accomplice, aren't you? However, Burjo suddenly spoke up, truly disappointing. I had such high expectations for you. Her face showed cold cruelty. If your time power had fully awakened, you could have become an extremely useful puppet. Burjo casually delivered a lethal blow, but now you are just useless. Honestly, it feels as if someone snatched the finished product right before I could harvest it. A moment later, she just stood there with her hands on her hips, watching. From the void, Burjo suddenly pulled out a shiny sword. I just need to kill you and get out of here. She held the sword tightly in her hand, her gaze cold. With this sword. From below, Kyosuke watched the sword closely. That is the thing Sayuki mentioned. He slowly remembered what had happened. By using it, Claudia harvested mana from talented followers who came to meet her. Kyosuke furrowed his brow coldly, his eyes turning sharp. So that's it, you intend to drain my mana and break this barrier. He immediately reached a conclusion after thinking thoroughly. Claudia wants to kill me to escape. Burjo just smiled faintly, her expression full of confidence. All right, here I come. Her steps decisively rushed toward him without hesitation, but my goal is to keep her occupied. Burjo coldly raised the sword in her hand high. However, with extraordinary skill, Kyosuke easily dodged it. He slowly recalled the words Sayuki had said to him. According to Sayuki, even if Claudia is killed, the disaster beast will still be summoned. Kyosuke quickly teleported behind Burjo, so right now. She reflexively countered, turning her head to look at him. I must not let her die. Burjo suddenly attacked him with her leg. My mission is to block her attacks successfully until Sayuki and the others destroy the device. That is my role. Facing the attack, Kyosuke still dodged calmly. He proceeded to tease her, his tone full of provocation. You are so naive. Dodging your attacks is nothing difficult at all. Those words only made Burjo explode with rage. Is that so? Then how about this? No sooner had she finished speaking than she suddenly and quickly drew a crossbow. Without another word, Burjo fired the arrow straight at him. Kyosuke's eyes were focused entirely on the incoming arrow. A barrage of arrows suddenly rained down beside him. Kyosuke silently analyzed everything happening before his eyes. A crossbow arrow imbued with hypnotic magic. It's quite troublesome, but Burjo suddenly burst into crazy laughter, making the atmosphere chilling. You're done for if you get even a slight scratch. Right after that, a strange arrow suddenly shot toward him. Hypnotic magic arrow, huh? How annoying, but Kyosuke just slowly tilted his body to dodge. I just need to dodge. If you think you can hit us, just try. Burjo spoke confidently, her tone extremely certain. Kaiwakairo, let me tell you something interesting. Her eyes gradually turned evil, unable to stop herself from flashing with murderous intent. My useful chess piece, it's not just Sayuki. Burjo started rambling with firm words. I told someone about the existence of the device. Do you know what that means? On this side, a figure gradually appeared clearly. Found you. She decisively pointed to the thing in front of her. That is the mana amplification device. Sayuki quickly moved to the front. If we destroy this. But the fifth floor priest, Ajido Norman, suddenly stepped in to block her. That won't be happening. A blinding burst of light instantly enveloped his body. Anyone who enters this area will be annihilated. That is Lord Claudia's command. Both of them were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The fifth floor priest, Ajido Norman stared coldly at them. Shirato Sayuki. His gaze didn't hide his ill will at all. You are Lord Claudia's aide. Why are you doing this? Faced with the situation, Sayuki replied calmly. I have no reason to answer to you, especially a blind fanatic of that woman. She gritted her teeth, silently calculating her next move. Just like in the future I saw, Ajido Norman is Claudia's true right-hand man. Sayuki whispered to herself internally, if we want to destroy the device, we have to take him down first. Norman closed his eyes for a moment before speaking slowly. I understand. That's truly a shame. He couldn't help but praise such courage. No, perhaps this is actually a cause for celebration. Then Norman pointed a finger straight at her face. Finally, we can decide who is truly worthy of standing by Lord Claudia's side. Sayuki wouldn't be outdone and forcefully retorted. I couldn't care less about that. His gaze grew increasingly annoyed. Even without you, I have my own reasons for doing this. Norman suddenly recounted his childhood. When I was young, my parents treated me with ruthless cruelty. That image remained etched in his mind forever. The one who saved me back then was Lord Claudia. That statement made the girl beside him unable to hold back. She was only gathering children with rare abilities. She didn't want to save you. But Norman remained firm in his resolve. Even so, she is my light. She taught me that one must have power to survive in this world. He continued slowly, his tone perfectly calm. Ever since I was saved, I swore my loyalty to Lord Claudia. I want to stand as close to her as possible and assist her. Norman glanced toward Sayuki, but she kept you by her side only because you possess the special time attribute. His expression briefly turned dark and terrifying. That's why you're always standing in my way. Norman, appearing deranged, slowly raised his hand. I must thank God for giving me this opportunity. The girl was flustered but still tried to persuade him. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Claudia wants to dominate the world using the Calamity Beast. But Norman just calmly let out a short response. So what? He raised his hands high, eyes quietly shut, realizing her ideals is the only true salvation. Sayuki, standing beside her, finally couldn't hold back and interrupted. That's enough, Isha. Either way, we have to defeat him. She spoke coldly, her tone indifferent. We won't let you stand in our way, never. Sayuki began to silently probe the person standing before her. Ajito Norman, he doesn't look like an ordinary priest at all. She felt a brief moment of unease, silently calculating her next move. His position as supervisor of the 5th floor in Branch 1 was just a cover. His true identity is Claudia's right-hand man. Sayuki suddenly recalled the past. Claudia personally entrusted him with the task of guarding the device because he is very strong in combat. Before the regression, I was killed by him once in a previous timeline. She firmly affirmed what she had just thought, but this time she couldn't afford to lose. Norman noticed and spoke up, his tone perfectly calm. To me, Lord Claudia is a god, and I am the enforcer chosen by God to carry out her will. His face turned dark and cold in an instant. I will destroy you and complete my mission. Sayuki didn't let that bother her in the slightest. Isha, standing nearby, immediately replied, Claudia is the one who destroyed my village 10 years ago. There's no way I'm losing to a lunatic who worships that woman like a god. That left Norman feeling incredibly surprised. 10 years ago, huh? I understand now, so you're a survivor from that village. But the girl just frowned, her expression indifferent. So what? Isha didn't hesitate, bluntly snapping back. Don't think you can absolve yourself of your crimes just by pitying me. He just stood there silently and waved his hand. I don't pity you at all. Norman's gaze sharpened, quietly probing his opponent. What you experienced. His next words made both of them glare. Should be considered a stroke of luck. Norman continued in a nonchalant tone. God's decisions are always correct, regardless of the situation. As if guided by Burjo, he started rambling endlessly. If Lord Claudia decided to destroy your village, then that was a divine directive. Norman didn't hesitate, pointing straight at Isha. If a person gets to witness God's directive from such close range, that should be considered good fortune. The girl was trembling with anger, her hands clenched. Shut your mouth, you psycho. Isha couldn't hold back her rage and whipped out her blade. She was trembling with fury, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. I will never forgive you for mocking my past. But Norman nonchalantly pulled out a sword. It's just a different perspective. I only wanted to explain it to you so you'd understand. He swung his sword forward and continued. As Lord Claudia said, this world truly needs to be purified. Faced with that situation, Sayuki didn't show the slightest fear. Ajito Norman, I know you've blindly dedicated yourself to Claudia. If that devotion has turned you into this, then there is no way we will lose. Norman replied nonchalantly, his tone filled with provocation. Very well, if you're so good, then try me. He smirked and decisively affirmed, although you don't stand a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Norman suddenly vanished right before their eyes. Isha couldn't help but be skeptical about what just happened. He disappeared just like Sayuki said. Sayuki, standing nearby, tried to analyze the situation in confusion. Teleportation magic, illusionary invisibility. She thought to herself, trying to piece everything together. Ajito is using this to launch surprise attacks. Just as Sayuki was still deep in thought, Norman appeared behind her. Shirato Sayuki possesses a rare time attribute, but now that power is sealed, she cannot use it. At that very moment, a sword struck toward them, meaning. He didn't hold back and immediately attacked. Isha stood there bewildered, completely not understanding what had just happened. Norman frantically swung his sword, aiming straight for Sayuki. His whole body immediately staggered and lurched forward. Norman couldn't believe what he had just seen. She dodged it. My attack came from the perfect blind spot. He wouldn't give up and immediately tried again. I've never used illusionary invisibility in front of Shirato Sayuki before. How could she have known? Norman's eyes revealed his astonishment at the scene. A surge of power enveloped Sayuki, her face remaining perfectly calm because impossible time magic. That made him instantly furious. You learned how to use that, the legendary attribute that once belonged to the sinner Misato Kawakairo. However, Sayuki agilely leaned to the side and dodged the attack. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. What I received from Kawakairo in the future wasn't just regression power. At this moment, Sayuki's eyes had clearly seen every gesture of Norman. Microvision, a magic spell that allows me to read the future for a second. She thought to herself, I can't see as far as Kawakairo can. Sayuki's expression remained calm and incredibly determined, but even so, this magic was extremely powerful in combat. Isha silently transmitted, "Sayuki, use long-range communication magic, that way you and I can coordinate in real time." She frowned slightly, seemingly having understood everything. "I understand." Norman was now livid and rushed forward without hesitation. "I heard that Misato Kaiwakairo, who could also use time magic, possessed clairvoyant ability as well." He thought quickly while running. There is a high chance Shirato Sayuki has similar power, if so. At this moment, Sayuki sensed something. Isha to the left. Instantly, Isha managed to lean away and dodge Norman's invisible attack. He was flustered and doubt couldn't help but rise in his heart. She's reading me too. Are they sharing information? Sayuki, standing nearby, silently thought, "We might not be able to win in a pure clash, but when using long-range communication magic, I can share information with Isha." She suddenly remembered an important detail from before. "At first, I was worried that separating Kaiwakairo from us would be a disadvantage, but Kaiwakairo suggested then, I will hold Claudia back. You two destroy the device while we have an opening." Sayuki finally began to understand everything. "But I realized there are things only we can do because, at this moment, it's just Isha and me." A dazzling golden light enveloped her body. Sayuki silently reminded Isha, "Isha, Ajito intends to fall back." Because of that, the girl became even more confident. "With my wind magic, I won't let you escape." Because of that, the girl became even more confident. "You can even guess where I'm going to dodge." Gritting his teeth, he swung his sword to block the incoming strike. Isha's green waves of power struck continuously without stopping. A loud explosion suddenly rang out, shaking the entire space. However, a terrifying laugh suddenly echoed through the space. Surprisingly, Norman could still survive after that strike. "So this is the time magic Lord Claudia desired. No wonder she kept you by her side." Surprisingly, Norman could still survive after that strike, but that is why you are only an obstacle. Sayuki frowned, silently thinking, there he is. She stared straight at the person standing opposite her, at the ring Claudia had given him to unlock potential abilities. Norman continued speaking, his tone as cold as before. "I was born to serve by the side of the gods." His arm suddenly mutated in a bizarre way. "To become the being closest to the gods, I only need to wipe out all the others." Sayuki and Isha could only stand in silence before the scene in front of them. In the blink of an eye, Norman had transformed into a giant monster. "Then, the gods will only look at me." He slowly raised his massive hand high. After that, he swung down with all his might, slamming into the ground. The rubble immediately fell like a hailstorm. Norman was excited, opening his mouth wide with satisfaction. "Simply marvelous. This power is as marvelous as she is." He immediately uttered a taunt filled with contempt. "You miserable fools dare to oppose the gods, I will crush you with this very power." However, Sayuki spoke up calmly. "Isha, are you ready?" Isha looked straight ahead, her gaze unwavering. "Of course." She continued, "The real battle has begun." She gritted her teeth, trying to calmly analyze the situation. The ring that Claudia gave him turned him into this monster. The real battle has begun. Norman roared once again, the sound echoing through the space. "Just a little longer, Lord Claudia will create a completely new world. I want to see that paradise with my own eyes." Without hesitation, he swung his arm down toward the ground. "Anyone who opposes her will be crushed. That is my mission." Norman continued rambling endlessly, his tone filled with madness. "Especially you, Shirato Sayuki. You were Lord Claudia's confidant, yet you betrayed her. I cannot spare your life." That massive hand was slowly raised, carrying terrible weight. "I myself will carry out the judgment." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his giant arm down toward the ground. Isha tried to brace herself, thinking to herself, just the shockwave alone is this strong. If that thing lands a direct hit, we're done for. Her entire body kept receding backward. Isha didn't give up and immediately swung her blade to counterattack, but his body had grown larger, so he was just a bigger target. The green sword slashes rushed forward. "Take this." Norman calmly raised his raw hand in front of his face. Surprisingly, he used his bare hand to block the sword strike. Isha was shocked by the series of actions that had just unfolded before her eyes. He crushed that magic with his bare hands. A nearby pillar suddenly snapped in half in the blink of an eye. In the moment Sayuki wasn't paying attention, it charged right in front of her. Norman frantically swung the pillar, attacking repeatedly. Neither Isha nor Sayuki were prepared, slamming hard into the wall behind them. Norman slowly placed the pillar on the ground calmly. He calmly began to praise this very power. "This is the power Lord Claudia has bestowed upon me." Norman stood there continuing to ramble without stopping, strong and hard as iron and steel. In her hands, power can reach this level. He suddenly scoffed with disdain. "Even if you use time magic, you cannot defeat someone blessed by the gods." Sayuki couldn't help but be surprised. "I dodged a fatal blow using microvision, but the power from that ring is truly formidable." She slowly recalled each of the recent attacks. That durability is also tough to deal with. Isha's wind magic doesn't even faze him. After that, Sayuki slowly turned to look toward Isha, but However, Isha just gently nodded in reply. She slowly stood up from the ground, step by step. Sayuki's determination surged intensely. We still have a way, the thing Kawakairo told us. Norman saw this and immediately taunted her sarcastically. You're still standing. I don't understand why you're trying so hard to fight. However, she immediately provoked him. Isn't it obvious? I'm fighting to stop Claudia's plot. He just replied calmly, that's why I don't understand. Norman suddenly asked, why would you deny a god like him? Sayuki immediately asserted loudly, Claudia is not a god. She remained steadfast, looking straight at the person before her. She has harmed so many people, and now she intends to go even further. Sayuki suddenly remembered the harmonious image from before. Moreover, she even thought about her position. Burjo's words echoed in her mind, we only want to create a safe and stable life for everyone. Sayuki calmly criticized, which is also something she obtained by betraying her own comrades. She spoke loudly in disdain, her tone full of contempt, calling someone like her a god, how blasphemous. Norman replied coldly, I understand now. The reason you are so obsessed with Lady Claudia is because of Misato Kawakairo. He added shamelessly, but so what? He's just someone who's already dead. Norman slowly lifted his heavy arm. You and that girl whose entire village was wiped out are no different. Don't bind yourself to a useless past and look toward the future. Then he suddenly burst into a puzzling laugh. The future Lady Claudia creates is everything. Norman slowly looked around at everything surrounding him. If you can become a sacrifice for it, you should feel proud. After that, he once again lifted the pillar off the ground. If you refuse to even accept that truth, then fine. Norman clutched it to his chest, his gaze filled with fanaticism. In any case, all of you will meet your end here. Sayuki suddenly interrupted in a calm tone. For someone who always preaches about the future, that sounds truly shallow. This stunned him for a moment. What? She stood opposite him, slowly criticizing. Ajido Norman, you don't even try to look at anyone other than Claudia. Sayuki painfully clenched her hand. The past that people carry, the future they fight for, there was never anything light about either of them. Those tragic images surfaced clearly in her mind. We have tasted despair, and that is why we must crawl up to escape it. Sayuki's eyes flared with steadfast and indomitable will. We will not lose to someone who only knows how to carry out Claudia's will. Hearing this, the rage in Norman flared violently. You damn bastards, your despair is worth nothing. He charged forward crazily. I will make you shut your mouths. Maintaining his calm, Isha slowly swung her blade. Let me. Sayuki gripped the blade tightly in her hand, unswayed. Norman didn't take it seriously at all. Weapons, huh? But those are just cheap tricks. He roared angrily, opening his mouth as he charged straight at them. That thing cannot defeat me. She immediately focused intensely, her gaze becoming sharp. At the very moment, Norman lunged forward, wielding the pillar crazily. Sayuki suddenly appeared from above, closing in behind him. She quickly cast her magic, and the light flared intensely. Without hesitation, Sayuki drove the blade deep into Norman's body. He gritted his teeth in pain, his face becoming savage. After that, Norman ruthlessly unleashed his magic immediately. You think a tiny knife like that can take me down? However, he still roared, the pain distorting his expression. Sayuki landed safely on the ground. Norman couldn't believe his eyes as his body gradually returned to normal. Impossible. Why is my body? He turned his head angrily, questioning loudly, did you use time magic? She just nonchalantly admitted it. That's right. Sayuki slowly explained everything, revering destiny. Her eyes suddenly shifted to a brilliant gold. It manipulates causality and pulls the target back to a state from their past. All of this left Norman stunned. Pull me back to the past. You reversed me to before I wore the ring. He gritted his teeth angrily, but despite that, he was silently calculating in his heart. If I hide myself with invisibility illusions. However, from behind, green sword strikes rushed toward him. You won't get your wish. Norman turned his head in confusion. What? A series of green sword strikes rained down like a storm. He narrowed one eye and looked ahead. Damn it, you had this plan, didn't you? Isha suddenly shot forward as fast as lightning. We already told you. From the other side, a dazzling beam of light also flew over. We will not lose to someone like you. Just like that, a powerful palm strike hit Norman directly. Due to his overconfidence and underestimating the enemy, he took the attack head-on. Norman's entire body slammed hard into the wall behind him. In your eyes, there is only Claudia. Sayuki slowly wiped her dirty face. Because of that, someone like you has no right to preach about the past or the future to us. At that very moment, a strange source of power suddenly reacted. On this side, Burjo suddenly sensed something. She suddenly broke into a cold sweat due to a sense of unease. This is impossible. Just seeing that expression, Kyosuke guessed the situation. It looks like Sayuki and Isha have succeeded. Your precious mana amplification device has been destroyed. After that, he looked coldly at the person standing in front of him. Now, I don't need to hold back anymore. Burjo still couldn't accept what had just happened. Impossible. My mana amplification device has been destroyed. Kyosuke immediately teased her, his tone full of sarcasm. From your expression, it seems you were very confident that it wouldn't break, huh? He remained nonchalant, coldly adding another sentence. And rightfully so, you hid the device's location and created a barrier, and to be safe, you even made Ajito his protector. After that, Kyosuke's gaze narrowed slightly, showing a hint of coldness. That shows how much you relied on summoning the disaster beast, but he bluntly asserted that everything, Sayuki and Isha's will, was firmer than hers. Burjo's face distorted with extreme rage. Damn it, are you mocking me? How dare you compare my grand ideal to that cannon fodder? However, Kyosuke didn't show any fear at all. That's right, you are that kind of person, Claudia. He shouted loudly in the opponent's face, you only see others as objects. If they stand in your way, you destroy them. If they can be used, you treat them like cannon fodder. Kyosuke bluntly recounted what he had witnessed. To forcing Golf to oppose me, you burned down his home. He suddenly remembered that painful silhouette from that day. To build a city to gather followers, you destroyed Isha's village. Each silhouette gradually emerged from his memories. You have trampled on so many people like that, and now you want to sacrifice even more for your foolish ambition. A surge of power immediately erupted throughout Kyosuke's body. Now that the device is gone, I can kill you. His face flashed with a bit of anger, his gaze turning icy. Prepare yourself, Claudia. Burjo gritted her teeth. You're still as annoying as ever, Kawakiro. Her expression showed clear anger. She pointed her sword forward. Actually, your spirit of justice is what's truly stupid. After that, Burjo used her crossbow to fire another volley of arrows. 20 years ago, I was already sick of that. Kyosuke, with agile movements, calmly dodged every arrow. Her face was extremely angry, her brows furrowed tightly, just as I predicted. Kawakiro is wary of the mana-absorbing dagger. He won't carelessly get close. Burjo's eyes suddenly flashed with a dangerous, evil glint. You think you have the advantage because you destroyed my device, but look, I can restore it using my own power. She licked her lips slyly. If I kill you and escape this place, that will become reality. Burjo silently calculated, quickly planning in her heart, and I will also handle the traitors. She watched Kyosuke in front of her. Kawakiro's condition for victory is to kill me, but I won't let that happen. Her gaze gradually became insane, filled with violence. I already have a plan to defeat you. However, Kyosuke suddenly spoke up, his voice incredibly calm. I see, you are trying to lure me in. The space suddenly changed. An invisible hand gripped Burjo's entire body, but her face showed panic, her eyes flashing with fear. He calmly cast his magic without any hesitation. You think you can. In an instant, Kyosuke's eyes suddenly became fierce. Defeat me. That surge of power immediately sent Burjo flying backward. She froze, droplets of sweat silently falling. What kind of pressure is this? Burjo stared at Kyosuke in shock. If we fight head-on, I definitely cannot win. Finally, she still refused to submit and immediately counterattacked. At all costs, I must lure him there. A series of arrows fired simultaneously like a flood. Kyosuke just dodged coldly, easily avoiding every arrow. Beneath his feet, a glowing magic circle suddenly appeared. You really are. Burjo thought excitedly, her eyes flashing with thrill. Got you. Kyosuke glanced down at the ground, immediately activating a series of magic arrays coiling around Kyosuke, binding magic. The chains immediately tightened around his entire body. You were off guard, Kawakiro. Burjo walked over nonchalantly, her voice sounding strangely calm. Did you think I was just firing arrows aimlessly? That was to set up this magic. She aggressively raised her dagger, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Now, I will kill you. Without the slightest mercy, Burjo stabbed the dagger straight forward. She laughed excitedly, her hands sinking deeper and deeper. Burjo stabbed frantically, her movements becoming increasingly aggressive. Die, die, die. Her face became more and more distorted with madness. I've won. The dagger struck directly into the most dangerous spot. A red substance suddenly sprayed from the corner of her mouth. This left Burjo frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ironically, she had accidentally finished herself off. Kyosuke, still unscathed, stood behind her and spoke calmly. Absolute hypnosis. That is the magic you used. He turned his head and glanced back coldly, his eyes indifferent. The magic I recreated is slightly different. The condition is to make you succumb mentally. Burjo couldn't believe it, her eyes widening in horror. Mental submission. She stammered, trying to recall what happened earlier. Don't tell me, back then. After that, Burjo's entire body stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Impossible. Kyosuke watched the scene unfolding before him coldly. Killed by the very magic you created, you're truly pathetic, Claudia. In a blink, the space suddenly returned to normal, but he silently watched Burjo slumped on the ground. This is a fitting end for you, isn't it? He silently watched Burjo slumped on the ground, Lord Kawakiro. She suddenly stood frozen in confusion. Does this mean? Tsuyuki's eyes suddenly softened. It's all over, isn't it, Lord Kawakiro? Kyosuke smiled gently and replied, we won. Her tears suddenly fell. Tsuyuki hurriedly wiped her tears. Finally, we can. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed, Congratulations, Kawakiro. Kyosuke was startled and immediately turned his head to look back. That voice. Could it be? Memories of the past suddenly surged like a rolling tide. Nathaniel. Cavil spoke slowly, his deep, echoing voice resonating. I've been watching the cathedral this whole time. It seems Claudia has been killed. He couldn't hide the contempt in his eyes. She was truly useless, but that's fine. A stream of red magical power immediately entered Burjo's body. I will use the remaining magic in her body, Claudia's corpse. Her entire body instantly transformed under Cavil's words. This amount isn't enough to reach the power I originally intended, but it's enough to wipe all of you out. Kyosu couldn't help but be stunned, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. What is this thing? A monster was instantly reborn from Burjo's body, the disaster beast, the ancient Dragnel. Cavil spoke nonchalantly, his eyes filled with coldness. Now then, try your best to resist. On this side, Sayuki and Isha witnessed the scene and became dazed. Impossible. Is this the disaster beast? Not just them, even Kyosuke felt it was incredibly difficult. I didn't expect Nathaniel to intervene, he thought silently. Meanwhile, the disaster beast ahead seemed to have officially awakened. Someone shouted, "It's coming." As soon as the words were spoken, Dragnel spread its wings and flapped hard, creating a violent gale inside the Great Hall. The monster itself soared high into the sky. The protagonist was a bit puzzled when he saw it fly into the sky. However, just a second later, he understood the reason. Because right then, Dragnel had gathered a source of destructive energy into both of its palms, and immediately fired the energy sphere downward. The terrifying destructive power created a violent explosion. However, this attack wasn't aimed at Kyosuke's group, but rather toward another side. He hurriedly ran forward to observe, then startled when he saw the entire city submerged in a sea of flames. What is that monster? Someone screamed in terror. While everyone was still at a loss for what to do, Nathaniel's voice rang out, "This is the disaster beast. Even if this isn't its true form, it's already this powerful. Let's see, its power is so great that even this butterfly can't handle it. What a pity I won't be able to hear your screams as you die. Soon, this tower will be burned to ashes. Struggle all you want." Just like that, his voice disappeared. Kyosuke clicked his tongue in annoyance, but very quickly his gaze turned serious. To deal with the problem at hand, he muttered to himself, "Now, stopping that dragon is more important than Nathaniel." Thinking this, he activated his void magic, creating huge, sharp shards of ice, shooting straight toward the dragon in the sky with lightning speed. Dragnel couldn't react in time and took a direct hit. Below, Sayuki and Isha's expressions turned joyful. "We hit it." However, unlike them, the protagonist's expression became intense, without a hint of joy. Because his magic had been completely neutralized, it hadn't caused a shred of damage to Dragnel at all. Witnessing this, Kyosuke didn't rush to attack a second time but silently calculated. Does that substance act as its armor? Ordinary magic surely can't pierce through it. Dragnel, high above, was unaware of the thoughts in his heart. It continued to gather energy into both palms, then fired continuously outside the city, making the surrounding civilians flee in chaos. Isha was a bit surprised, saying, "It didn't even bother looking at us. Is it just destroying things randomly?" Beside her, Sayuki gritted her teeth, thinking, not just the tower. At this rate, the entire island will be destroyed. Again, the outcome is the same as when we defeated Claudia. But isn't this still not enough? What on earth are we supposed to do? As she thought this, tears began to overflow from the corners of her eyes. Then Kyosuke's hand gently placed on her shoulder, reassuring, "Calm down, Sayuki. I won't let this turn into the future you saw. I will stop it at any cost." Sayuki could only look at Kyosuke with eyes filled with worry. At this moment, the protagonist turned to speak to the other person. "Isha, I need to ask you for a favor. Use wind magic to launch me into the sky. At close range, perhaps I can pierce that toxic layer. I will draw its attention over here." Hearing this plan, Sayuki hurriedly tried to stop him. "Lord Kyosuke, getting that close is too dangerous." Kyosuke waved his hand, his voice full of confidence. "It's okay. If the three of us work together, we will get through this." By now, the two girls could only nod in agreement. Right after that, Isha went into a preparatory stance. "All right, let's do this." Saying that, she immediately used her wind magic to launch the protagonist into the sky. Very quickly, he closed in right before the disaster beast Dragnel. "Take this, wind-earth fusion magic." No sooner had the words finished, a source of combined wind and earth magic fired from his palm, striking the dragon's face directly. Instantly, it turned to look at its attacker with sharp eyes. But at the same time, Kyosuke used his speed to glide to the side. Below, Sayuki was also using her microvision magic to assist. Isha is attacking from the top left. Hearing her friend's reminder, Isha quickly controlled the wind current, helping Kyosuke easily dodge Dragnel's attack. On this side, Kyosuke began to smile confidently. With Sayuki's microvision, we can read its moves. His feet landed gently on a building, then he looked straight at the dragon. "Finally, you've turned this way, disaster beast." The dragon seemed provoked to madness, opening its mouth to roar loudly. Then immediately swung its fist straight at where Kyosuke was standing. Unfortunately for it, all its actions had been predicted by him early on, so he dodged with extreme dexterity. The moment he landed, Sayuki's warning voice echoed again. Kyosuke, it's about to attack. Sure enough, right after her words, the dragon unleashed another source of destructive energy. But thanks to the warning, the protagonist had dodged. While running, he thought, all right, I'll lure it to a place without people. Behind him, Sayuki's expression suddenly became panicked. Kyosuke ahead. The protagonist hurriedly observed. Following their gaze, right in front of the protagonist, a man was lying slumped on the ground, moaning in pain. His appearance made Kyosuke's face troubled. This is bad, at this rate that follower. Without time to think much, the disaster beast Dragnel was already chasing right behind his back. In its hand, it had already gathered a source of extremely powerful energy. But to protect that man, Kyosuke had to turn around and face it, receiving the attack. I have to face it head-on. Sayuki saw this and screamed in panic, too dangerous, Lord Kyosuke. The protagonist could only grit his teeth, preparing to confront it. But at that very moment, a familiar sound suddenly rang out. Magic armor. At the same time, a figure completely enveloped in a layer of golden light rushed from somewhere, knocking the dragon aside. Looking at that familiar figure, Kyosuke's face was filled with surprise, because the person who arrived was none other than Ingolf. He turned back, smiling as he said, I've come to help you, Kyosuke. On this side, the two, Sayuki and Isha, were also somewhat surprised. That person is. Kyosuke happily said, you've arrived, Ingolf. Replying to his words, Ingolf just nodded calmly. Yeah, thanks to you preparing ahead of time. His words made Kyosuke feel happy about his previous decision. The risk of the disaster beast appearing was not zero. He had asked them to wait near the island. It was truly a wise decision. Turning toward Ingolf, he looked in one direction and said, I've brought people as you asked. Leave the evacuation of the rest to us. Following everyone's gaze, a group of students were frantically evacuating and assisting the injured. Even the guy Mateo who had once collaborated with Kyosuke appeared. He was pulling a fat guy while complaining, I really don't understand, but it seems the master is fighting somewhere, so I have to finish my part of the job. Master, can you hear my voice? Leave this side to us. He shouted, making Kyosuke only able to smile awkwardly. Even he is here. However, before the joyous atmosphere could last long, the disaster beast Dragnel returned. The terrifying aura radiating from it made Ingolf's expression change. So that's the disaster beast. Does that mean your plan has failed? Kyosuke answered decisively, no, the plan succeeded after Claudia was destroyed. However, Nathaniel summoned that thing by using the remaining mana in Claudia's body as bait. Hearing that, Ingolf also remembered that earlier in a meeting, Nathaniel and Claudia had mentioned some divine power ritual. This made him understand a few things. So that's it. As predicted, Nathaniel holds the key. Pushing this aside, Kyosuke brought the conversation back to the main problem. But we need to defeat this thing first. It's coming. Following the warning sound, the giant body of Dragnel shot toward them. As soon as it closed in, it swung its giant hand downward. Fortunately, both Kyosuke and Ingolf reacted agilely, jumping just in time to dodge. Both landed gently on the roof of a nearby building. Ingolf observed his surroundings, his voice filled with amazement. What kind of terrifying power is this? Kyosuke offered his opinion. At this rate, the entire tower will be destroyed. We will fight from this side. Ingolf furrowed his brow, offering a different view. But after fighting it earlier, I realized it is very difficult to defeat. Unlike his worried attitude, Kyosuke silently flashed a meaningful smile. It's okay. You know the power of this thing well, don't you? As he spoke, he drew a sword enveloped in fire. Just by looking at that sword, Ingolf's face became stunned. That sword, you used it when you faced me. Kyosuke didn't let him overthink it, immediately lunging to attack again while shouting loudly, Ingolf, I'll open a path for you. Just like that, the protagonist lunged straight at the dragon to duel. Meanwhile, the big uncle Ingolf also swung his fist to block Dragnel's punch. Seizing the opportunity, Kyosuke glided to the side, gathering power into the sword. It took a deep breath, then unleashed a powerful golden slash. Ingolf witnessed it and shouted, it pierced the armor. Kyosuke continued to lunge down from above, shouting loudly, then unleashed countless attacks toward the giant dragon. Just like that, while the whole group was fiercely fighting, Sayuki and Isha stood calmly in the distance observing. Isha spoke, Sayuki, with this thing, don't let her speak anymore. Sayuki understood, nodding, yeah, we can do it. We can defeat the disaster beast. Finally, we can change that hopeless future. On this side, the protagonist's gaze suddenly changed, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Following his vision, the dragon seemed to have gone mad. Two blood-red eyes, its whole body emitting an aura much stronger than normal. Kyosuke backed away, muttering, is this a wound? He noticed the wounds on the dragon's body were constantly emitting white smoke. Ingolf's bewildered voice also rang out, no way, a monster of this size can regenerate on its own. Kyosuke focused his gaze, silently speculating. It was the same when it first appeared. Is it absorbing energy from the lightning? Opposite them, Dragnel began to accumulate energy in its mouth. The scene was naturally observed by Sayuki, so she immediately warned, Kaiosuk, it's using that move again. As soon as the words left her mouth, a massive energy orb was aimed straight at Kaiosuk and Ingolf. Ingolf reacted instantly, creating a suit of armor to cover his body before standing to block in front. The devastating attack struck downward, plunging the entire city into a thick, smoke-filled inferno. After the explosion settled, Mateo, the red-haired guy, blankly scanned his surroundings, then became dazed. What the hell is this? In front of him was an incredibly deep crater, and on the other side, Sayuki was pinned under some rocks. Her vision began to fade. Kaiosuk, this thing is different from the previous calamity beasts. The knowledge I gained from the future isn't working anymore. At this rate, we'll all be wiped out once again. The same results. She thought in agony before a familiar sound rang out. I said I wouldn't let that happen. We can still keep fighting. Stand up, Sayuki. My future self didn't give up, so that's why you're here, right? The protagonist said as he reached out his hand toward her. Sayuki was moved to tears, her trembling hands gripping Kaiosuk, and then she nodded. Yeah. But Kaiosuk, what are we going to do about its regeneration ability? Kaiosuk already had a plan in mind and quickly proposed his strategy. It's okay, I have a way. We'll combine Sayuki's time attribute magic and my void type arts. On the other side, Uncle Ingolf had been punched by the monster and left flattened on the ground. It took a while for him to snap out of it, looking ahead and exclaiming, Kaiosuk, are you still safe? Hearing this, Kaiosuk turned and answered with a bright smile. You did a great job shielding us, Ingolf. Now you two rest there, Sayuki and I will defeat it, he declared with crystal clear intent. Hearing this, Isha looked around in confusion. That's too reckless. Even Ingolf himself didn't understand what Kaiosuk was trying to do. Even if it were wounded, that thing would just regenerate. How were they going to defeat it? While he was still lost in thought, Kaiosuk stood up to face Dragnel. He called out Sayuki's name to signal her. Let's go, Sayuki. Sayuki nodded. Right at that moment, on the opposite side, the monster Dragnel opened its maw and accumulated an energy orb in its throat. A violent aura began to radiate from its body, while Kaiosuk rushed in to attack. Just the pressure released from this attack was enough to make Ingolf's face contort in pain. Looking from the protagonist's perspective, he began to cover his sword in two elements, fire and wind. Seeing this, Dragnel's eyes widened in surprise. A second later, Kaiosuk lunged and slashed straight at the wing, causing one side of it to be severed. Looking at the scene, Isha's hand clenched as she whispered, we did it. However, they quickly realized that Dragnel's wounds were regenerating at an incredibly rapid speed. Naturally, Kaiosuk was aware of this. He turned back and shouted, now is the time, Sayuki. Over there, Sayuki's mind began to recall the quick conversation they just had. She asked, seal its regeneration ability with space-type magic. But I don't have that type of magic. In response to her words, the protagonist affirmed, you do. After that, I will use void-type magic to remove the seal on you. Those words left her somewhat surprised. So Kaiosuk explained further, in the past, I placed that seal to suppress your rage. If it's removed, you'll be able to use time-based incantations. So it's okay, you can definitely control it now. As he spoke, he reached out to help break Sayuki's seal. Returning to reality, she squeezed her hand to reassure herself. It's okay, Kaiosuk believes in me. So I must believe in myself too. With that thought, a brilliant golden aura erupted from Sayuki. It was so strong that it created a pillar of light pointing straight toward the sky. Watching that scene, Ingolf was terrified. He muttered, what kind of terrifying magical power is that? In her mind, Sayuki continued to remember the protagonist's advice. Listen, Sayuki, the importance of the time attribute lies in magical control. So concentrate with all your might and clearly imagine the reaction you want to create. With that reminder, she reached her hand forward and began to accumulate her power. She whispered in her heart, Calamity Monster, I won't let the same outcome happen ever again. Immediately afterward, time magic symbols began to appear beneath Dragnel's feet. As the clock hand symbol turned backward, the monster's regeneration ability was halted. The girl Isha finally realized, so that's how it is. She stopped its regeneration by using the power of the time attribute. After doing so, Sayuki shouted, do it, Kaiosuk. Without needing her to say much, Kaiosuk lunged down from above. The sword in his hand also swung at a dizzying speed, leaving deep gashes on Dragnel's body. And also because its regeneration ability had been sealed by time magic. The Dragnel let out a shriek of agony. Isha and Ingolf saw this and felt a bit excited. It's working, we can do it. On this side, he unleashed another explosive attack. Then he turned his head to check his results, and saw Dragnel wearing a cold sneer. Right after that, its body lunged forward. Fortunately, Kaiosuk managed to raise his sword in time to defend, so he was only pushed backward. However, Kaiosuk realized one thing, damn it, it's getting faster every second. Before his eyes, the monster's entire body was covered in a layer of evil red mana. Seeing this, Ingolf's expression grew worried. This was because when pushed into a corner, some monsters would reveal their hidden powers. Perhaps Dragnel was a similar case. Returning to the protagonist's view, he continued to cover his sword in flames and lunged to attack. I will keep hitting you until you collapse. Just like that, the man and the monster began to clash incessantly. However, the more they fought, the more Kyosuke realized, damn it, it's getting faster every second. On this side, Sayuki could only try to cheer him on, just a little more, just a little more. While thinking, she continuously tried to maintain the time magic. Behind, Uncle Ingolf also wanted to rush in to help. Girl, do you have any strength left to get me over there? Isha heard this and was panicked. You intend to fight in this condition. Ingolf lifted his head and continued. Those two are fighting. I can't be the only one who got defeated and is lying around here. At this point, Isha didn't stop him anymore. I understand. Let me do it then. Shifting the scene to the front. At this moment, a few wounds had begun to appear on Kyosuke's body. Sayuki, however, wasn't worried about him. Right at this moment, Dragnel's massive energy orb was about to fire directly at him. At the most dangerous moment, a powerful gust of wind blew through. Inside this gust of wind was Ingolf. The old man rushed in and punched the monster's snout, which left Kyosuke slightly surprised. However, Ingolf just reminded him, hurry up and do your job. Thus, Kyosuke could only grit his teeth. With all his might, he unleashed a slash at his opponent. The power of the attack immediately tore Dragnel to pieces. Finally, its body began to crumble. Sayuki also slumped down from exhaustion, looking at the dragon head that was falling right in front of him. She said in surprise, did we really do it? She closed her eyes, reflecting on everything. I have seen so many futures with the worst possible outcomes. Each time I was nearly shattered, but finally we succeeded in a world where this person still exists. Kyosuke walked toward her. He reached his hand forward to help her up. Sayuki gently took his hand, her face slightly blushing. Thank you, Kyosuke. Because I had you, I was able to do it.